Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry met Bella Swan in the wizarding world. Here is short summary. When Bella returns to Hogwarts for her 5th year, she faces a cruel professor, an old foe's rising power, and unexpected feelings for Harry Potter, as two worlds collide in magic and danger. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. James and Evangeline sat talking down in the lounge. They were enjoying a short get-together for Halloween, though Sirius being busy thereby created his absence. Suddenly, the front door burst open, revealing the Dark Lord himself. James already had a plan worked so that if this ever were to happen then they would be ready. "Lily, Ange," he yelled, "take Harry and Bella and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off." With a backward glance toward her husband, Lily ran up the stairs, Evangeline close behind her. They raced inside the nursery and over to the babies in little Harry's crib. A large explosion could be heard from downstairs, and then there were the feather-light footsteps of a fast-approaching figure. Evangeline kissed her daughter on the head, stroking down the soft hair, and then went to make sure the door was firmly locked, though she knew it was a useless defense. Behind her, she heard Lily speak to the babes softly. "Children, you are so loved. So loved. Mother loves you. Daddy loves you," she whispered, tears flowing gently down her cheeks. "Children, be safe, be strong." And then everything happened so quickly. "Avada Kedavra," he who must know be named yelled, wielding his wand expertly. That was the moment in which Lily Potter and Evangeline Black died, their last breath a scream and plea for their child. However, when he turned to inflict the same fate on the two infants, it did not work. With naught but a mark on their foreheads, the children were perfectly safe and very much alive. The spell backfired upon the Dark Lord, and he vanished, not to be seen anywhere for years to come. Left all alone in Godric's Hollow, innocent Harry Potter and Isabella Black sat side by side, a position that would remain for the rest of their lives. I crept around my room, trying desperately to be silent as I packed my trunk. I had to be careful. Charlie might wake up soon, and as of a few minutes ago, he wouldn't know who I was. I had used the memory erasing spell, Obliviate, to clear his memories of me, as well as the rest of the town's. Our awkward relationship always made perfect sense to me. I was never his daughter. I had no blood relation to him at all. When Dumbledore sent me here to this dreary town of Forks, he had not arranged any living environments, though it was to be expected as this was a last-minute decision to leave. Well, truth be told, I came here against my wishes. The only reason I'd been here was because I had to go into hiding. I was not allowed to use magic of any kind, and my real identity was to be kept a secret to the Muggles, and Death Eaters, for that matter. I was the witch-turned-Muggle. A dreadful change, I had to say. I wasn't supposed to be here. I needed to help Harry Potter defeat Voldemort. Here in Forks I may have been just Isabella Swan, a smart and clumsy girl, but to the magical world, I was Isabella Black, daughter of Sirius and Evangeline Black, one of the most powerful witches of all time, and even quite graceful when I want to be. My mother, formerly Evangeline Cooper, had fallen in love with Sirius Black, the Black, pardon the pun, sheep of an all-Slytherin and Death Eater family. My father had already been disowned by them. If I had been brought up by one of the Black relations, I surely would have been hated too simply from my connection to Dad. He and Mum gave birth to me in the year of 1980 on August 13th. I had been at the age of a mere 1-year-old when the Dark Lord, Voldemort, had attacked my family and the Potters. I had been told of the events from that night, but I never tended to dwell on it. It had been the last I saw of dear old Mother, and my father had been escorted to Azkaban the next morning. Apparently, my father was the one to rat out the Potters' location. Imagine at that. My own father being the reason my mother was dead. I never even had a chance to see him. I had been sent to the Weasleys, a loving pure-blood family, and have been there ever since. Well, until I was sent here, to Washington. I went back to the task at hand and waved my wand around in the air, forming a circular pattern. Expecto Patronum, I called quietly into the night. Almost instantly my thestral-shaped Patronus appeared, awaiting my command. It wasn't really surprising that my personal Patronus was a thestral. They were supposedly dark creatures after all. But that was untrue. It was just their appearance and status that gave them the title, rather a lot like me. A black has a black heart and all that. The glowing silver thestral beamed at me. I supposed it was just as excited as I was to be going back home, back to the people I loved. I smiled kindly at it and stroked the air where its neck would be. Tell Professor Dumbledore that I am in need of safe passage to Hogwarts, preferably Hagrid if it isn't too much trouble, I told my Patronus. He nodded his head and galloped out the room, swooping up into the air just before disappearing in a puff of smoke. I sat down on my bed and waited for my escort. I had my trunk packed and ready with my wand in my jeans pocket. My plain t-shirt was covered up by a wool jumper. Forks might have been freezing, but Britain wasn't much better, particularly Scotland, home of the snow-topped mountains. I couldn't wait to return home. After being stuck here for months, I missed all my family and friends, the people I knew I could rely on. I was bouncing up and down just from the thought of seeing them again. Though, I knew who I really wanted to see, more than anyone. Harry. I knew that Edward was like my oxygen, or used to be, but Harry was like my soul. We were the best of friends, and not only because we had a shared grief. Of course, I missed everyone else as well. I missed reading with Hermione, pulling pranks with the twins, annoying Ron, gossiping with Ginny, cooking with Aunt Molly, helping Uncle Arthur with his work on Muggles, and changing appearances with Tonks. I was a metamorphagus like her, though nowhere near as talented. I even missed Draco, though we weren't that close. He was my cousin, like Tonks was, and we spoke on the odd occasion when nobody was watching closely. And then there was Sirius, my father. He was my only family. In a way, he was also Harry's only family. The Dursleys did not count, since Sirius was his godfather. I was brought out of my reverie by a joyous character appearing out of nowhere. The figure was quite large, so I could only guess it was Hagrid. In the matter of a second, I was caught up in a gigantic hug and lifted a good few feet off the ground. I was right, only Hagrid could do that, with my permission anyways. "Bells, it's so good to see ye," he yelled, obviously aware of the Muggle in the next room over. "I missed ye so much. I'm so glad coming back." "Me, too, Hagrid," I managed to choke out. He laughed quietly and put me down, but kept an arm around my shoulders. "Well, then, where's stuff? We must be getting a move on now. Avenue a portkey ready." I grabbed my trunk and held on to Hagrid. "Off we go then," he said in a cheerful voice. 1 minute I was standing in the Swan residence and the next I was in Dumbledore's currently empty office. It was exactly as I had remembered it, though for the last 4 years of being here, I don't think it has ever changed. All the moving paintings and portraits hung straight on the walls. The skyscraper bookcases filled with thousands of books, odd trinkets and ornaments scattered around, and the oldest thing in the room, Fawkes, a phoenix, was perched on his marble podium, watching me with a look far beyond his latest life's years. Although, by the wearied way he curled his wings up, he would soon start another cycle. "I better go put this in dorm." Hagrid smiled at me and walked away, dragging my trunk with him. I signed in content. I was finally home. I sat down in one of the many plush chairs and waited for Dumbledore to arrive. The large oak doors swung open and I straightened up in my seat. Dumbledore smiled his crinkly smile and set down a cloaked cage. He then pulled me into a warm embrace. "Ah, Isabella, you have returned to us." He pulled away and sat in his chair, then motioned for me to do the same. I obliged. "Well, I hope you had a nice holiday," he chuckled, while I grimaced. He knew I didn't like America. Traveling just wasn't for me. I decided to amuse him though. "Yes, I did, thank you. It was a very eventful trip," I said mysteriously. He raised his white eyebrows at me. "Really? How so?" he asked, intrigued as usual. I signed softly, but began to explain. I knew I would have to tell them, and if not all of them, then at least Dumbledore. "Well, you see, when I got to Forks," I began hesitantly, "there were some people there that, my interest." I looked down at my lap and fiddled with my hands. Oh, go on, he encouraged me. Well, it was more a family rather than random people. I took a liking to one of them. I paused again and cleared my throat. He had captured my attention, so after a few minor events, we started talking. One day he, confessed his love for me and I did the same for him. I heard Dumbledore take a sharp breath. He knew as well as I did that getting close to someone was dangerous, especially if they weren't a wizard or witch. I continued with my story. He took me to meet his family and they all instantly grew on me, which I assume I did to them, too. Well, except one of them, I added as an afterthought. Though, I couldn't really blame Rosalie, I knew how protective she was of her family. Letting someone in from the outside would be hard on anyone. And what became of this muggle? He asked kindly. I couldn't help it. I laughed. Muggle, yeah right. Actually, him and his family were different, I suppose you could say. And actually, he's the reason I'm back. I know I have been away for longer than we agreed, and that was because of him. But he left me about 3 days after my birthday. He smiled at me and his eyes softened a fraction more. Well, I am certainly happy to have you back. Though I am curious, what exactly do you mean by left? And different. He broke up with me and then he and his family moved, I explained quietly. And by different, I mean, not human. His eyes widened a little. Not muggle, he questioned, as if he didn't believe me. I nodded. Well then, what were they? I chuckled darkly and replied with a simple, cold ones. His face paled and he stopped short of breath. Well, actually they were vegetarian. Vampires, I assured him, scrunching my face up when I used the funny name they had given themselves. Vegetarian, as in they hunt animals. He wondered. I stared at him for a moment. How did you know that? I squeaked out. Well, Miss Black, I know of some that are very kind and loyal to Hogwarts. Although I haven't heard from them in a long time. I had the strangest feeling that he was planning something. I could practically hear the cogs turning in his head. I decided to shrug it off. Well anyways, I carried on. We all got pretty close and then we came across some stray nomads. They wanted me for a snack, so we ran. A couple of the family came with me to Phoenix and the others split up to track them or protect my family. Of course, I was contacted by one of the nomads and was tricked into going to meet him, like the danger magnet I am. He tortured me and even bit me. I got lost in the memory, while unconsciously touching the scar that I had acquired on my left wrist. Dumbledore gasped. I had forgotten he was there and quickly snapped back out of my daze. Are you all right, my dear? He frowned worriedly. I smiled. Yes, Professor, I am perfectly fine. Edward sucked the venom out, I told him, absent-mindedly. Once I'd realized that I had used his name, I quickly snapped my mouth shut. But, thankfully, he didn't comment on my slip-up. I never planned on telling him their names, but I guess it didn't really matter now. Yes, well, that is good then. And what happened to make him leave? He prodded. I sighed. Well, at my 18th birthday party, I was opening my presents and gave myself a paper cut. The party only consisted of the vampires and me, which was quite lucky. The youngest to their lifestyle lost control and tried to attack me. Dumbledore stiffened in his chair. My boyfriend blocked him and the family managed to get him out of the house. In the end, I needed stitches on my arm, because when my boyfriend pushed me out the way I fell onto a pile of broken glass. The father had a medical degree and much more self-control than the rest. So after a minute or so, only he and I were left in the house. Everyone else couldn't stand the blood, I finished. Dumbledore had an odd look on his face. That still doesn't explain why they all left, he noted. I took a deep breath. Well, he told me that I wasn't meant for his world and that he didn't want me anymore. That he didn't love me. I gave out a small sob at the end. I might feel hatred towards Edward, but it all reminded me that not only had he left, his family did, too. I never, not once, hated any of them, and that included Rosalie. They were my family, through and through. True, I couldn't comprehend the reason for their disappearance. Surely they didn't want to leave. I thought they cared about me, but I guess I thought wrong. It doesn't matter now though. They could get on with their lives and I could get on with mine. Dumbledore stood up and wrapped his grandfatherly arms around me. After a few moments, I wiped away the tears and stood up straight. He stepped back and smiled at me. You probably want to see everyone, I assume. He guessed. I swore he could read my mind sometimes. I sniffled but nodded my head, cracking a small smile. Well, they should all be in the Great Hall. It is breakfast after all, which means I need to do the morning announcements. I nodded, still amazed at the time difference between Great Britain and the United States, and was halfway through the door when I was summoned from behind. Oh yes, Isabella, he called. I twisted my torso so it was directed towards him. I went to the Ollery for you. He nodded his head to the cage that covered in a red velvet cloth. I rushed back over to it and lifted the material off. In the large, silver cage was my precious owl, Skylar. I named her that as she loved flying, like me, and hardly ever just sat in her cage. She was a beautiful, pure white color, like snow in the winter. On her back and wings there were small flecks of black too. It mixed wonderfully with her dark eyes, which I currently could not see. I opened the cage door and stroked her head gently. She immediately squawked at the disturbance. Then, however, she saw it was me and turned quiet, leaning into my hand and squeaking softly in content. I supposed she missed me, like I did her. She really was a brilliant creature, wise and kind. Hey, Skylar, I murmured gently. She gave out a squeak as I shut the cage door. I smiled slightly. I'm sorry, Skylar, but you know as well as I do that I can't have you inside the castle unless you are delivering mail. Do you want to go outside for the day? I asked her out of interest. She slowly bowed her head, so I opened the door again. As soon as there was a big enough gap, she had flown out and across to the other side of the room. She landed delicately on the windowsill and pecked lightly on the glass. I walked round and pulled the latch on the window. She hopped through and swooped high up into the clouds, disappearing from sight. I looked back to Dumbledore. I will put this in your dorm. Now off you go, he instructed, while pointing to the cage and then the door. Just a reminder, Miss Black, but your father has no knowledge of your return and so he is not here. You can contact him soon enough, I'm sure. I nodded. I was just descending down the marble spiral staircase when he asked for me again. What is it now? What was the coven's name? He questioned, somewhat hesitant as if he knew the answer. After a second's pause, I answered him with, Cullen, and then hurried down the stairs before he could ask anything more. I nearly ran down the corridor in my excitement. Of course, being Isabella Black, I did not stumble once. If only the Cullens could see me now. I thought, amused. I would kill to see the look on their faces. The stone floor was cold under my ballet flats, the small heel clicking against it, the only sound close by. I was about to turn left for the Great Hall, but came to a sudden halt. Attention wasn't too bad for me, just part of the act in Forks, but I didn't necessarily need any more than normal people. My simple attire would stand out in Hogwarts at this present day, considering it was the first day of the new term. However eager I was to return to the loving enclosure of my friends, I steered to the right. In a few short moments I was stood in front of the magical staircases. All of them were moving in sync together. I waited for a passing stairway and swiftly climbed on. At its next stop, I was at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady was lounging about in her portrait. By the sound of it, she was practicing her singing skills, which was an unfortunate coincidence for me. Her high-pitched voice would be wonderful for the opera, well, after a lot of practice anyways, but here in Hogwarts, where we were meant to learn, she just wasted time. I strolled towards her but she didn't seem to notice my presence. I cleared my throat quietly, so as not to startle her though it did anyways. Oh, you shouldn't sneak up on people, it's very rude, she scolded me. I rolled my eyes, but thankfully she didn't see. I'm very sorry, but I do want to get inside. She looked at me expectantly. Well, you see, Dumbledore never told me the password. At that moment, I saw a gray owl come flying in the air. I stretched my arm out and he perched onto it silently. He dipped his head low towards my hand and I took the rolled up parchment from his beak. Once I had the note in my possession, the owl simply flew away again. I looked down at the paper and saw it was from Dumbledore. Only 2 words were written in his elegant script. Fortuna Major. I smiled to myself. It was quite strange how he knew that I needed the password, but it certainly came in handy. I looked back up to the fat lady, who looked slightly confused. Fortuna Major, I recited. She looked a little shocked, but nevertheless, the painting opened to let me through. I stepped inside and looked around. I felt so much at home here, if only this was my home. Now, don't get me wrong, living with the Weasleys is great. It's just that, at Hogwarts, I fit in. I am not a Weasley, I do not have bright red hair, I have always stood out around them. Here, everyone was magical, simple as that. I would love to live with my father, someone who was like me, but seeing as Sirius is busy a lot of the time, it seems quite pointless. I started up the stairwell to the girls' dormitories. I shared my room with Hermione and Ginny. We had an extra bed, but no one had been moved in with us. It was a standard dorm. 4 posted beds, beautiful quilts, long curtains, small vanities, and trunks at the bottom of the bed. My personal trunk had been set down in its rightful place, at the bottom of my bed, thanks to Hagrid. I opened it up and fished out my Gryffindor robes. Going into the private bathroom, I got into the shower and afterwards I got changed. I brushed my hair until it was silky with a wave, and slipped in a small clip to keep it in place. I gazed at my reflection and realized my hair was still a light brown. I frowned to myself. Like my cousin Tonks, I was a metamorphagus, though I didn't have the ability to change my original appearance too much. When I had fled to Forks, I'd had to change my hair color and facial features slightly. Just enough to ensure that no one would recognize me. My real hair was satin black, with layers and side bangs. I scrunched my nose up and in a blink, my hair and face transformed into my actual style. Once I was satisfied with my appearance, I quickly placed my old clothes back into my trunk and skipped out of the room. After leaving the common room, I made my way down to the Great Hall. The doors were closed, which meant that I could not just avoid any and all attention, even if I wanted to. I stood silently outside, contemplating whether to knock or not. Realizing I was being foolish, I mentally shook myself and pushed the large wooden doors open. Harry's paw. I was currently sitting in the Great Hall with my friends, as Dumbledore made the customary, start of the year, speech. Something was different though, I could tell. Scanning round the entire room, my eyes fell upon a small plump woman, dressed in fluffy pink clothing, a near-fake cheerful smile on her face. She seemed rather familiar but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. We also wish to welcome our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Dolores Umbridge, Dumbledore gestured to the stout woman. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Snape glare at her when he said she was the new Dada teacher. I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing the professor good luck. Now, as usual, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you, before Dumbledore could finish, Umbridge, he said her name was, cleared her throat and stood up. Suddenly, I realized where I recognized her from. I leaned across the table to whisper to Hermione and Ron. She was at my hearing. She works for Fudge, I told them. This woman had voted against me, and from my perspective, was quite a snide person. She walked towards Dumbledore and stared at all the students. Thank you, Headmaster, for those kind words of luck. And how lovely to see all your bright, happy faces, smiling out to me. I looked around the room to see everyone frowning. Wow, this woman is delirious. She continued, I'm sure we're all going to be good friends. That's likely, both Fred and George commented sarcastically, and rather loudly as well. As if there was never an interruption, Umbridge carried on talking. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance, although each headmaster has brought something new to this historic school. Progress for the sake of progress must be discouraged. Let us preserve what must be preserved, perfect what can be perfected, and prune wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited, she finished. When she was done, she made a satisfied squeak and then returned to her seat. Looking rather unsettled, Dumbledore started clapping. The teachers followed his example, along with most of the students, though from their expressions they were more than slightly confused. I turned to Ron and Hermione. What does it mean? I asked them. Ron shrugged, but Hermione answered through gritted teeth. It means the Ministry is interfering at Hogwarts. She looked a little upset, but before I could question about it, the entrance doors swung open. There, stood in the doorway, was my best friend. Her black, wavy hair hung around her shoulders gracefully and seemed to bounce as she walked. Though she skidded to a halt when she saw the entire hall turn around and stare at her. A faint blush appeared on her cheekbones and I felt myself smile. I had missed her so much, it was unbelievable. I missed her sarcasm and bubbly personality, her confidence then sudden shyness at random times. I missed her musical laugh echoing through the room and adorable smile when she was happy. I suddenly froze. Adorable, musical, where did that come from? True, she was quite pretty, enough so that nearly every boy in the entire room would sigh when she flicked her hair back over her shoulders. I have even seen quite a few Slytherins stare at her in a daze and act idiotic whenever she was around. Slytherins, natural enemies to Gryffindors, yet they still stare at her, even if others of their house are around. She had become even more magnificent since she'd been gone. Her heart-shaped face was brightened up by that wonderful smile I liked so very much. Her deep brown eyes looked slightly out of place with her black hair, but they glinted with knowledge. Her figure was made even curvier with her luxurious hair flowing down her back, though it was hidden by her robes. She seemed to have gotten taller as well, by at least an inch, which made her slim legs seem even longer. Wait, no, stop it, Harry, this is your friend you are thinking about. Your best friend at that. Oh Merlin, if Ron knew what I was thinking, I would be a dead man 1,000 times over. He was so protective, it was amazing really. Normally he was a huge laugh and sometimes a little stupid, but when it came to Bella, boy was he serious. As I was thinking that, Ron elbowed him in the stomach and hard. I broke my gaze from Bella to look at him. What? I asked, while rubbing the bruised spot he had just marked with his arm. He gave me a look, a deathly look, and turned back to Bella, who was still stood there, awkwardly. I glanced at Hermione, who was shaking her head at Ron's behavior. What did I do? I mouthed to her. She sighed and shrugged it off. Then, as if deciding to answer, she indicated to me. Drool, Harry, she giggled while pointing to her mouth. My eyes widened and my hand flew up unconsciously to wipe my mouth, which made her burst out laughing. Everybody turned to look at her as if she had lost her mind. Seeing everyone's distraction, Bella took her chance to make her way over to our table. Once again, everyone's gaze fell upon her, but this time she ignored it and came to sit next to the still laughing Hermione. She looked at her and shook her head, giggling as well. What now? I swear you have finally lost your marbles, my own, she said in her angelic voice. Though this just made Hermione laugh more. Someone cleared their throat. I looked to the front of the room and saw Dumbledore sitting in his chair, smiling at the four of us. I could tell he was happy she was back. I myself was overjoyed, but I had to contain my happiness as Dumbledore announced dinner. The food appeared on silver trays in the middle of each table, just as it always had. Ron immediately dug in, grabbing everything he could, and Hermione frowned at his lack of manners before picking up a few things to eat as well. My eyes though were for Bella and Bella only. Food was forgotten as I watched her select different items and nibble on them. She saw me staring and looked at me questionably. I shook my head and smiled warmly at her. She returned it with a radiant one of her own and went back to her dinner. Bella's paw. I walked into the room, but came to a sudden stop when everyone turned to stare at me. I could feel the blood swell towards the surface and felt the small heat of my blush. I looked around the room and met many familiar gazes. My eyes landed on the Slytherin table, where a certain with gray eyes was smiling secretly at me. I smiled sheepishly back at my cousin, Draco, and continued to scan the room. My eyes were caught once again, but this time at the Ravenclaw table. Luna was waving enthusiastically at me and smiling in delight. She was one of the rare students I hung out with when I wasn't with Harry, Hermione or Ron. I had helped her on one of her class assignments and we soon became close friends. I nodded my head and smiled at her. I saw Neville at the Gryffindor table. He looked nervous as always. Then my eyes caught sight of two redheads. The twins were sat side by side as normal, both smiling hugely at me. Ginny was a few students down, sat with her fourth-year friends and smiling at me too. My grin firmly in place, I looked towards the area that my best friends and I normally occupied. Like always, the rest of the Golden Quartet, as everyone called us, were sat in their seats, eating their dinner. Or that was what would happen soon as, like the rest of the room, they were staring at me. Hermione's eyes were wide with excitement and she was beaming, as was Ron. Harry was grinning like an idiot, but he looked cute doing so. I mentally scolded myself at that thought. Harry truly was amazing and could have any girl he wanted, but why would he be interested in me? We were friends, nothing more. Yes, when I first met him, I had a small crush on him, but come on. I can't feel that way, I told myself, especially when he doesn't reciprocate the emotion. It would just be dumb luck in hoping. I was boring and he was so incredibly kind, not to mention strangely dashing. What with his emerald green eyes that I could get lost in, and his charming smile, his enchanting laugh and strong though streamlined build, which looked even better since the last time I saw him. His shoulders had widened a tad and he seemed taller. Though I couldn't help but wonder what lay beneath his flannel shirt and knit-woven sweater. Bella, stop. You have contained those ridiculous feelings and put them in a box long ago and you are not about to reveal them again. I realized I had been rambling in head for quite some time and my friends probably thought I looked like a psycho or something. When I looked back, Ron was giving Harry a glare, while Hermione was shaking her head. Harry plainly sat there, looking quite innocent, rubbing his stomach for some reason. Perhaps he was hungry. I shook my head and glanced toward the teachers. Dumbledore was smiling as usual and Hagrid's beard had separated enough that I could see his warm grin. Snape, on the other hand, was scowling at me. Madam Hooch looked cheerful but she always favored Quidditch players, and seeing as I was county captain, she loved me. McGonagall was smiling in that stern but kind way of hers as was Madame Pomfrey, whilst Professor Sprout smiled more openly. Trelawney looked slightly lost and Miss Pants simply nodded to me when I glanced at her. Being the librarian, she favored me and Hermione as we loved reading and were in there quite a lot, but she was never overly nice. I couldn't see Filch, but I was sure he was lurking in the halls somewhere, along with his cat Mrs. Norris. You know, I've always wondered if she was married or something like for the name, I mean. But what caught my eye was a small stout woman. She was dressed in ghastly pink clothes, with a fluffy cardigan. She was faking happiness to hide the glare that bore into me. I wasn't sure who she was or why she, apparently, didn't like me, but then again, I didn't really care. I was with my family and that was all that mattered. Out of nowhere, Hermione started laughing hysterically, causing everyone's attention to rivet to her. Using their distraction to my advantage, I quickly made my way to sit down beside her. Though of course, as soon as I moved everybody turned back to me. This time though, I shunned everyone else out, focusing on my friends. I sat down beside her and just stared at her. I then laughed. What now? I swear you have finally lost your marbles, my own, I told her. She just chortled even more. Dumbledore cleared his throat and the hall fell silent again. He announced dinner and, like every term, the food appeared out of thin air. Everyone got the bits they wanted while I waited patiently. When they were finished, I grabbed what looked appetizing and started eating it. I caught Harry watching me and looked at him quizzically. He simply shook his head and graced me with a smile. I returned it with ease, feeling so at home that I could cry, and got back to my meal. It sure was good to be back. After everyone had finished eating, the great hall was filled with pointless chatter. My friends were all currently talking about Quidditch, all except Hermione. Instead, she was reading another one of her books, though I have no idea where it came from, as I am sure it wasn't there when I came in. I looked towards the professor's table and saw most of them also talking quietly amongst themselves. I scanned down the row of teachers and my sight caught on something. I glanced back towards it and saw that it was the strange plump lady that was dressed in pink. Her face was pulled down in a small frown, though it looked as if she was going to pout. Snape, who was beside her, was scowling at me again. I quickly looked away and directed my gaze back to the boys who were now bluffing about their flying skills. What the heck was Snape's problem? I silently wondered, and who the hell is that odd woman? My musings were cut short by Harry's snort. It was rather cute to be honest. Pay attention, Bella. Sure, Ron, you're the best flyer in the whole wizarding world, Harry commented, sarcasm dripping from his voice. I looked at Ron to see that his face was red with pointless anger. Hey, I may fall off my broom, but at least it's because I got hit with something, not because I was just leaning forward too much, retorted Ron. Harry narrowed his eyes at him and opened his mouth to speak, but I cut him off. Come on now, you two. Everyone knows that Harry is the best seeker and Ron is the best keeper. I paused while they both puffed their chests out in true guy pride. Idiots. People fall off their brooms all the time, for any reason. So just shut up, you pinheads, you're giving me a headache, I exclaimed. Hermione let out another little giggle when I called them pinheads, whilst the guys just grinned at me. See, I told you she missed us, Harry smirked. I rolled my eyes at them. Of course she did, although I bet she missed me more, Ron tormented Harry. Here we go again. Ha, dream on, I'm her favorite, Harry replied. Well, I'm her brother, Ron challenged. No you aren't, you're not even related for Merlin's sake. Harry laughed a little. Who cares about blood and genes? I'm the one who she comes running to when she's scared. How would you know that? She's never scared, commented Harry. I just sat there watching them fight. I didn't have the energy to stop them, and what would I say anyways? Ron's my brother and Harry's my crush, so you're both my favorites. No, that would not go over well. I guessed I wasn't the only one who was sick of their bantering, as Hermione suddenly shut her book with a loud boom, causing the boys to stop for a second. Would both of you just shut up? Seriously, you are fighting over who is Bella's favorite. It doesn't matter, and plus, I'm her favorite. Clearly because, 1, I am a girl, 2, I am not annoying, and 3, I am not making her head hurt, she announced. I laughed at the boys' expressions. They were both masks of shock at Hermione's outburst and a faint hint of disbelief. Hermione and I used their silence to pack up our things and stand up. We were about to turn round and leave, when Ron decided to snap out of it. Yeah, you just count of your femininity, he said, using air quotes with his hand on the word, femininity. Though, I'm not too sure it will help much, was his brilliant response. I scoffed and linked my arm with Hermione's. We were both trying not to laugh. Sure, Ron, you just keep telling yourself that. Meanwhile, me and my best friend will be in the library until first lesson, I said, annoying him. Though, if I'm being honest, they were all my best friends. Each had their main points. For instance, Hermione was my go-to girl, as we had our girl talks and stuff, while Ron was my goofy big brother, who I could always count on for anything, and Harry, he was my protector, yet at the same time, my equal. We were both in this whole prophesy thing together. Hermione and I both strutted out of the Great Hall, with our heads held high. I could have sworn a few guys turned to stare at us, but maybe I was just hallucinating things. When we were around the corner from the doors, we burst out laughing. I clutched at my sides, as did Hermione. Did you see their faces? She barely got out. I know, I replied through my laughter. We both tried to control ourselves, but it was just too damn hilarious. They were like fish out of water, and what was up with the fighting in the first place? In the end I managed to quiet down and then calmed Hermione down. If we weren't careful we would have Filch coming round and yelling at us to keep quiet. Come on, my own, I really do want to go to the library, I said. She nodded and we linked our arms once more. We were lounging in the comfy chairs, whiling reading silently, when I thought of something. I put the bookmark in the page I was reading and shut the book, placing it carefully on the little coffee table. Hey, Hermione, I said quietly, after all, this was a library. She looked up from her book questionably. Who was that pink puffy woman? I asked. She chuckled at my name for her, but it soon took a dark vibe when she thought about her actual reason of being here. She closed her massive book though. I'm one to talk, and leaned in closer, creating a surreal moment of privacy. Well, that's Professor Dolores Umbridge, she sneered the name, she's apparently from the Ministry of Magic. Harry said she was at his trial, she explained. I cocked my head in confusion and worry. Trial? What trial? What did Harry do? I questioned, my voice getting higher in desperation. Hermione shushed me before Miss Pants could come over to us. She signed quietly. I forgot that you didn't know. Well, just before school started, Harry faced 2 stray Dementors. I gasped in concern and surprise, but of course, Harry knows how to handle himself and he had his wand on him. The problem was that Dudley was there as well. So, in self-defense, Harry cast his Patronus and the Dementors fled. So, what's the big deal? They were unharmed, why would Harry be put on trial? I asked. Hermione shook her head at me. You don't understand, Bella. Harry performed magic in front of a muggle and he was underage. That's not allowed, remember? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So, what happened after the Dementors got away? Well, Harry didn't say much, he just said that he got a letter from the Ministry. It was there to inform him he was suspended from Hogwarts. Fortunately, Dumbledore pulled a few strings and got a hearing for Harry with the Ministry. They went and Dumbledore defended Harry's case. In the end, he was declared innocent of all charges, she explained. I leaned back in my chair and let out a huge breath. Wow, the school year has barely started and he's already got in trouble. Hermione laughed and agreed. Wait a minute, that still doesn't explain why Umbridge is here, I said. She narrowed her eyes when I said her name. Well, she is now one of the teachers here. Like I told the guys, it's all because the Ministry is interfering with Hogwarts. I think Fudge has something against Dumbledore, like he doesn't trust him. Although, he still doesn't believe you know who is back. So, yeah, Umbridge is our new defense against the dark arts teacher, she remarked unhappily. I snorted with laughter. She looked at me like I was insane. That pink Powerpuff Princess is our dad professor. Seriously, huh? I bet Snape just about loathes her right now, I exclaimed. She joined in with my laughter. Man, have I stopped laughing at all today? I think he does, Hermione nodded, still giggling. I glanced at the clock, then jumped up out of my chair and picked up my books. Come on, we need to get a move on if we want to be on time for. I racked my brain for my lesson then smacked my head with my hand. Damn, we never got our schedules. What do we do now? I asked Hermione, becoming slightly frantic. Don't worry, we have the same schedule as last year, she calmly said. Oh great, potions with Slytherin, I muttered. We picked up the last of our things and ran towards our potions class. After dinner in the Great Hall, Hermione and I went back to the library to do some studying, while Ron and Harry went straight to the common room. Once the time was about 8 p.m., we headed back to our dorms. When we got inside the portrait, we noticed how everyone was rather quiet, especially Seamus, which was odd considering he was normally quite a chatty guy. We shrugged it off and walked up to our dorm room. Inside, we found a sleepy Ginny, sprawled out across her bed with tons of books surrounding her. I looked at Hermione and we both giggled quietly. We both got dressed into our pajamas. Mine were a baby blue mixed with light green and soft pink. Hermione's on the other hand were a beautiful equation of dark red and purple. Ours were comfortable and suitable for a school. When we were done, we traveled back down the little staircase to find that most of our classmates were gone now and that Harry and Ron had appeared by the fireplace. Something was wrong. It looked as if everyone was distancing themselves from our 2 friends. Not to mention the fact that both of them looked glum and weren't having a joke about. Hermione and I went straight towards them and sat down in the remaining comfy chairs. It appeared that they didn't know we were there, because once we sat down they both jumped slightly. Of course, when they realized it was us, smiled crept across their faces, obviously thinking about earlier. Ron opened his mouth to say, no doubt a sarcastic comment, but Hermione interrupted before he had the chance to make a sound. So, why is everyone suddenly avoiding you? She asked sternly, taking on the role of what reminded me of Aunt Molly. Harry's eyes narrowed a bit and scowled, but Ron nudged him in the ribs, so he stopped. What on earth happened now? I wondered. They both kept quiet, neither bothering to answer. Hermione and I exchanged a glance. We could both tell that whatever event that had them like this was bound to be trouble. I cleared my throat gently. You two better tell us or we won't even converge with you for the rest of the week, I threatened them. Of course, they both looked a little surprised by it, seeing as this seemed quite inconsequential. I narrowed my eyes at them, challenging them to refuse to speak. Ron gulped loudly, which nearly broke my concentration to laugh, but I kept it in. This could be important, and if that were the case, then they knew that I was one not to mess with when it came to serious matters. Well, Harry here got in a little tiff with Seamus, Ron said quietly, looking rather inferior under my gaze. Well, that explains the Seamus situation, but what happened exactly? Harry smacked Ron's shoulder with a wallop. Ow, Ron exclaimed, rubbing his shoulder. What was that for? I think I can speak for myself, Ronald, Harry said, in a rather cold voice. Ron seemed to flinch. What in Merlin's beard is going on here? I gestured for Harry to explain this little tiff with Seamus. He signed and his shoulders slumped a little. He said that his mother didn't want him to come back to Hogwarts and that it was because of me. He said that she read a lot of things from the paper about me and Dumbledore. Stuff like Cedric's death and how no one was there to witness it. I simply said that he shouldn't believe it all like his mum did. That wasn't all, man. You also called his mother stupid, just because she believed that stuff. Course, then they started arguing and I had to break it up, Ron added. I gasped at the first bit. Harry, how could you say something like that? You know it's rude. Seamus was probably just upset that you said it and got defensive. It wasn't his fault, I scolded him. He looked down, his smile from earlier nothing but a memory now. I think I'm going to go to bed, he suddenly said. With that, he got up and climbed up the miniature stairs. I signed as I leaned back in my chair in an effort to get comfortable. Ron shook his head. I don't know what's gotten into him. I mean, after their little fight, I tried to assure him that Seamus was just being git, but he got all angry at me for no reason. It doesn't make sense. Why would he be like this? He asked, though he knew that none of us had the answer. Hermione signed and laid her head on the back of her chair. I just sat there, looking out the window. It was rainy, which wasn't unusual for English weather. After a while of silence, Ron made a funny joke to break the tension. It worked and all of us started laughing. For the rest of the night, the three of us talked and joked about silly things. Though we now had a problem with Harry's attitude, I was glad to be back. This reminded me of the good old days, when we used to spend summer vacations just hanging out. Of course, I knew we weren't on a holiday, but for now it was just nice to forget. After a fun evening, I was completely drained. I retrieved to my comfortable bed and fell asleep before my head had yet to hit the pillow. I curled up hoping for a good night's sleep. Though why I hoped, I really didn't know. My hopes were rarely ever granted, why should they start to come true now? Green and black walls surrounding my view, forming into a long dark corridor. A slithery voice whispering in my ear, calling my name. Someone searching, reaching for me. The walls lead towards a door, tall and grand. Inside, a spacious room, filled with glowing crystal balls. One in particular caught my attention. Before my sight can focus, the image changes, a bright orange, setting sun. Then, like on playback, the pictures all run together, as if trying to tell me something. Next, all I can see is Voldemort, taunting me, like this was all a game. He started to come closer. I bolted upright in my bed, finding myself drenching in sweat. I cautiously scanned my dorm, finding nothing out of place. Both Ginny and Hermione were still sleeping, their breathing slow and even. That dream, it just didn't make any sense. Where the heck was I? What were those crystal balls? Why did I see the sunset? What was it all supposed to mean? I had none of the answers, which tortured me to no end. The one thing that terrified me the most, though, was that Voldemort was watching. Subjecting me to his harsh stare and snarling lips. I shuddered at the mere thought. That faint paranoia I had felt suddenly increase massively. Sat in my bed, I felt alone. I could see perfectly that this was not the case, as my roommates still slept peacefully in their beds. So why did I feel surrounded by the dark, feeling utterly cold and confused? It was like I was being watched, which I didn't take too kindly. I couldn't sit here any longer. I needed company, preferably someone who was awake. I slipped out of bed quietly, as not to disturb my friends. Tiptoeing across the wooden floor, I grabbed my blanket from my trunk and descended down the little stairwell. The cold marble steps felt unsettling against my feet, causing me to pick up my pace and practically run down the stairs. Planting my feet firmly on the lush red carpet, I scurried towards the boys' dormitory's entrance. I skidded to a halt before I came across the steps. No, I shouldn't wake them. That would be unfair of me. I stood there, pondering my options. My personal debate was interrupted though, by the near-mute sound of shuffling. I could hear someone twitching around in their cots, sounding rather uncomfortable. Though, I could distinguish two different people moving. What on earth is going on? Probably some idiots pulling pranks on the others. Wait, if I had that dream, then wouldn't Harry have the same? After all, it wouldn't be the first time. We often had the same dreams, or should I say nightmares. Considering it was normally in the environment of death, I wouldn't exactly call it a happy fantasy, cast away in the subconscious. Maybe Harry knows what the nightmare was about. So, if this is Harry moving around, then why is there another boy up and about? Actually, it was mostly likely Ron. If Harry was shifting in his bed a lot, Ron would notice. He wasn't particularly tired when he went to bed. Maybe I should get them to come down and keep me company. No, that would be selfish, they probably want to sleep. I was just being a baby, it was only a dream. Yeah, a dream where I was being hunted. But it wasn't real, so there is no need to threat, right? Sure. Wait a minute, why was I talking to myself? Great, now I was going loony. People will start calling me Luna by the end of the week. No, that wasn't fair of me. Luna is one of my closest friends. She wasn't crazy, just different. She believes there are such things as nargles. Stop talking. Okay, I think I should sit down. I stretched out on the soft golden recliner, leaning back gently on the furniture. Well, that nightmare really gave me things to think about. Though, I'm not really sure why it made me feel alone. I was surrounded by my loving friends, there was no reason to feel that way. Plus, why would it be connected to a white mystic ball? Suddenly, a memory flashed in front of my eyes, one of Voldemort, killing my mother and Lily Potter. If he can do that without a second thought, then who knows what he would do? His main goal is to kill Harry and me. Who could stand in his way? Better yet, who would? I mean, he made it quite clear that as an object or person is in his path, he will destroy it to get what he wants. Would my friends want to intercept his course? Sure, they love me, but if their life was on the line, could they do it? Could they stand up to the evilest wizard all of time? Or would they cower away, hiding in the dark, afraid? The coldness crept back into my veins. I guess I really was alone. Though I fancy Harry, he didn't feel the same, and even if he did, why would he protect me? He too was being cursed. If he wanted an easy way out, he could always sacrifice himself. Or he could be a daredevil and run. The question is, would he take me with him? The bright warm room I was currently in now felt like a cage, cutting off my communication. The only thing left being me, alone and scared. I began to sob, the tears staining the cushions and dampening the material. My cries were loud, though if you were asleep, I was sure you wouldn't hear them. I cried for everything wrong in my life. My father having to hide from the world, my mother's death, the scarred families of those who had loved ones deceased, my friends being put in danger, even my nearing death. I cried for it all. Then, the slight padding of footsteps was carried down the boys' stairwell. I curled into a ball, shrinking back into the chair. I continued to sob, almost delirious to my visitors. They emerged from the dark shadows, clothed in comfortable pajamas. Their hair was messy and they were barefoot. I couldn't see their faces, it was too dark and I was still wrapped into a ball. I could hear them approaching me, quite hesitantly by the sound of it. One of them put a rough hand on my shoulder, pulling me out of my circular form into a sliding curled figure. I heard two gasps as they saw my face. Then there were two sets of strong arms around me, patting my back and smoothing down my hair. I looked up to see none other than Ron and Harry. They both wore worried expressions, yet Harry was covered in sweat like me. I gave them a small smile in thankfulness and sat up straight. I reached out and grabbed each of their hands, yanking them forward, so they were both resting on the arms of my recliner. "Thanks, guys," I muttered. They nodded their heads in recognition and we all fell silent. They were still rubbing my back and arms, trying to create friction for both comfort and warmth. "So, what's wrong?" Ron asked in such a gentle voice I almost didn't hear him. I cleared my throat uncomfortably. "Well, I had a nightmare." My voice quivered as ushered tears flooded my eyes once more. Harry patted my hand in support, urging me onwards. Although I could tell that Harry knew what it was about, seeing as he probably had the same dream. It had Voldemort in it. It scared me. I felt so alone. I shook my head to rid myself of the feeling. Seeing him reminded me of that night. They could tell what I meant. I never did like to mention that day. It was too horrific. It was a day of death and not just one but 3. I continued. Then I started to think of all the problems in my life and just ended up crying. The girls weren't awake, so I had come downstairs to find you too, but well. I paused. "Well what?" questioned Ron. I laughed quietly. "I didn't want to wake you." I smiled lightly. They exchanged a look. "Bells, how many times have I helped you when you had nightmares?" My adoptive brother asked me rhetorically. I shook my head. "That was home. This is school and you need sleep." "True," Harry replied easily. "But you do too. So, how about we keep you company until we all feel tired enough to sleep?" I looked at them. They were such caring guys. I was amazed they didn't have girlfriends, but hey. I smiled at them. "If that's okay with you," I said. They smiled as well and nodded. "I'm not even tired, but I am hungry," commented Ron, while he rubbed his stomach. Harry and I laughed at him. I shook my head. "Do you ever stop thinking about food?" I asked, amused. He grinned at me and ruffled my hair. "Nope," he replied. So, for the rest of the night, the 3 of us talked about random things, just as best friends did. Being comforted by the presence of the boys, I didn't even notice the time flying by. In no time at all, it was 2 a.m. and I was constantly yawning. Ron had fallen asleep on one of the red velvet couches and I was laying in the safety of Harry's arms. I yawned once again and he noticed. "How about we go back to bed?" he suggested in a whisper. Almost immediately I became terrified. I had been trying to stay awake, hoping against fate that I would not have to dream those mysterious nightmares again. For I knew that if I did, I would think of all those things that had caused me to be here now. I shakily looked up at Harry. He saw the look of terror and sighed. "Bella, we need to sleep. This is the start of a new term and we need to be up and ready for breakfast by 8 a.m. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning and we cannot sleep in or skip classes," he explained. I sighed softly and looked down at my hands. "Harry, I know that we're in this together but, you're braver than I am. I can't handle all this stuff like you can. I know that we have both witnessed many tragic events but I haven't completely dealt with them yet. I know that you still miss your parents and I can understand that but your heart is stronger than mine. I am not a hero like you. All I've done is helped and played sidekick because that's what I'm good at, not being a heroine, not being you," I whispered gently. I was too afraid to look up and see Harry's face of disappointment and disgust but I did hear him take a sharp inhale of air. I knew that I was never worthy of being a Gryffindor nor a part of the Golden Quartet, as some have called us. I don't even know why I must help defeat Voldemort, apart from the fact that he couldn't kill me. I mean, Harry has the qualities of a hero, he shows them every day but me, I'm no one. "Bella," he said quietly. I felt a warm hand under my chin, pulling my face to look up. When I did so, I saw Harry's face of not disgust nor disappointment, but love and kindness yet disbelief. "Bella," he said again and let out the big gulp of air that he had been holding. "You are brave and strong-hearted. I know you're confused and hurting because of the situation we are in but I know you and I know you can handle it. You're not my sidekick, you are your own person and that person is a hero. You just have to trust in yourself and if you find your inner journey a tad rocky, you know that I am always here for you. So is Ron and Hermione, heck most of the school is. Not to mention the order, staff and your father. We love you and will no matter what." I looked into his beautiful green eyes and got lost in them. I could see it there, the sincerity, and knew that he meant every word he had said. I realized something right there, something I didn't think to be true. Of course now I knew that I was wrong. I was in love with Harry James Potter. Without even thinking of doing it, I leant towards him, and out of some miracle he bent down towards me. We were mere inches apart and my heart was flapping as fast as a butterfly's wings. Our breathing was heavy and I could feel his hot breath on my face, warming me, and I could smell the honey scent of it on my nose. Our gazes were still locked as he and I were both searching the other as if looking straight at their soul. My anticipation was curling around my heart uncomfortably, yet I didn't have it in me to go faster. The utter perfection of this moment was worth more to me than my raging hormones, and so, I continued to my destination with ease. Our lips were about to touch, when all of a sudden a massive snore was heard. We jerked apart, looking around for source of the noise. There was the big lump that was my dear brother Ron. Man, I forgot how loud he snores. He rolled over, effectively landing on the floor, but the sudden jolt didn't stir him from his slumber one bit, and he just snuggled up against the gold carpet. "Ruddy git," I heard Harry mutter under his breath. I don't think he wanted me to hear it. In fact, I think he forgot I was here, as I had forgotten he were there. I turned my face back towards him and saw him shaking his head, his face contorted faintly with anger. He must have seen the movement out of the corner of his eye, as his head whipped round to face me. He was blushing slightly, as did I when he glanced at me, and we both looked the other way. I cleared my throat. I think I should be fine alone. Maybe we should go to bed," I said, trying desperately to keep my voice even. "Yeah, maybe that's a good idea," he answered. I got up off his lap, almost instantly missing the contact from the now lack of love and safety. He stood up stiffly, and I could see he felt the same way. I gazed over towards the sleeping Ron. He was drooling a little, the salvia dripping onto the carpet. I grimaced and looked away. "I better wake him up, I guess," Harry commented. He walked over to him and bent down to shake his shoulders. I put my hand out to stop him. "No, leave him there. Don't wake him up. He will just be grouchy if you do," I quickly said. Harry nodded, a hint of a smile tugging at his perfect lips. I shook my head to rid myself of the thoughts and griped my wand, which had been sandwiched between my hip and the waistband of my pajama bottoms. I pointed it at Ron and whispered the spell, Wingardium Leviosa, while maneuvering the swish and flick movements of my wand. Ron silently lifted off of the ground and floated in midair. I looked at Harry, who was watching me. "Show me to your dorm," I told him. He nodded and started up the boys' dormitory's stairwell. I made Ron float in front of my and followed up the steps. Harry stopped outside a wooden door and pushed it open. The old frame hinges creaked but thankfully did not wake anyone. Harry walked in and tiptoed across the room and stopped in the middle of two beds. He indicated to the on the right and whispered, "Ron's bed." I nodded and made the still floating Ron move to hover over the top of the covers. Harry pulled out the duvet and waited for me to lower Ron down, so he was lying securely on his mattress. Then, Harry rolled the duvet to cover him from the neck downwards. Ron twitched and moved onto his side, sleeping still. I put my wand back and made my way over to the door. "Good night, Harry," I mumbled quietly. I opened the door, while Harry climbed into the other bed and got tucked in. He looked back towards me when I was outside of the room and in the middle of closing the door. "Good night," he said softly. I smiled slightly and shut the door as quietly as I could. Then, I strolled down the narrow corridor, finding comfort in all of the gentle snoring that could be heard from many of the boys' dormitories. Descending the stairs quickly, I rounded the corner and walked upwards once again, this time heading towards my dorm. Inside were the sleeping forms of Hermione and Ginny. Their breathing was deep yet quiet, and I thought about how awful it would be to share a room with Ron. I felt bad for the boys in his dorm, and now I felt somewhat lucky to be a girl. I then laughed silently and crossed the floor to my comfy bed. I climbed under the duvet and openly embraced the warmth it held. After drawing the curtains that formed around my bed, I lay down and set my head onto my fluffy pillow. Snuggling into my bed, I looked above my head, not really seeing anything, being deep in thought. That almost kiss had shaken me out of reality, making me think about love and comfort. Happy in the oblivion that was surrounding me, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. The morning that followed wasn't exactly comfortable. Whenever Harry and I looked at each other there would be this awkward silence, where we would try not to look at each other. I think the others sensed that something had happened, but they didn't comment, and for that, I was grateful. Despite my staying up late, my routine was the same as it always was when I was at school. I had gotten up without any trouble, been dressed and ready for breakfast before anyone else, and walked to the Great Hall in silence. Once we had all eaten our meals, we had gone outside to sit by the lake until lessons began. We had talked and laughed, and except for the awkward silences that occurred between me and Harry, everything happened as it normally did. At this moment, we were still outside and Ron had just dozed off, leaning against a tree trunk for support. Hermione shook her head, giggling at the sight, and I starting laughing because of her. Harry just watched us as if we were crazy, but it just made me laugh harder. Just then, the clock tower chimed, signaling that lesson's starting in 5 minutes. The loud boom made Ron jerk awake, effectively fallen over sideways. We were all in fits of laughter once again while he just stood up and huffed, brushing off all of the dirt that had stuck to his robes. "I don't know what's so bloody funny," he murmured, though we all heard. "Come on guys, let's get to class," I suggesting, standing up yet still laughing. This made Ron glare at me and Hermione to snort in her laughter. "Yes, maybe that is a good idea," she said, giggling. "Well, considering we have defense against the dark arts, shouldn't our teacher be that Umbridge woman?" asked Ron. Harry nodded. "Yes, unfortunately," he sighed. Hermione walked beside him and nudged his arm. "What's wrong, Harry?" "Oh, I don't know. I just don't trust her, is all," he answered, shaking his head. He looked to be deep in thought, like when Ron tries to study. Hermione and I exchanged a worried glance. This had been happening a lot lately. Instead of saying anything, we just carried on walking to where our Dada room was. Outside was a crowd of students, waiting for the professor to turn up. We joined the form of pupils and not 2 minutes later, the Toad Woman was at the door. Well, this should be a rather interesting lesson. Sitting in that classroom, learning nothing really pushed my buttons. That stupid professor, if you can even call her that, told us that we weren't going to be using magic and that we shouldn't even bother bringing a wand to her lessons. The nerve of that woman. She said, and I quote, "You will be learning about defensive spells, in a secure, risk-free way." Of course, then Harry had to mention Voldemort and that lead to Cedric. She said that his death was a tragic accident, but both Harry and I knew that it was murder, and I spoke my thoughts, with Harry backing me up. In the end, Harry and I ended up getting detention with that Powerpuff. I can't believe her. I mean, she honestly believes that Voldemort isn't back, when he most obviously is. There are loads of signs, yet she and the entire ministry can't get the fact that the Dark Lord has risen again into their think skulls. It's outrageous. I was knocked out of my reverie by Hermione pinching my arm. "Ow," I somewhat yelled, and rubbed the sore spot on my skin while glaring at her. "Merlin, that hurt." She rolled her eyes at my reaction and muttered a "Shish," before shaking her head. "What?" I snapped. She sighed. "You were way out in space for ages, you didn't even hear me talking to you," she explained. I relaxed again. "Oh, well, sorry about. I was just thinking about that Umbridge character. You know, I think it's high time for some plotting," I said, while rubbing my hands together, chuckling darkly. "Well, that's kind of what I was trying to say. You have that detention of yours now." She looked at me with concern. "Be careful, Bella, please. I mean, you're like my sister and I really don't trust that woman." She spoke in such a soft tone that I nearly started crying. She really cares and loves me, as I do for her. "Don't worry, my own. I'll watch mine and Harry's backs. She won't even be able to lift so much as a finger if I don't want her to." I grinned cheekily at her and she giggled while nodding. "Well, I'll see you later then. Harry's outside the door," I already reminded him, she informed me. I gave her a grateful glance and stood up, walking to the exit of the Gryffindor common room. "Good luck," she waved and I smiled at her. "Thanks," I called back before skipping out the door, to find Harry leaning against the wall casually. There was another awkward silence. I cleared my throat, looking at him. Ready for some torture. He grinned, laughing half-heartedly. Sure. With that, we walked down to that Umbridge lady's office. It wasn't very hard to find. It was near the library, up in its own little tower. We stood outside the door for a second, before I hesitantly lifted a hand and knocked on the carved wood. Come in, a shrill annoying voice called, and I flinched from the pitch being so high. Harry rubbed my back in comfort and I threw him a thankful smile. Opening the door, we both took in the Toad's office. It was all pink, pink and more pink. On the light-colored walls there were thousands of china plates that acted as portraits. On each was a different cat and all of them were staring down at Harry and me, almost in accusation. It was a simple room, with just an ordinary oak desk, a large fuchsia chair behind it and a few small classroom desks with benches for sitting on. The witch, pun intended, was sat by her desk, dripping tea from china cups. She was stirring what I presume was sugar, around into the cup with a tiny spoon. Looking over to us, she was practically sneering with an evil excitement. What was there to be happy about? I thought, while closing the door behind me. Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Black. Today you will be writing lines, she instructed while indicating for us to sit at the small square desks. We obliged and sat next to one another. No, Miss Black, could you please sit over here? She pointed to a desk on the other side of the room, which I had failed to notice before. I risked a quick glance at Harry and he was narrowing his eyes at her in suspicion. I nodded in answer and stood up, walking over and perched myself at the desk. She smiled in a somewhat cruel way. I began to take out my quill when Umbridge put a hand out to stop me. No, you will both be using one of my special quills. She said the word, special, as if it was part of a private joke and I was beginning to get anxious. She trotted over to her desk, opening a small compartment and pulling out 2 black feathered quills. She set the writing utensils on each of our tables, next to the plain piece of parchment that was already laying there. After walking to the small window, her attention was set on looking over the school grounds, which gave us time to exchange a few glances. What will we be writing, Professor? Harry asked. She didn't even turn to answer. Right, I must not tell lies, she said in a monotone voice. I cleared my throat quietly. How many times? I questioned and once again she never turned yet still replied. How about, as many times as it takes to sink in, Umbridge suggested and then she sighed in what I think was contentment. Hate her. Me and Harry looked at each other then began to write. I picked up her special quill and focused on my penmanship. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. All of a sudden my hand started to tingle and not in a nice way. I chose to ignore it and carried on. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. The skin was starting to itch now and I scratched at it without sparing it one glance. I must not tell lies. My hand was burning now and it felt like someone was cutting it with a sharp knife. It reminded me of when James had bitten me, but this hurt much less. I could hear Harry hissing in what I think was pain. What? I looked at him and indeed his jaw was clenched and his knuckles were turning white from the amount of pressure he was putting on them from tensing his hand into a fist. On closer inspection, I looked at the hand that was apparently the source of his pain and it was the same as mine, his left hand. I scanned the skin and saw red lines, almost as if it was bleeding. Harry looked up at me then and saw my worried expression. He followed my gaze and gasped when he saw his hand. Looking at my own, my eyes widened until I thought they would pop out of their sockets. On my pale skin there was writing sketched in, appearing from not lead or ink, but my blood. My blood. In my own handwriting were the words, that were getting more prominent by the minute, I must not tell lies. The clogs in my head were twisting and turning trying to place all of my jumbled thoughts into order. How did that get onto my hand? All I was doing was writing and, I gasped quietly as I looked at the quill. Well, at least I know what's so special about it. Wait a second, if she gave these to me and Harry that means she knew. This is her way of detention. Torture. I will murder her. My head shot up to stare with enraged eyes at Umbridge, who was humming peacefully to herself. My gaze switched to Harry and found him to be glaring at the toad as well. I am so going to rip her head off. No wait, I can't tell anyone about this, and that means no punishing Umbridge. Curses. I was so looking forward to that as well. Actually, if I was subtle enough, I could make her life a living hell here at Hogwarts. Ooh, this could be fun, and I could get Fred and George to help me. But that shall come later. Right now I need to pay attention. Glancing up, Umbridge was just about to address Harry, probably because of all his weird looks he was giving her. Is something the matter, dear? She asked in false concern. Harry peeked at me from the corner of his eye. I shook my head, silently telling him not to say anything. Umbridge followed his eye line but failed to notice my actions. No, Professor, he replied in a quiet voice. The toad smiled at him, showing off her horribly white teeth, and looked over to me. She indicated to my sheet of parchment that I had disregarded. Are you finished, Miss Black? I tried not to gag when she said my name and instead answered in a mocking tone. Yes, Professor. I gave Harry a look and stood up. He understood and told Umbridge that he too had learnt his lesson. He rose from his seat as well and came to stand beside me. Very well. Now I hope you will remember what not to do. I will see you in class. Run along now, children, she squeaked, and I glared murderously at her when she said the word children. Straightening up, I strode towards the door and exited her office silently, Harry following. I was walking quite quickly and I could see that Harry was having trouble to keep up, so I slowed my pace. Letting out a huge gust of breath, I lifted up my left hand and touched the scratched skin gently, yet I still winced from the tiny burn I left behind. Are you all right? Harry asked in true concern and worry. He gently took hold of my hand and caressed the markings softly. The contact felt wonderful and I couldn't help but let out an inaudible sigh of content. Though I was guessing he heard, as he then gazed at my face in small curiosity. His hand stilled on mine as he looked deep within my eyes and his breathing became a little ragged. I was suddenly reminded of last night and couldn't help but imagine what might have happened if Ron hadn't interrupted. I felt the heat of a light blush spread over my cheeks, reddening my cheekbones faintly. How could this happen? How did I end up falling in love with Lily and James Potter's son? Did he even feel the same way? Did I mean anything to him at all apart from being his partner in this whole prophecy thing? Without dropping my hand, he lifted his other and rested it hesitantly on the side of my face. He then ran his thumb over my skin, soothing the warmth my blush had created. My own breathing now faltered as I looked at the boy I loved. Harry opened his mouth, parting his lush lips. He couldn't finish his soft murmur as we both heard the sound of footsteps echoing through the halls. Looking towards the noise, I saw Ron and Hermione advancing towards us. Harry dropped his hand and just like before, I missed the contact. We took a step away from each other as our two friends just got to us. There you lot are. We were wandering around the castle for ages. So how did the detention go? Ron questioned. Harry and I looked at each other, once again quickly looking away when we caught each other's eyes. Oh great. The awkward silences are going to be back and even worse now. I stuttered unintelligibly. Ron glanced suspiciously between us, narrowing his eyes. Hermione, on the other hand, was smiling smugly at me. I gave her a questioning look. She shrugged and waved her hand. She was definitely going to be explaining that later, that was for sure. Right, well, Ron said, still reading both of our, no doubt, tomato faces. Better get to bed, it's getting quite late. I nodded and we all walked to the Gryffindor Tower. Once stating the password, the portrait swung open to reveal an empty room. After saying our good nights we separated, quickly dressing and getting into bed. This morning had been very uneventful except for the suspicious looks that Ron kept giving me and Harry. Although I had made a conscious effort to keep a certain distance between us, somehow we always ended up together. Sometimes I really think the world is against me. Lessons had been the same, although we never had uncomfortable silences like before, to which I was extremely thankful for. It was just coming up to dinner time now and the four of us were all walking to the Great Hall. Sitting in our normal seats, I saw Luna waving at me. I smiled brightly at her and waved back, making her smile grow. I had always felt rather bad for her because most students tended to avoid her. This was of course, the result of her strange ways, but I had never denied her my company. I saw her weird thoughts and ideas delightful and had always been slightly envious of her imaginative mind. Me and Luna were quite good friends, some even called us twins when we were together. Not because of looks, as out appearances were never alike, but as we tended to think as though on the same brain waves. I didn't know her background history that much, as she had never talked about her family or home before. All I knew was that her mother had died when she was younger and that her father was the editor-in-chief of a magazine business. He worked for the Quibbler, which contained various pieces of information, all of them being like Luna herself, strange or the term I preferred being different. The magazine's content made me believe that her father was just as loony yet lovely as her. Dinner went by as normal. The food was delicious, and on more than one occasion, both Hermione and I commented on Ron's never-ending hunger. He would just shrug and carry on eating, while we looked at him in disgust. I caught Harry's eye once and noticed him looking at me. He seemed about to say something when I felt a small tap on my shoulder. I turned around in my seat and saw young Colin Creevey standing behind me. We had all met Colin in our second year, as he was a victim of the basilisk that had been hiding in the pipes. Luckily he was only petrified, along with many others including Hermione, instead of killed. That camera of his had saved his life, which only added to his obsession with carrying it with him everywhere, taking millions of photos. It was quite annoying really, but you learn to get over it. Colin always seemed nervous, but he really is a sweet boy once you got to know him. I smiled up at him. "Hi, Colin, what's up?" I asked the shaking boy. He held out his arm, making me notice the rolled-up piece of parchment he held. "Pr. Professor Dumbledore told me to give you this," he stuttered, dropping the paper onto my lap. I put my hand gently on his arm and smiled at him again. "Thanks, Colin. I'll see you around." He gave me a jittery nod and practically ran away. I turned back to my friends, who were all watching me curiously. I gave them a small smile and held up the parchment. "I swear he's in love with you," I heard Ron mutter begrudged under his breath. Although it kind of came out in as a warning. Oh great, looks like Ron's becoming overprotective again. Poor Colin, he didn't even do anything. "He is not, Ronald," I voiced in a scolding tone. "He did something totally immature and stuck his tongue out at me." I giggled, which made him grin. I shook my head at his silliness and reached for the parchment. Unrolling it, I looked down at the note written in Dumbledore's elegant writing. Having read all of the script, I couldn't help but let out a squeal, making nearly the whole school turn to stare at me. I didn't even care, as I was so happy, and I looked up at Dumbledore to see him smiling kindly at me, though I could see the amusement on his ancient face. My friends were all looking at me as though I had grown to have 3 heads, like Fluffy. I smiled at them and then glared at everyone else in the room that was staring. I saw Draco looking at me questionably, and so I just shook my head at him, silently saying I would tell him later. He accepted my response and faced back to Pansy, who was trying with all her might to get his attention. Man, I feel so sorry for him. I shook the thought off as I looked back at my friends. Harry raised his dark eyebrows at me. "Why, in the name of Merlin, did you just squeal?" he demanded. I laughed quietly and pointed at the letter. They all looked confused, so I began to explain what it had said. Grinning, I said, "That letter right there is from Dumbledore." I paused. "We got that, thanks," Ron spoke, irritated. I smiled a wide, Cheshire cat smile. "He wants me to meet him after dinner, in his office." I stopped once again. Hermione gave off a sound that said she was beyond annoyed. "It is about something good or bad?" Harry asked, eyeing Hermione cautiously as if he were afraid she would blow up. I gave them all a cheeky smile and wriggled my eyebrows. Doing that reminded me of Emmett, which resulted in a silent sigh. Fortunately they didn't notice. "That is the question, isn't it?" I said vaguely. "Arg," Hermione screeched, throwing her hands up into the air. "Would you just tell us what was in the letter, for Merlin's sake?" Harry flinched away from her and Ron looked shocked at her outburst, but I on the other hand saw it coming. So, I sat stock still looking at her and smiled, amused. "Calm now, my own." She looked down in embarrassment and inclined her head as a Yes. I could see that she was taking deep breaths to withdraw her anger, so I put a hand on her shoulder in reassurance. She peeked at me and seeing my smile, she grinned. I took back my hand when she looked back up. Sorry, she muttered sheepishly, giggling at the boy's startled expressions, as was I. No problem. Anyhow, where was I? Oh, that's right, the letter. Well, you're all just going to have to wait and see, 'cause I ain't spilling. I smiled deviously at them. This time they all groaned and leaned back in their seats. I just kept grinning while jumping up and down on the inside. You know, sometimes I really hate you, Ron murmured. My smile didn't leave my face when I replied and voice didn't falter once. I know. I smirked more than grinned now, but you gotta love me anyways. He raised an eyebrow. Oh really? And why is that, may I ask, oh mighty Isabella? He smirked when I scowled at my full name, although I soon cheered up again as I answered him. Because, Ronald, I'm practically your sister, so you have to love me, otherwise Aunt Molly won't love you, I said in a sing-song voice and smiled in satisfaction. He just narrowed his eyes and muttered unintelligibly under his breath. I decided to ignore him and scanned the hall again. Everyone had gone back to their meals, as had the teachers. The only one still looking at me was Toad Lady, Umbridge, though I would call it more glaring than looking. I still hadn't forgotten mine and Harry's punishment and all her cruel ways and how I could torture her instead of vice versa. So, I played it cool, yet sarcastic as well, and gave her my best, just peachy, smile while widening my eyes innocently. Her pink lips twitched into a scowl, showing off her dreadfully white teeth. I simply turned back and gave her the cold shoulder, like I normally do to Ron when he bugs me too much, which is often. Sigh. Having twisted back round, I could see Harry leaning towards Dumbledore's note inconspicuously, or he was trying to be inconspicuous, so I snatched the letter up in my hand. He jerked back from my movement and smiled at me sheepishly. I gave him a too sweet to be anything but evil smile and began to roll up the letter. Once I was finished, I leaned across and whacked him on the head, giving off a loud smack when it contacted with his skin. Ow, he yelped as I sat back down. Ron chuckled under his breath, earning himself a scowl from Harry. He then glared at me while I just acted as if nothing had happened. Well, it didn't, apart from me hitting him, hard. Okay. Really hard, but still, he had it coming. Shaking the thoughts away, I picked at my food, moving it around rather than eating it. Dinner carried on that way, with everyone else enjoying their meals and me just sitting there, itching for the time to speed up. Hermione saw my actions and frowned at me disapprovingly. Bells, shouldn't you be eating some food? I thought you were hungry. I mean, you're always hungry. She chuckled. Hermione, I am not Ron. Hey, he protested, glaring at me. I ignored him as I looked at Hermione, who had been laughing through our little tiff. I am not always hungry, I continued as Ron huffed from being ignored. I'm just a bit excited, is all. Ron raised an eyebrow at me and smirked. I thought only guys could get excited, or is there something you're not telling us? I glared at him. Hermione snatched the rolled up letter from me and whacked him across the back of his big head. Ow, it was now Harry's turn to smirk. See, not so funny now, is it? Ron scowled at him while rubbing his head. We all settled back down again. Well, they did, I just kept bouncing in my seat. It was now Harry who looked at me. Do you need to pee, or are you just on crack again? I stopped my miniature jumps and slapped his arm. I was never on crack. Although, I said thoughtfully, I did, on one occasion, feel very lucky. I laughed to myself while the others looked at me with confused expressions. Oh yeah, I forgot. They didn't know that I had once experimented with that potion. It was called Felix Felicis, and if you drank it, you would become extremely lucky for however long. I was bored, so I made and drank it. That little vial helped me get out of detention and make a fool out of Snape. Ah, good times. No one knew that I had done it except the twins, and they swore never to tell a soul. Snapping out of my thought ramblings when I heard the bell that signaled the end of dinner, I turned to my still confused friends. Never mind, I shook my head, standing. So, I guess I should get to Dumbledore's office. Actually, I think you should come too, Harry. He nodded warily and walked by my side as I exited the hall. Glancing back briefly, I noted Professor Dumbledore's absence and smiled as I thought of what he was doing. Harry kept sneaking glances at me the whole way to our beloved, and bizarre, headmaster's office. I just looked straight ahead and grinned to myself. Reaching the 2 stone statues, I stated the password that Dumbledore had given me. The word, or words as it were, was always things he liked, preferably sweets. And this time was no different, chocolate frogs. The marble figures leapt apart, showing us the escalating staircase. Stepping onto a step, Harry and I traveled upwards until we came to a tall oak door. I walked forward and knocked. After hearing a faint, "Come in," I grinned at Harry, who was still afraid I might prank him or something, and opened the door. I skipped through the frame and Harry followed with caution. He closed the door, having not realized why we were here still, while I practically ran forth into a dark-haired man's inviting arms. I smiled up at him. "Daddy." "Hey, pumpkin," he grinned. "How's my little girl?" He looked me up and down while I laughed. "Not so little anymore, Dad," I reminded him. He gave me a goofy smile. "Yeah, I know that, but to me you will always be my little miracle. Now what would I do without my wonderful father? I don't think I would even live past today," I thought to myself. "Ah, thanks, Daddy," I said in a cute baby voice that I reserved only for my dad or joking around. Someone cleared their throat from behind us, causing Dad to look up and grin. "Harry, my man, have you grown?" he joked, acting all serious. I giggled to myself. He smiled down at me adoringly from hearing this. He let me go after patting me on the back gently. Stepping forth, he spread his arms wide and Harry went into them willingly. He really did miss his godfather, you could see it on his face. Pulling out of the embrace, Dad looked at us. "So, what have you troublemakers been up to today?" I twisted my arm around his, clinging onto him as though he might disappear. "Nothing, Dad, you're the troublemaker, not us," I said innocently, although all the danger we put ourselves through completely went against my statement. He knew this and so he smirked at me. "Sir, I'll believe that. You know, I am 100% willing to bet that you two along with Ron and possibly Hermione shall become the new generation of marauders. And I am so dang proud to say that, too." I smiled at him, reaching up to kiss him on the cheek. "Love you, Dad," I whispered in his ear. His face showed all of his love as he bent down to kiss the top of my head. "I love you too, sweetheart," he replied softly. Yet again, someone cleared their throat, except this time it was Dumbledore, who I had completely forgot was even there. "I am dearly sorry to interrupt this heartfelt moment," he said, a smile gracing his crinkled face. "But there are important matters at hand that I wish to discuss." I nodded, grabbing Harry's arm as well and pulling him and Dad over to the few chairs laid out. Dumbledore stretched a little and sat down himself. His eyes twinkled when they landed on my hand that was still placed on Harry's arm. Just remembering that I hadn't let go, I quickly took my hand off, blushing slightly. I don't think Harry noticed my little display, thank Merlin for that. Harry then cleared his throat and shifted in his seat. "Sir, you said there were matters to talk about," he trailed off. Professor Dumbledore straightened up a smidge. "Ah yes, Harry, thank you for reminding me. Well, as you all know, the Dark Lord is rapidly regaining strength." He sighed. "I worry that this grand school may not withdraw if he or any Death Eaters were to attack. Now, I know that you both are prepared," he said, gesturing to me and Harry with his wrinkled hands. "But I feel that the rest of the students may become anxious if one were to hear of the Dark Lord's return and spreading this piece of news." I exchanged a worried glance with Harry, looking at Dad when he squeezed my hand comfortingly. I smiled at my father, snuggling into his side. Gazing back over to Dumbledore, I noticed the slight cloudy look in his eyes, as if he were recalling something. As soon as I noted the mist-covered eyes, they had returned to reality. I could have sworn that he was avoiding my eye line, but it might have been my mind playing tricks on me. He continued as if he never paused. "So, for the peace of Hogwarts, many pupils, I have resorted to some protection. Contacting our dear friend Remus Lupin, I have required his service in the location of my chosen protectors. He will deliver them here and they shall become a part of the school's occupants. I am not sure when they will arrive, It might be in a few weeks, days or even mere minutes. It is up to fate. Well, that was all. Miss Black, Mr. Potter, I suggest you say your goodbyes to Mr. Black here, as it is time for his leaving. I looked at Dad. He had a glum expression scorched across his handsome face. You're going already? I asked quietly, my lip quivering faintly. He smiled sadly at me, nodding his head. We all stood up and to bid him a farewell, before he would apparate to 12 Grimald Place. Harry stepped forth and embraced his godfather. It was great to see you again, Sirius, I heard him mutter. Dad nodded his head as Harry let go of him. You as well, Harry, he responded. He looked towards me, opening his arms wide once again, allowing me to run into them. He rubbed my back soothingly, kissing my hair. Don't worry, I'll see you soon, he whispered. I looked at him in confusion. I thought with my being at school, he wouldn't visit. He just smiled at me, pecking my forehead once more. Walking a few feet from me, Harry and Dumbledore, who had taken to merely watching us part. Dad grinned a final time and turned on the spot, disappearing in a blink. A few tears had collected themselves in my eyes, but I shook them away and plastered a big smile on my face, which thankfully was only a tiny bit faked. Turning around to look at Harry, I spoke to him. I guess we better be going. Ah, yes, Professor Dumbledore intercepted. Quite right, run along and don't be late for bed. He winked at me. I gave him an innocent expression while responding with an, I am never late for anything, sir, and a cheeky smile. I then proceeded to grab Harry's arm, pulling him along behind me as I made my way out of the room. Bye, Professor, I called back. I heard him chuckle as the door closed shut. Skipping down the stairs, I hummed a song to myself. Harry looked at me, amused. You seem cheery. I simply grinned back and walked ahead. Harry had to practically run to catch up with me. Hey, get back here. He reached me and snatched my hand into his, making my steps falter. Bouncing back, I collided with his wiry chest, sending us both toppling to the floor. I landed straight on top of Harry, him not having let of my hand yet. He made no significance of the harsh fall or the cold marble ground, instead he just gazed up at me, grinning. I couldn't help but laugh at the mischievous gleam in his eyes, and pretty soon, he joined in. Once we had calmed down, we just laid there, gazing into each other's eyes. I felt his strong arms slide around my waist, gripping me to him. In turn my arms slipped around his neck, and then we were both leaning in, slowly. Oh my Merlin, this is it, we are going to kiss. Our mouths were about to come into contact, when I heard a loud, angry voice shout. What are you doing? My head snapped up to the speaker. Who I saw caused me to jump straight to my feet, pulling a stunned Harry along with me. We both stood there, awkwardly shifting from foot to foot, keeping our gazes glued to the floor. Well, my ever so dear cousin, Draco, asked aggressively. Harry and I glanced at each other, before I pulled up the courage to face the raging Slytherin. What does it matter to you? He scoffed and stared at me straight in the eyes. His gaze seemed to soften slightly. You're my family, Bella. I only want what's best for you. He spoke to me directly, as if Harry wasn't even there. I kept my facial expression the same. I know that, Draco. But really, if to say, I started to date Harry, then don't you think that it would be best for me? His face showed revolution, whereas Harry turned a lovely shade of pink. No, it would not, Draco spat. Just associating with Potter is like a death sentence. Look at everyone who's died. It's all because of him. He jerked his head towards Harry. Not to mention that, you and him, would be absolutely disgusting. Harry had now turned the color of a tomato, but this time, it was because of anger. Well, maybe it would be to you, he replied harshly. But personally, that sounds like one of the most appealing ideas that I've ever heard. Draco simply scoffed, turning away as if dismissing the thought. But me on the other hand, my eyes literally bugged out of my head. I twisted round to look at him, disbelievingly. It does. Harry's confidence must have doubled tenfold and stayed there, because he merely nodded once. And then, looking right into my deep brown eyes, he moved in closer. Before I could even blink, he was right there in front of me, his lips connected to mine. The kiss felt so good, And for once, I let myself get lost into the blissfulness of Harry. I let myself forget all about Draco, who was now probably fuming beside us. I let myself forget about McGonagall, who I had seen walking down the corridor just before Harry was in front of me. I let my brain go dead and gave into the earth-shattering kiss, my mouth responding to his instantly. This is what I wanted. I wanted to be with Harry. I wanted to love him completely with all of my heart. And at that moment, the hole that was still left in my chest seemed to fill up. Every nook and cranny of the gap was instead now all completed with Harry. He even took over the rest of me so that I was practically soaking in his richness. This is what my future had in store for me, and I wasn't scared at all. In fact, I was excited about it. And then, my heart went into overdrive as Harry deepened the kiss. His hands were clutching to my waist as mine were in his hair, doing the exact same thing. We were pulling each other as near as possible, although it seemed impossible to do so. Yet we kept crushing ourselves together because we needed each other. It was like we were soul mates, emerging at the heart. And hopefully, we would always be together. There were fireworks going off in my head, I was sure of it. Either that or I was just becoming a hopeless romantic and really cliché, oh well. And then, just like that, the kiss was over and Harry was staring deeply into my eyes. There was a certain gleam in his that I couldn't quite figure out, it sort of lit up his beautiful face even more. Whatever it was, I loved it and kissed him again. Though this one was just a sweet, gentle kiss and didn't last as long. One of the reasons for this being that my head had started to work again, and I had just realized that we had been snogging in front of my cousin and our head of house. Great. I tried to pull away from Harry, though it was quite hard work, but he just wound an arm around my waist, gluing me to him. Not that I was complaining. Then he simply looked into my eyes again, with a bit of a stern edge. I knew with that glance he was telling me that he would never let me go. Not just now, but ever. And I didn't mind at all. I shook my head slightly, coming out of my thoughts. Then I turned to face a once again raging Slytherin and a shocked Transfigurations professor. Harry and I just stood there, quite calmly actually, although I felt nervous right down to my core at what they both would say. McGonagall opened her mouth to speak and I clutched Harry closer to me. He tightened his grip in response. I have never, the gobsmacked teacher began. She shook her head violently and then looked at the two of us sharply. What in the name of Merlin do you think you were doing? Draco's face, although still angry, acquired a smug look. That is precisely what, he started to say, only to be cut off by McGonagall putting her hand up. Not now, Mr. Malfoy, she said. She turned her burning gaze back to us. You two know the rules, no public display of affection. I will not tolerate any of the kind. Now, she puffed out, her voice changing into a more motherly tone, as it is only the start of term, I will not punish you, but be warned. I can always take away house points if I feel the need to. Now, it is getting late, so back to your dorms, all of you. With that said, she turned on her heel and stalked off down the corridor, presumably to her office. Once she had left, Draco turned back to us, glaring at Harry. You, he spat, you better watch it, Potter. Isabella may not hate you, but I certainly do. And I have friends in very high places, so don't even think about hurting her. After staring at Harry with hate-filled eyes for a few more moments, Draco gave me a stern glance and then he, too, stalked away. After making sure he was gone, I twisted round in Harry's arms so that I was facing him. So, Mr. Potter, I said casually, you like me, huh? I watched in delight as Harry turned a delicate shade of pink. I leant forward and kissed him on the cheek. Don't worry, I whispered playfully, I think I like you too. He looked down at me, and suddenly, I knew what that gleam had been. Love. He loved me, and I loved him. Wow, I am getting so sappy. Well, I guess that's what happens when you find your other half. Being in such a happy mood, I kissed Harry on the lips once again, this time slow and sweet. Pulling away, I let go of my hold over Harry and grabbed his hand. Come on, we better be getting back to our dorms, I suggested, already dragging him along. Once inside the Gryffindor common room, I left Harry to go upstairs and change. I waved hello to Ron and Hermione on my way, and then shot up the stairwell. Going through my trunk, I picked some comfortable jeans, a black tank top, and a warm, red jumper. When I was changed, I walked back down to where Hermione, Ron and Harry were talking on the couch. As I was behind them, they didn't see me, so I decided to listen in. "Harry, you've got to report this," Hermione was saying. "It's perfectly simple, you're being—" "No," Harry interrupted, "it's not. Hermione, whatever this is, it's not simply. You don't understand." He started to pack up his books that had been on the table. Ron and Hermione watched him silently, but I could see the concern in their eyes from here. "Then help us too," said Hermione. Without answering, Harry got up and walked in the other direction to where I was standing. After debating whether or not to go after him, I decided to just let him cool off. I went and sat down in the spot he had just vacated, Hermione and Ron looking up at my arrival. Once I had sat down, I noticed that Hermione's gaze was on my left hand. Pushing the sleeve up more, I held out my arm. "I really want to murder her," I commented. Ron gulped, while Hermione gently took hold of my hand. She examined it for a minute before looking up at me. "Bella, you have to tell a teacher, preferably Dumbledore or McGonagall." "Harry isn't going to, but you have to." She was more or less pleading with me, but I yanked my arm away from her grasp. "No, Hermione, I can't. If Harry doesn't want anyone to find out, then I am not going to run and tell everybody." She looked down, but I could see the tears in her eyes. I made my tone gentler and put an arm around her shoulders. "Don't worry, my own, it's fine. We're fine. When Umbridge goes seriously over the top, then I will tell someone. And I will cast her into next week." Hermione smiled a little and leaned into my arm. I squeezed and held her for a few minutes and then let go. "Right," I said, "I'm tired, so I'm going to bed." "You coming?" I asked her. She nodded and we both stood up. After saying goodnight to Ron, we left him to his own dwellings and went upstairs. Instead of going straight to sleep, we stayed up for a while, just talking like we used to. And when my head eventually hit the pillow, my eyes were tired and I felt so much better. When I opened my eyes this morning, I felt so freshened that I just couldn't help but be happy. I had woken before the other girls, even Hermione, which is an achievement in itself, so I dressed giddily and went downstairs to eat breakfast. It was a Saturday, and just like I had expected, no one else was in the Great Hall. Only Hagrid sat at the professor's table. He waved brightly when I walked in and I returned the gesture with a huge smile. Then I simply sat down at the Gryffindor table and put whatever I saw onto my plate. Once I had eaten, I felt a large hand pat my shoulder gently. I twisted around to face the half-giant himself and he invited me into his hut for tea. I felt glad that I had just eaten, otherwise he would have offered me some of his homemade rock cakes, which were exactly that, so it was quite an appropriate name. Of course, I accepted and we began making our way down to his little patchwork hut that he called home. It was a good day outside, for the beginning of winter, anyway. The air was cool and blew my hair tenderly away from my shoulders, tickling my nose with its chilliness. The grass was damp, yet crunched under our feet as we walked down the little path. Hagrid opened his hut's door and led me inside. We sat down and chatted for about an hour. I happened to glance out of the square window and catch sight of a speck of white coming towards us. I watched with mounting curiosity as it got larger and large, until the object came to rest just outside the glass. Skylar, my beautiful owl, was carrying a small note attached to her leg. I grinned at her and unlatched the window, letting her in. "Hello, Skylar," Hagrid greeted when he caught sight of her. "Haven't seen her in a while. Must be gettin' lonely up in that owl sanctuary." She gave a cute little squawk and stuck her leg out to me. I obligingly untied the note and unfolded it to be met with Hermione's tidy penmanship. "Bella, have you seen Harry? Is he with you? Ron and I wanted to apologize about yesterday, but I can't seem to find him. And where are you, as well? I would have gone out looking for you, but I have been stuck in the library studying. I only just had time to get Skylar to send you this message. Love, Hermione X. P.S. You really should be studying too, you know." I laughed. "Studying? Yeah right, It was a Saturday morning. Why would I start studying yet? Honestly, I think she's going bonkers. My smile turned into a frown when I remembered the reason for her note. So, Harry wasn't with Ron. That was odd. Normally they'd be playing chess, or Quidditch, or even sleeping, anything to pass the day. I looked over to Hagrid, who had settled on stroking Skylar's back feathers with his rough hands. Hagrid, could I borrow some parchment and a quill, please? I asked politely. He nodded and went to retrieve some. I got to writing straight away. Hermione. No, Harry isn't with me, I'm at Hagrid's hut by the way. Just popping in for tea. I haven't seen Harry all day actually. I stopped writing abruptly as I saw a figure walking casually down the little path. I squinted my eyes just enough to see a head of messy black hair and round glasses. Harry. I looked on silently as he wandered into the Forbidden Forest, though this was really unsurprising, as he liked to think things through in there, or just get away from everything. I quickly went back to my note and rushed the rest. No, wait, I've just spotted him. I'll go down and have a chat with him. See you later on. Love, Bella XX. P.S. You really shouldn't study so much, it's not healthy. After hurriedly attaching the note to Skylar's leg and telling Hagrid about my plans, I speedily walked into the forest. I looked around for a few minutes before I rushed off in the direction that I could hear Harry's footsteps take. It was in only a few short minutes that I could detect voices. Have mysteriously disappeared, one voice was saying. It was very airy and dreamy, a voice that I would know anywhere. Luna Lovegood. I hadn't seen her in a while, I really should start talking to her more. It was always a fascinating conversation when I did. She continued, I suspect Nargles are behind it. I could see her know, along with, surprise, Harry. They were accompanied by a group of Thestrals, like my Patronus, form. I never really had gotten around to explaining what it was to Harry. Although, he had never asked, and I don't think he ever really got a good look at it. Just a blurry outline probably. I quietly stepped into the little, treeless area. I could tell by the twitch of Luna's neck that she knew I was here, and I could also tell that Harry did not. What are they? He asked as he watched some walk toward me, though he obviously didn't know that was where they were going. They're called Thestrals, I answered, startling him, as I walked forward. He looked on as one of the baby Thestrals rubbed his skeleton head against my leg, my response being to stroke behind where his ears should be, if they had skin, that is. I smiled at Harry when I came to stand next to him, taking his hand in mine. They're quite gentle really, Luna carried on from where I stopped, but people avoid because, they're a bit. The three of us looked at a Thestral that was obviously the youngest. Different, Harry softly interrupted. Both Luna and I nodded vaguely, still watching them all. Luna stepped forward and began towards them. Harry followed, tugging me along by our hands. But why can't the others see them? He questioned quietly. I grimaced, but as he wasn't looking at me, he didn't see. Luna glanced over to him with her big wondering blue eyes. They can only be seen by people who have seen death, she replied lightly, as if it were a common subject. Harry looked over to her with a mixture of surprise, curiosity and hesitation on his face. I knew what was coming next. So, he began slowly, you've known someone who's died. Luna gazed at me from where I was on Harry's other side. I could see the slight sadness in her eyes. Only someone who knew her well, who was a friend to her, would be able to see it. I graciously answered for her, her mum. He looked over to me as if just realizing I was there. Well thanks Harry, you're the best too. Note the sarcasm. Luna nodded in agreement to my answer. She was quite an extraordinary witch, but, she did like to experiment. And one day, one of her spells went badly wrong. I gave her a kind smile and she added on, I was 9. I'm sorry, murmured Harry. While we had been talking, we had managed to make our way over to the youngest Thestral. He was right in front of us. Yes, Luna said, it was rather hard. I do feel very sad about it, sometimes. But I've got Dad. She began searching through her small, knitted bag, talking as she did so. We both believe you by the way, she commented to both of us as she picked out a juicy, red apple, looking at the baby Thestral. My eyebrows furrowed. What did she mean? She looked up at us and we both gave her a questioning look. That he who must not be named is back, and you both fought him, and the ministry and the prophet are conspiring against you two and Dumbledore. Man, that was a lot in one sentence. I hoped she didn't faint from lack of oxygen. Mr. Lovegood would kill me. Well, maybe not quite. Thanks, Harry muttered. I nodded to show my gratitude, though I was still worrying about her air supply. Seems you're about the only ones who do. I don't think that's true. Luna shook her head. She rolled the apple out of her hand so that it went towards the baby Thestral. I kind of zoned out at that point, instead, watching in fascination as the little creature sniffed at it and then rolled it away as if it were poison. I didn't listen as Luna spoke with Harry. I only came out of my bubble when Luna chucked a piece of raw meat towards the baby. This time, his reaction was rather different. He sniffed it once and then practically attacked it. Wait, where in Merlin's beard did Luna get that meat? Why does she carry all this stuff? I swear I have the strangest friends. I really didn't know how it happened, but somehow, I was left wandering along the Black Lake while Harry was somewhere inside the castle. I was not even sure where Luna had gone. As you can see, it was all rather confusing. I glanced toward the forest and almost did a double take. I could have sworn that I saw something. I didn't know what it was, but it was definitely there. Or maybe I was going mad. These things tend to happen if you're someone like me. But really, I never thought it would be me that it happened to. Oh bugger, I really could do with a hug. Where was Hermione or Ginny when you needed them? Slumping my shoulders quite dramatically, I headed inside. There was a commotion going on and some of the students had stopped outside the Great Hall. Joining the crowd, I saw that Toad, Umbridge, arguing with Professor McGonagall on the steps. I spotted Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny and the twins near the front of the viewers but didn't bother calling out to them. It would be pointless anyway amongst this chaos. You're questioning my own authority in my own classroom, Minerva, Umbridge was saying in a snotty voice, as she walked up onto a higher step. Not at all, Dolores, my head of house shot back, climbing onto an even higher step. Wow, I never thought I'd say this but, go, McGonagall. Merely your medieval methods, she continued. Did they even notice all the students watching them fight? Toad Lady huffed. I am sorry, dear, but to question my practices is to question the ministry. And by extension, the minister himself. She said it as if it was a scandal, like such a thing was so disrespectful and preposterous that it could not occur. She carried on with her little rant, I am a tolerant woman. Yeah, right, but the one thing I will not stand for, is disloyalty. I might have gasped like they do on American television. Oh no, she didn't. McGonagall was so shocked that she backed down the steps she had taken, making Umbridge taller again, even though she was a midget. Disloyalty? She asked, breathless. The Wicked Witch of the West pursed her lips in a straight line, ascending onto yet again another step. She looked over to the crowd of students and spoke to both us and McGonagall. So she does know we're here. Good to know we're not completely invisible. Things at Hogwarts, announced Umbridge, are far worse than I feared. Cornelius will want to take immediate action. Oh great, the fudge ball was going to get involved. When that Toad said stuff would be changing, she really meant it. She had Filch hang up these announcement things that were in glass cases. The first being, Dolores Jane Umbridge has been appointed to the post of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Load of hobsquabble, if I do say so myself. And now, Fudge has been sprouting a load of rubbish that Dumbledore wasn't up to running Hogwarts anymore. These ministry people are getting on my last nerve. Umbridge has even started to appear in our classes, criticizing the teachers, especially Trelawney and Hagrid. And now, I was sitting in the Great Hall for breakfast, along with Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny. Actually, the last of the four had been acting really strange lately, always shunning me and sending glares my way. I had a feeling that it was because Harry and I were dating. But I couldn't exactly do anything about it. I loved him and he loved me. Plus, I was of the opinion that Ginny's feelings for him were just products of a crush, so I could hopefully talk to her later about it all. Good morning, students, Dumbledore exclaimed. Everyone's heads shot round to him. Normally he didn't announce anything at breakfast unless it was important. Before we all start our meals and fill our tummies to the brim, I have the delight in telling you that we have some new staff members and students arriving today. I frowned. That didn't happen very often. I wondered why they were come here so late. I looked at Dumbledore and could have sworn he met my gaze, but he looked away too quickly for me to tell. Behind him, Umbridge was fuming. Interesting. I would like you all to welcome the Cullens. What? The huge doors opened and in walked 7 beautiful, very familiar, vampires. They all looked exactly the same, though each seemed quite depressed, like they didn't want to be here and were in mourning for someone. It couldn't be me, could it? Nah. In the front, I could see little Alice and beside her was Jasper. Behind them were Emmett and Rosalie. Esme and Carlisle were right at the back. And in front of them was the one who left me in that horrid forest. Edward. Subconsciously, my hand found Harry's and I squeezed his rather tightly. I heard his sharp inhale, but couldn't focus. I was staring at Dumbledore, who held a slight pitying expression, peeking at me from time to time. He knew. I glanced back at the Cullens and saw that they had made it to the teacher's table. Dumbledore, traitor, shook hands with Carlisle and Esme, before waving an arm towards where all of the professors sat. It was then that I noticed 2 more chairs. Drive Cullen will be assisting Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, no shocker there, and Professor Cullen shall be helping Professor Burbage in Muggle studies. Everyone clapped, though most were in a daze from my former family's beauty. And now, we have their adoptive children who must be sorted. They will all be entering their 5th year. Dumbledore had been planning this. I know what he's doing. He hired them to protect Harry and me. McGonagall stepped forth with the sorting hat and stool. She then got out the scroll that held their names. Clearing her throat, she began. Cullen, Alice. The hat took a moment to decide before shouting out, Gryffindor. No, Cullen, Edward. My hand squeezed Harry's again. Once again the hat thought for a moment and then bellowed, Ravenclaw. I almost cried in relief. Cullen, Emmett. Another moment and then, Gryffindor. That hat was going to burn. Hail, Jasper. That stupid moment and then, Ravenclaw. At least there was only Rose left. Hail, Rosalie. The last moment and then, Hufflepuff. I let out the breath I had been holding. Okay, so it wasn't too bad. I only had Alice and Emmett to worry about. All of the Cullens had sat down now and everyone was waiting for Dumbledore to announce breakfast. I hope you all treat the Cullens pleasantly, and I know you all are extremely hungry, but I have one last thing to add. I was trying to avoid looking at any of the Cullens, but Jasper managed to catch my eye. I hurriedly glanced away and stared at Dumbledore, my grip on Harry's hand never slipping. I would like to see Miss Black after dinner, please. That's all. Now, breakfast is served. But not everybody had begun eating. There were 11 pairs of eyes glued to my figure, 4 of which being Harry, Ginny, Hermione and Ron. And the rest, well, whether they recognized me or not, the last 7 were the Cullens. This was gonna be a long year. Bells, you okay? You look a little pale, I heard Hermione's concerned voice as she peered at me from across the table. Ron snickered. She's always pale, my own. This is Bella we're talking about. Hermione was about to scold him, but I spoke up before an argument started. I'm fine, really. She didn't look convinced but thankfully decided not to say anything else. I could see Harry frowning at me, a worried expression playing across his gorgeous face. I gave him a small smile, pecking his cheek. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. What was that? He demanded, sending Harry a stern look. I was about to reply with a sarcastic comment, before realizing that Harry and I hadn't told anyone we were dating. I mean, Draco sort of knew, and I think Luna clocked it when I held his hand, but my 2 best friends were clueless. By the look of his face, Harry had figured this out as well. We both knew Ron wasn't going to take it very well. Hermione would be ecstatic, of that I was sure, but Ron was too overprotective of me for his and my own good. I suddenly had a dash of fear for Harry's life. Well, you see, I tried to explain, but didn't know how to finish my sentence, so I just sat there glancing uncomfortably at anything other than Ron. Well, he snapped. Oh no, he's getting mad already and he doesn't even know yet. Ronald, interrupted Hermione in an exasperated tone, isn't it obvious that they're dating? My eyes widened as Ron started to choke on air. Harry was beginning to get anxious, fidgeting in his seat like a 5-year-old. When I glanced back to Ron, I understood why. He was glaring with such a burning hatred in his eyes that I almost cringed away. Almost. Being me meant that I was not a little wimp. My chosen house was proof of that. Mate, Harry grinned nervously as Ron slowly rose up from his seat. You, he spat, pointing his finger accusingly at my boyfriend. Ron, calm down, I strictly commanded, standing as well. He switched his gaze to me, disbelief now mingling with his fury. Isabella Marie Black, tell me you are not dating him. He nearly yelled, jerking his chin towards Harry with the last word. My eyes flashed with anger and defiance when he said my full name. Almost everyone was staring at us, either eager for a fight, more than slightly confused, or extremely worried. Well, Ronald Bilious Weasley, I shot back venomously, that's really none of your business, is it? None of my business, he repeated, outraged. Yes, I smirked, absolutely zero. Listen, young lady, he retorted, sounding an awful lot like Uncle Arthur and Aunt Molly, you are not older enough to have a boyfriend, I forbid you. You forbid me, I asked incredulously. I could feel my hair changing from black to a raging red, representing my emotions. Ron simply nodded firmly. You have no say over anything I do, so you can just shut your. Now, Miss Black, I heard Dumbledore say, as a hand settled on my shoulder. I looked up at him, a fire still scorching in my eyes. Calm yourself, if you please. You know yourself, just how thin the line is between love and hate, as well as how strong a family can care for one another. I stiffly nodded, shooting Ron one final warning glare, before sitting back down. Harry took my hand, sending me a loving smile, trying to put my anger at ease. I only relaxed a little, still quite worked up. I peeked around the room, where many eyes met mine before darting away quickly. Only 7 met my stare, the Cullens. Their expressions were rather strange actually, not really what I was expecting. Alice was grinning like she had just bought every piece of clothing in the USA and UK. Emmett was staring at me with awe written across his granite face. Esme and Carlisle both had their brows creased with worry. Jasper was looking at me with his head tilted in deep thought. Rosalie had a smile that could challenge the Cheshire Cat with admiration and pride in her eyes. And Edward was staring unblinkingly at me with a mixture of emotions, the main one being disbelief for some reason. I hurriedly looked away from them all when I felt Harry squeeze my hand. Harry, my wonderful, amazing boyfriend, the person I had known since a baby. He was my light on dark days, someone I could always trust. And so as to not betray him, I was going to try to keep away from the Cullens. Hopefully, they will never find out I'm the girl they used to know. We had history of magic first, which was always utterly boring. Once we had all sat down, with Hermione beside while Ron and Harry were behind us, they had worked things out between them, though I don't know when considering the fight was only half an hour ago. Professor Binns whooshed through the chalkboard like usual. After 15 minutes of his droning voice, I leaned my chin on my hand. My eyes were starting to droop when Hermione bashed rather hard me in the arm with her book. My eyes shot open as I clutched the now bruised area, glaring at Hermione the whole time. That hurt, Hermione. My God, you are so violent. I hissed at her. She only shrugged. I heard a few sniggers, and turned to see Harry and Ron with grins on their faces. I made a face at them before noticing that they weren't the only ones who had been watching me. Alice and Emmett sat at the back of the classroom, both smothering their laughter. I had forgotten that they were in this class too. Thankfully, we shared this with Slytherin, meaning none of the other Cullens were here. I almost glared at them for heckling me but stopped myself when a faint reminder of avoiding them floated into my mind. I sat back in my original position, ignoring the 2 vampires and fighting sleep for the rest of the lesson. Soon enough we were walking to potions for our double lesson. Yet again, we shared this class with Slytherin. Though I hated nearly all of them, they did save me from having to avoid another person from my old family. The lesson had gone by relatively fast surprisingly enough, but this was probably the one day I didn't want it to. I was absolutely dreading divination, though I wasn't sure why. I'd been having a funny feeling in the pit of my stomach ever since Fred called Trelawney a troll. Unfortunately, once we had arrived outside the entrance to divination, I realized that we shared this class with Ravenclaw. Great, now I have to be on guard for Alice, Emmett, Jasper and Edward. Woo-woo. Note: sarcasm. Not long after everyone had gathered underneath the trapdoor, the bug-eyed professor called us in. We all scampered into his classroom, seating ourselves around the small tables. Ron, Harry, Hermione and I all sat at the back, and in the corner of my eye, I saw the four Cullens sitting a table away from us. Our class was interrupted by Umbridge, who was yet again quizzing Professor Trelawney with millions of questions. All the students watched as the toad requested for our teacher to predict something. Trelawney's mouth flapped open and shut like a fish as she stuttered out, I'm sorry." Umbridge repeated her question, to which Trelawney replied in a scandalized tone, "The inner eye does not see upon command." Pink Powerpuff frowned in fake disappointment and said, "Pity," before scratching something down on her clipboard and turning around. I looked back to see my divination professor glancing around helplessly before she called to the Dada teacher. Wait, why yes, I do see something, yes. Something dark. You," she pointed a shaky finger at Umbridge, "are in grave danger." Lovely. The toad smirked and then left. Trelawney was looking quite flustered and worried. I felt quite bad. That thing is in grave danger indeed. I might not harm her physically, but there will definitely be some pranking going on. I will make sure of it. Later that day, I was sitting innocently in defense against the dark arts. We had this class with Slytherin, meaning only Alice and Emmett were here. Though right now I didn't care, I was waiting for Umbridge to arrive. And then, like clockwork, she stormed into the room, smoke practically flowing from her ears, carrying a china plate. She made her way to the front of the room, before looking at us all sharply. "Who did this?" she yelled, holding up the plate. It was one of the cat portraits from her office, the same hissing creatures inside, but it was rather different now. There was what looked like permanent marker scribbled all over it. Of course, this could be taken off with magic. Except for the fact that whoever put it on there in the first place had placed a certain charm on it so that magic couldn't reverse the pen. And obviously, only the person responsible would know this. And how would I know this, do you ask? Well, simply because it was me. I know, I'm fabulous. No one in the class laughed, though I didn't expect them to. No one even moved. Well, that is, until I raised my hand. The toad's eyes zoomed in on me and she stomped her way towards my desk, leaning dangerously close to me. She yanked me up from my seat by my collar, staring me in the eye. "Detention, Miss Black," she sneered, a smug smirk on her face when she glanced down at my left hand, which was still a little sore. But I didn't even flinch, only smiled and said in a cheery voice, "My pleasure." I was walking with Harry in the corridor, when I saw loads of students going into the courtyard. Harry immediately took off towards Cho Chang, something I was less than pleased with, and asked her what was going on. I heard her say, "It's Professor Trelawney." Then she and Harry continued with the other students to where the commotion was happening. I stood still for a minute, letting other students past me, as I watched them both leave. I'd been feeling rather worried lately. It seemed as though my relationship with Harry was slipping like sand through my fingers and I didn't know what to do about it. What did not help in the slightest was that whenever Cho was around, Harry would blush red. I hadn't had that effect on him in a while. Not to mention that Ginny was still acting coldly towards me and I hadn't been able to speak with her yet. I then mentally scolded myself. I wasn't going to lose Harry. We loved each other, and not even Edward will come between us. Edward. I still hadn't told Harry, or even Ron and Hermione, what had happened in Forks. I had been meaning to but never seemed to get around to it. Before I could think any more, someone shoved me rather hard, probably a Slytherin. I made my way out to where Professor Trelawney was sobbing on McGonagall's shoulder while Umbridge stood glaring at the latter. Though I hadn't heard the first part of the conversation, I quickly understood that the toad had sacked Trelawney. She was now trying to banish her from Hogwarts grounds, but Dumbledore then arrived on the scene. The headmaster and Dada professor both fought until it was decided that Trelawney would be staying here while unemployed. This left the Toad glaring but somewhat satisfied. I saw Harry trying to talk to Dumbledore, but the older wizard was already out of sight. I turned around to go back inside but stopped abruptly, having almost crashed into both Fred and George. I looked up to see them grinning. "Heard about your little prank earlier," started Fred. "And that you got detention," continued George. "Brilliant idea, little sis. Obviously taking after us. We're proud of you," then both finished in sync. I grinned as well, jokingly bowing to them. "Why thank you, kind sirs." They wrapped me in a hug that sandwiched me in the middle before letting go. "Well, we best be off," George said. "Pranks to plan," carried on Fred. "Products to make, but we'll see you later," they said together and then waved goodbye to me. I smiled, shaking my head. Same old twins. I turned to go inside for the second time, but stopped for a second when I saw the Cullen children standing by the archways. They were all whispering and staring at me. When they saw me looking, they all stepped forward, but I was faster. Hurrying into the castle, I took off, practically sprinting. I really wasn't in the mood to talk to them. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe. The next day, I found myself in the common room listening to Hermione rant and rave about the Toad. I was sitting next to Harry, his arm wrapped around my waist, with my head on his shoulder. My eyes were drooping, the result of sleep deprivation, and Harry stroking my arm softly wasn't helping me stay awake. I shivered as a draft ran through the room. It was evening, and everyone else was either upstairs asleep or wandering the corridors, as we Gryffindors seemed to do that a lot. Sighing, I got up, sending an apologetic look to Hermione, who nodded, before sprinting up the stairwell and into the dormitories. I had intended to simply grab my thick jumper and leave again, but my plans were put on hold as I noticed Alice in the room. Now, lately I had loved the dorm arrangements. Dumbledore had allowed Ginny to sleep in our room for better protection, and had put Lavender and Pavarti in another room. Now that Alice was sharing the dorm as well, it didn't seem so great. She was just sitting on her bed, completely useless to her, staring into space, but once I entered, her head shot up to look at me. I gave her a small, hesitant smile before rummaging through my trunk. I didn't hear her move, but when I turned around again, she was right behind me. The grin was nearly coming off of her face, it was so large. I frowned in question. She didn't say anything, so I started to leave, only to stand stock still when she asked, "Bella, do you like swans?" I glanced at her sly look and immediately my eyes hardened. She knew it was me. But I wasn't ready for this now. Not yet. And so, I only shrugged and walked quickly out the door, stumbling down the steps loudly. I came into the common room to see that Harry and Ron were staring at Hermione, who had a determined face. I tripped on the last step, letting out an "ow" when I stubbed my toe, and they all turned around in synchronization. What the hell happened? I furrowed my brow in confusion. What did I miss? Asterisk. They all informed me of what had happened while I was upstairs, which was a lot. How long was I up there? And I was sad to learn that I'd missed a chance to speak with my father. I missed him. Once Hermione had finished explaining to me about her defense against the Dark Arts Club thing, she suddenly slapped her forehead. "Bella, you should help Harry run it," was her newest, brilliant idea. That was why I was currently treading through the snow on the way to the Hog's Head, clutching Harry's cold hand. "I'm a nutter, remember," he was exclaiming. "Look on the bright side," Ron, encouragingly, said. "You can't be any worse than old Toad Face." Obviously Harry didn't feel any better as he sarcastically replied, "Thanks, Ron." I muffled my giggles as my red-headed friend responded, "I'm here for you, mate." After clearing my throat, I asked Hermione, "Who's supposed to be meeting us then?" "Oh," she said nonchalantly, "just a couple of people." Liar, was my instant thought as the pub filled with Hogwarts students of all ages. I could tell Harry was nervous, and so I grabbed his hand, kissing his cheek. He grinned at me, though he still fidgeted uncomfortably. Hermione started speaking, but I zoned out when I spotted Cho Chang in the gathered crowd. She was making goo-goo eyes at Harry, and I was just glad that he hadn't seen her. Yet, I started to daydream about Harry and somehow I missed the entire meeting. I only snapped out of it when everyone began rushing up to us to sign the sheet Hermione had provided. Well, I guess the club is official. Asterisk. I was walking through the school corridors and saw Neville. He looked a bit nervous and down, so I started to make my way over to him. Just as I was about to reach him, he walked past Crabbe and Goyle, who shoved their shoulders against each of his. "Walk where you're going, Longbottom," Goyle called, and they both chuckled. "Get lost, you goons," I shouted back at them as I stood at Neville's side. They made faces but didn't say anything. Smart lads. Neville gave me a small smile and a quiet, "Thank you," and then I trotted along beside him. He still looked upset, so I twisted my arm around his and rubbed his hand comfortingly. He squeezed my arm gratefully just as we heard a strange noise. We both stopped short and glanced back in wonder. There, in the cold, concrete wall, a large black door was forming. A grin began to form on my face. Of course, Harry had been searching for somewhere we could practice doing magic, and I had completely forgotten about the room of requirement. I had come across it in second year and spent quite a while in there, crying for Hermione when she was petrified. I left Neville to tell the others and skipped around the castle feeling rather happy. On the way I passed Draco, who didn't so much as look at me. I carried on up to the owl sanctuary, where I greeted Skylar and sat down to watch all of the birds. I loved animals, always had. I started to twist my features, changing my eyes to resemble Professor Hooch's, who I was convinced was descended from owls. Her eyes were just too bird-like for her not to be. And then I did something stupid that I would later regret. I transformed my face to be like Isabella Swan's. Bella. My head snapped round to see a blur run at me. I soon found small arms clinging to my waist and a head of spiky hair on my chest. "I knew it was you," Alice squealed. "Well, too late to deny it." I laughed slightly, patting her on the back. She stepped away and grinned at me. It felt too weird being like this again, so I switched my features back to normal. "Hi, Alice," I smiled at her. "Bella, why didn't you tell us?" she asked, looking a tad hurt. I put my arm around her. "I'm sorry. It's just, well, I was a bit scared, to be honest. Not to mention that I wasn't really allowed to reveal my true identity." She frowned. "Why?" "I went to Forks for protection, Alice," I explained. "I was being hunted by many dark wizards and witches. I still am." "So, your name's Isabella Marie Black?" "Yep," I nodded and then smirked. "Daughter of convicted murderer, and the first escapee of Azkaban, Sirius Black." "What?" she near shouted. I shushed her and she lowered her voice to a hiss. "Your father killed someone and ran away from Azka, wherever the hell you said." She was obviously new to the wizarding world, as she couldn't even pronounce the name. "Azkaban," I repeated. "The wizarding prison. And yes, he did run away, but no, he didn't kill anyone." "But, you just said," she gave up, shaking her head with a huff. "I said that he is a convicted murderer, not a murderer." "So, he's innocent?" she questioned, looking hopeful. "Yep," I said once again with a nod. "Well, it was nice to see you, Alice, but I have to go." "Oh, right," she replied, her face falling. "And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell your family just yet." I basically pleaded with her. Of course, it was now her turn to nod. And with that, I walked away feeling slightly better to have told someone. Well, told someone who wasn't Dumbledore. Merlin, my life is too complicated. Asterisk. Over the next couple of weeks, everyone who signed up, including me, continued to attend the club we had made. Despite the fact that I was a co-runner of the club, I let Harry do most of the work as I hated attention. He had understood and thanked me for just being there. I had only smiled and pecked his cheek. Unfortunately, I was still worrying about Cho. She had been eyeing Harry more and more recently, and there have been a few times where he has returned the look. Ron had even noticed how upset I was, and comforted me the best he could. He had offered to beat up Harry, but I forced him not to. It wouldn't look good for him to beat up his best friend, plus, I didn't want Harry to be hurt. Right now, I was surrounded by my fellow students as they kept Nigel, a young Gryffindor, floating up in the air. When Harry came round, he helped Cho make sure that her arm was higher, and I couldn't help but notice the look that they gave each other. Ron, who was standing beside me, wrapped an arm around my shoulders and gave Harry a glare. My soon-to-be ex-boyfriend, as I was sure he was going to dump me, only seemed confused when he saw the look he was getting, and moved on around the room. Nigel, who had fallen to the ground when Cho looked at Harry, got up and said, "I'm okay." I just shook my head and snuggled into Ron's side. As the weeks went on, Umbridge continued to make new rules. She even started to question students. Interrogate was more likely. Christmas was fast approaching, and I still needed to talk to Ginny about her feelings for Harry. One day after dinner, I cornered her in the girls' dormitories. It was times like this that I thanked Dumbledore for putting Ginny in our room. He had done it for her protection, and because I had outright begged him to. She avoided my gaze when I confronted her. I wasn't really in the mood to be subtle, I just got straight to the point. "Ginny, I need to know what you feel for Harry." Her face was pained and she shook her head. I softened my features and held her hand. "Gin, I really don't want you to hate me. So please, just tell me." Her head shot up and I saw that her eyes were wide. "Hate you," she stuttered, disbelief coloring her voice. I just nodded, confused at her reaction. "I don't hate you," she said. "I never have and I never will. You're my sister." I frowned. "But, I thought you loved Harry and wanted him to yourself." She looked around awkwardly. "I don't love Harry. I admit, I do fancy him a bit and even look up to him, but I would never steal your boyfriend, Bells. And don't worry, I'm trying to forget about my crush so he and you can be happy." My heart swelled. "Gin," I shook my head and pulled her into a fierce embrace. "Thank you," was all I managed to say. But she understood, and hugged me back just as tightly. Things between Ginny and I have gotten a lot better lately, and we were now just as close as we had been before I had started to date Harry. Speaking of that green-eyed boy, I was now standing beside him as he told the rest of our club to keep practicing over the holidays. The room scattered and left. I walked beside Ron and Hermione as we made our way to the common room. We were interrupted by Ginny running up to me and whispering in my ear to go back to the room of requirement. She wouldn't say why, but as she left, she gave me a giant hug. It was obvious that something was wrong, so I ran back like she said to. Once inside, I saw Cho and Harry standing beside the big mirror we had. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I soon saw mistletoe appear above them. And then, the most heart-wrenching thing happened. Cho leaned in to kiss him. No, 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 no. This couldn't be happening. Fighting back tears, I fled from the room of requirement and out into the dark night. I didn't know where exactly I was going, but I just let my feet guide me. Once I stopped, I looked around to see I was in the Forbidden Forest. I knew I shouldn't be here, but the idea of them kissing kept filling my mind. The tears began to flow and I sobbed my heart out, collapsing onto the damp floor. The tall trees around me swayed calmly in the breeze, blind to my misery. I could smell the stench of wet grass, and could even feel it sticking to my face, but I didn't care. I couldn't care. I'm not sure how much time I spent just crying freely. Memories of Harry and I together ran through my head like a slideshow. And then, at the end, an unwanted flashback of when Harry told me of his crush for Cho back in 4th year clouded my mind. I could remember how pretty she looked at the Yule Ball, and how in awe Harry was when he saw her. I could remember thinking that I wanted someone who would look at me like that. I could remember going up to talk to Harry but being distracted by Hermione coming down the stairs. How could he do this to me? I thought Harry loved me, not just as a girlfriend, but as a best friend too. You don't just hurt your girlfriend and best friend like that. My train of thoughts were momentarily put on hold as I heard a loud snap. I blearily looked up, noticing for the first time that I was rather deep inside the forest, and had no idea where I was exactly. And then, I heard my name being spat out in a hate-filled voice. I turned to look at the speaker and almost choked. Harry. But it didn't seem that he had heard me, as his expression, his cold eyes and his hard face, didn't change at all. He took 2 steps in my direction and looked me straight in the eye from where I was still sitting on the ground. I saw the venom in his features and a shooting pain went to my heart, almost like it was preparing itself for the words that were about to be said. "I don't love you. You're no good for me, Bella." And just like that, my heart shattered into a million pieces. My eyes filled with tears once again and I could only just make out his retreating form. Determination then flared inside me and I found myself on my feet and running after him. But after 2 minutes I had lost him, lost sight of him, lost feeling of him, lost him to Cho. Another memory then wormed its way into my brain, and only then did I realize how familiar the setting was. Harry had just left me saying the exact same words as Edward. The trees around me tilted and water blurred my vision. I heard nothing, felt nothing, and then saw nothing as everything went black. I don't know how much time had passed, but when I was woken up, there was a smidge of light filtering in from the trees. I would have rather fallen back to sleep, and I would have if I had only woken up from hearing a small noise. But I hadn't. I had been woken up by a hand shaking my shoulder, Hermione's hand. Her face was tired and worried, the black circles under her eyes indicating that she had not gotten an ounce of sleep. "Bella," she croaked out, her voice filled with the tears that were running down her cheeks. "My own," was I could mutter as I wrapped my arms around her tightly. The image of Harry and Cho was back again, and I don't think it was going away anytime soon. I felt another hand on my shoulder, a bigger one. It pulled me away from Hermione and up into strong arms. I recognized the smell as I buried my head into the person's chest. "Ron." He whispered comforting things in my ear as he started walking, and I could hear Hermione having a hushed conversation with another voice. It had to have been Luna as it sounded kin of distant and very airy. I didn't uncover my face even when I heard the anxious mutters of McGonagall, or the warm atmosphere that only Hogwarts Castle could make. Relief came when I heard no whispers though, meaning that the 5 of us were alone. I was too tired to say anything, or even to lift my head up, so I stayed silent and closed my eyes. Soon enough, I heard the squeaky sound of me being put on a bed, and the concerned calls of Madame Pomfrey and Carlyle. I was in the hospital wing. I didn't bother to greet them, or assure that I was all right, because I wasn't, and there was no point in lying. I felt the covers being tucked in around me, and a warm hand stroking my hair. The last thing I registered was Ron's angry murmuring of, "I'm definitely gonna beat him up now," and Hermione shushing him. I was too tired to say anything, or even to lift my head up, so I stayed silent and closed my eyes. Soon enough, I heard the squeaky sound of me being put on a bed, and the concerned calls of Madame Pomfrey and Carlyle. I was in the hospital wing. I didn't bother to greet them, or assure that I was all right, because I wasn't, and there was no point in lying. I felt the covers being tucked in around me, and a warm hand stroking my hair. The last thing I registered was Ron's angry murmuring of, "I'm definitely gonna beat him up now," and Hermione shushing him. "Bella's paw, Miss Black." I squirmed in the bed and opened my eyes. I was met with the sight of Madame Pomfrey's kind, elderly face. "Huh," I furrowed my brow. "You have some visitors, dear." She smiled at me and then left to treat another kid. I glanced around and froze. "Hi, Bella," greeted Alice, with a sad smile. Jasper merely pushed comforting feelings into me with a slight nod. Hi." I looked between the two for a second, back and forth, before landing my stare on Alice. "You told him, didn't you?" Despite being a question, I said it like a statement. In any case, she nodded with an apologetic expression. "Sorry. It's just that he caught my happy emotions and persuaded me to tell him everything." I sighed, but gave them a small smile. "Well, at least it's one less person to tell." Alice fidgeted and Jasper twitched. I looked at them suspiciously before realization struck me and I groaned. "Who else knows?" "Just Emmett, Carlyle and Esme," she rushed to explain. "What?" I exclaimed angrily, shooting upright. She flinched. "Well, Carlyle knew 'cause he saw that scar you got from James's bite when he was examining you, and Esme was there at the time so she saw as well." I gritted my teeth. "What about Emmett?" Jasper spoke up. "He, actually, figured it out by himself." My eyebrows shot up into my hairline in shock. "You're having a laugh." "Oh, on the contrary, little sister," a loud voice boomed, "he is 100% serious." My head snapped round and my hand flew up to my chest, clutching desperately at the area which lay over my heart. "Merlin, Emmett, are you trying to give me a heart attack?" "Hey, Bells, he just grinned excitably and smacked his lips down onto my forehead in a sisterly kiss. I tried not to cringe and succeeded. Why would have thought that clumsy Bella Swan was so awesome? Seriously, on our first day you totally called that redhead out. And let's not forget that china plate and marker pen prank that you pulled on what's-her-face. Emmett chuckled with glee and pride. Well, thank you, but I'm not clumsy neither is my name Bella Swan, I reminded him. Oh yeah, it's black now or something, right? I nodded stiffly, still uncomfortable seeing as they didn't know the full story and I wasn't sure who I was going to forgive yet. Well, Alice hopped up from the bed she had been sitting on, and grabbed Jasper's hand. We better go, your friends want to talk to you. My face must have broadcasted my confusion as she tapped her temple knowingly with a wink. The three of them bid me short goodbyes and glided to the exit. Jasper and Emmett had left already but Alice turned back to call over to me. Oh, and, Bella. I gave her an inquiring look and she smiled secretively. It's time. What? She didn't say anything else, she just skipped out the door. On her way she passed Ron, Hermione and Luna. They all gave her strange looks but shrugged it off, walking over to me. Of course, as soon as they saw me awake, Hermione ran next to me. She took my hand in hers gently and beamed. Bells, you're okay. Oh my Merlin, you wouldn't believe how worried I was, it was like my own. Ron cut her off. She blushed and looked down. My red-headed friend sat beside me on the bed and grabbed me and hugged. From behind Hermione I saw Luna smile warmly at me and wave, so I did the same back. So, Hermione approached the subject warily as she slowly sat down on my other side. What happened in the Forbidden Forest? I felt tears prick at my eyes and just let them flow down my cheeks. Ron reached over and wiped them away with his thumb. I had been trying to forget about that certain event. Harry, was all I could manage before breaking down in heartbroken sobs. I let them all cuddle me and tried to draw strength from their love and comfort. It worked slightly, and my sobs were reduced to simply a constant stream of silent tears making their way off my face. I saw all of their worried expressions and tried to recount what had occurred to them. I struggled my way through with Ron keeping a firm grip around me like my protector, and ended with, it was only afterwards that I realized he had left me like Edward did. That was what caused the alarmed looks. They all exclaimed in synchronization, what? Oh dear. I held my hands up defensively. Well, I kind of know the Cullens already, I mumbled quickly, but they got the gist. Hermione pointed her finger at me and said sternly, explain. I can't tell them. I just can't do it. Maybe that means that it isn't time to tell them. But then, a musical voice chirped in my ear, it's time. Alice. That's what she meant. Oh Merlin, now I have to tell them. I glanced up and saw Hermione's determined eyes. And with that, I launched into the long tale. Asterisk. And that's why you just saw Alice leave, I finished. I had told them everything that had happened in Forks, as well as between when Edward dumped me and what just occurred today. When I was done they all just stared at me with their mouths wide open. It was Ron who snapped out of it first. Only you. Bells, only you. He shook his head. That set us off and we all started laughing hysterically, though I'm positive mine was more pained than the others, considering I was boyfriend-less. So, are you going to tell the other Cullens soon? Hermione asked me. I shook my head. Nah, they can either figure it out or never know. They're smart, I shrugged, they'll probably know by the end of the week. It's only Edward and Rosalie that need to figure it out anyway. What about Cho? Luna suddenly piped up. I furrowed my brows. What do you mean? Well, if he left you for her, then don't you want to get back at her? I noticed that she personally didn't say his name. I made a face. I can't be asked. They all chuckled at me. I smiled, seeing them happy, but was stopped by a yawn. Ron grinned and ruffled my hair. We better let you get some sleep, he said, getting up. Yes, Hermione agreed before holding my hand in her own. Feel better. I nodded with a smile. They bid me their farewells and then left. A weight seemed lifted off my shoulder from telling them, and so, despite recent events, I fell straight to sleep. Unfortunately, it just couldn't be a dream about flowers and ponies. Oh no, I never have that much luck. They all chuckled at me. I smiled, seeing them happy, but was stopped by a yawn. Ron grinned and ruffled my hair. "We better let you get some sleep," he said, getting up. "Yes," Hermione agreed before holding my hand in her own. "Feel better?" I nodded with a smile. They bid me their farewells and then left. A weight seemed lifted off my shoulder from telling them, and so, despite recent events, I fell straight to sleep. Unfortunately, it just couldn't be a dream about flowers and ponies. Oh no, I never have that much luck. Bella's paw. I have absolutely no idea where I am. There seems to be millions of high shelves spaced around me. At each way I looked, they went on for miles. It was really dark, and I could barely detect my hand in front of my face as I held it up. Suddenly, a noise distracted me. I spun round to see the outline of someone. They were kneeling on the ground in pain. It was obviously the snake that sat before them that was causing the harm. Just as I stepped forward, squinting uselessly, a patch of light appeared. It enabled me to clearly observe the scene, and when I did, I could scarcely hold in my gasp. There on the floor, was my Muggle-obsessed adoptive father, Arthur Weasley. He was covered in blood, groaning with hurt. The serpent just continued to attack him, not caring in the least. Once my initial shock wore off, I started grabbing at the snake. It was all in vain though. My hands just went through its body like I was a ghost. I was helpless to aid my loved one. Tears rolled down my face, and then, like it knew it had seen me for the first time, the snake turned its head toward me. My eyes widened as I stared into the orbs of the serpent. No, it couldn't be, but it was. The eyes were a cruel and evil pair of a familiar color. Emerald green. Harry's emerald green. My eyes snapped open with a jolt. No, 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 no. That couldn't have been what I thought it was. And then, as a realization set in, I knew what I had to do. Though it would pain me greatly, the truth of the matter was that Harry had most likely seen the same thing as me. I had to go see him. Just the thought of his charming good looks and his caring personality was enough to send my heart racing. But then it suddenly stopped as I recounted the cold look he had on his face when we were in the Forbidden Forest. Coming face to face with him again was truly going to be torture. But I had to do it. With my jaw clenched and my eyes burning with determination, I slipped quietly out of bed and tiptoed quickly out of the hospital wing. I breathed a short sigh of relief when I saw no sign of Carlisle. He must be out hunting. Once I had made it to the fat lady's portrait, I saw a sweaty and twitching Harry be hustled out of the entrance by McGonagall. For a second his eyes met mine, and I fought to keep in a shudder. While they were not steely or furious, it still sparked my memory back to the dream. After holding his gaze I glanced away, my stomach churning and my heart feeling empty. McGonagall spotted me, in my tatty sleepwear and disturbed expression, and put her spare arm around my shoulders, dragging me along with them. We soon ended up in Dumbledore's office and both Harry and I were standing next to each other. I tried not to look at the boy beside me as he shivered in what I assumed was fright. Ron, Ginny and the twins had been called up as well, and the four of them were all waiting anxiously in the corner. I caught Ron's eye and he gave me a half-hearted smile. I gave one back, though I'm sure it looked like a grimace, and glanced toward Ginny. She was staring at Dumbledore with worry. Fred and George were both leaning on each other for comfort. I kept my head to the ground as Harry revealed his nightmare to the professors. During his explanation, I saw him sneak numerous glances at me. However, I was firm about evading his eye line. Once he had finished, the professors started to hound me. I too told them what I'd seen, leaving out that the snake had Harry's eyes. It wasn't long before everyone was rushing around to contact the other Order members about Arthur. They wanted to check if he was all right. It concerned us all when we found out he was badly injured, laying in the Department of Mysteries. Just like the dream said. I didn't say a word when Harry snapped at Dumbledore. The headmaster seemed surprised but not confused. "What's happening to me?" Harry questioned weakly. I saw Snape arrive and gave him a glare. After some time it was announced that Harry would be getting occlumency lessons from the potions professor. I told Dumbledore that I already knew it, quizzing how Voldemort could have gotten into my mind. He merely said that it must be my link with Harry. How lovely. I kept fidgeting, worried about my adoptive father. I really hope he's okay. It would kill me, as well as Aunt Molly as the other Weasleys, if he didn't make it. I can just imagine what the funeral would be like. Wait. No, Bella, do not think about things like that. Gazing around, I noted that Harry was still sparing me peeks from the corner of his eye. I don't like this subject either. Soon he and I were sent back to bed. The Weasleys had to stay put for news on their father. Unfortunately, that meant I had to be alone with him. I wasn't sure I could handle it, seeing as I was already fighting tears. But I'm a Gryffindor, and Gryffindors are brave. We were both silent as we descended Dumbledore's stairs, listening as the adults' chatter quietened into nothing. Thankfully, I still had to sleep in the hospital wing, meaning my path would cut my time with Harry short. Let's hope he doesn't talk. So, well, that plan's out the window. I turned my head the slightest towards him, letting him know I was paying attention, but still looking straight forward. Listen, I'm not sure what I did, but both Ron and Hermione have been shunning me. Even Ginny, I don't know why you were in the hospital wing either. Heck, I would have come see you if Ron hadn't have threatened that he would beat the hell out of me if I so much as thought about it. He seemed to be getting frantic, yanking at his hair. But I was frozen. He seemed to notice my still figure, and backtracked to where I'd stopped. Standing in front of me, he placed his hands on either of my shoulders and bent so that he was staring into my downcast eyes. What? He asked, concerned. What is it? What's wrong? I didn't answer right away. Instead, I pushed him back so that he stumbled away from me, and glared at him in anger. What's wrong with me? I seethed between gritted teeth. How can you stand there and say you're not sure what you did and then ask what's wrong with me? Harry adorned the deer in headlights look. Bells, No, I exclaimed, my eyes going blurry. Don't call me that. Only my friends and family can call me Bells. I took deep breaths, attempting to calm down. It wouldn't be good if I managed to attract Filch or his blasted cat towards us. I stared at Harry, my gaze hard until I saw his hurt expression. My features softened without my permission, only proving my love for him. Damn it, I can't even stay mad at him. What did I do? He near whimpered. He doesn't know, or he's in denial. I didn't get a chance to ponder as tears the size of quaffles began to flow freely down my face. You killed our relationship, that's what, I struggled out. Why don't you just run along to your little show? I sneered, in what I hope looked like hatred. Guilt crossed over his face. I knew it. Before he could speak, I sprinted down the corridor, slamming the hospital wing's door shut as I got in. It made a loud bang, causing me to jump. A tired Madame Pomfrey stuck her head into the room. What are you doing out of bed, Missy? She demanded, hurrying over to me and guiding me back to my cot. And why the tears? She wiped at my cheeks gently as I sunk into the covers. Just that time of the month, I lied, saying the only excuse that came to mind. She nodded uncertainly, only leaving when I plastered a big, fake smile onto my face. As soon as she was gone, I sighed heavily and closed my eyes. This was too much drama for one day. When I woke up the next day, the first thing I saw was a note on the side table. I sat up in bed and curiously picked it up. Once you are ready, I would like to speak with you in my office, if that isn't too much trouble. Madame Pomfrey will allow your exit if you happen to come across her. Professor Dumbledore. P.S. I find chocolate frogs to be delightful in dangerous times. I shook my head. That silly old man. I slipped out of the covers, containing a shudder as my feet hit the cold floor. After grabbing a robe and pulling it on tightly, I made my way to the headmaster's office. Madame Pomfrey and Carlyle didn't stop me from leaving as they were not in the room, and I was able to get to the stone gargoyles without any interruptions. Clearing my throat, I said, chocolate frogs. They sprung away and I climbed onto the steps quickly. Once I knocked on his door and heard him permit my entrance, I went inside. Ah, Miss Black, he smiled over his half-moon glasses at me, so gracious of you to make it. Have a seat. He motioned to the chair in front of his desk and I sank into it immediately. Dumbledore leaned forward on his elbows, his hands coming together to make a pyramid. You wanted to see me then, Professor? I queried. He nodded with another smile. Yes, actually, I was wondering if I could borrow your memories. I blinked. Pardon. His eyes twinkled behind the magnified glass. Do you recall in your 4th year when you and Mr. Potter saw my memory of Barty Crouch Jr.? I blushed, remembering that we weren't supposed to see it, and nodded. Well, it's a similar case. I only wish to take certain memories. They will be returned to you shortly, of course, he promised. I was slightly hesitant, but in the end I agreed. Once I walked out of the room, I felt kind of strange, like something was missing. Hopefully I'll get those memories back soon. Asterisk. Well, Miss Black, it looks like you are free to go. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. I waved goodbye to the old nurse and she nodded back, fixing the bed sheets. Right, my first assignment was to find Hermione. I went to the common room first. When I entered the portrait I saw the 2 Gryffindor Cullens sitting in the corner. They gave me big smiles as I passed. I dashed up the girls' stairwell and into my dormitory. Hermione was lounging on her bed, writing some essay. Merlin, that girl never stops studying. I shook my head. My own, put that quill down right this instant. Her eyes locked with mine and then she was hugging the life out of me. Bella, you're okay. When did you get out the hospital wing? Why didn't you tell me? I could have. Hermione, I cut in, breathe. She flushed and did what I said. Good. Now, would you please tell me why Harry is completely confused? She furrowed her brow. What do you mean? I guided her to my bed by the elbow and pulled her down to sit beside me. I mean, why does Harry seem to have forgotten what happened in the Forbidden Forest? He told me he didn't even know why I was in the hospital wing. I don't know, she trailed off, thinking. Maybe somebody slipped him a memory loss potion, she suggested weakly. I rolled my eyes. Oh, really? Well, who would have done that? And why, may I ask? Hey, she defended. You asked. I don't know why he's acting like it. Maybe it's all a ruse. Though, if I'm honest, he did look genuinely shocked when Ron threatened him. She tapped her finger to her chin. I just watched her as she kept a thoughtful expression on her face. After a moment she stopped and turned to me reluctantly. Bells, she said quietly, I know you might not want to hear this, but, did you ever think it was just a dream? A hallucination? I stared at her. What? No, I saw him. Hermione, I saw him. I started to shake my head furiously, tears leaking out of my eyes. It happened. I'm sure of it. Okay, she replied quietly. All right, I'm sorry. My body shook with my sobs. A dream wouldn't cause me so much pain, Hermione, I whispered. It wouldn't try to rip my heart out. I looked up at her then, a flash of panic taking over my features. I'm going crazy, aren't I? I've finally lost it. Please tell me that it isn't true. Shish, she soothed, hugging me gently, rubbing circles on my back. It's not true. You're as sane as I am. Promise. I laughed shakily, pulling back. Well, that doesn't give me much hope, does it? You're as mad as the Hatter. She rolled her eyes but a smile crept onto her face. She took my head and made me stand up. Come on, let's go downstairs. She got her wand from her pocket and waved it at my face, murmuring a quick spell. I looked at her questionably, getting an amused smirk in return. You don't want to go out in public with evidence of your breakdown, do you? I chuckled. No, I shook my head with a grin. We linked arms and trotted back to the common room. When we got to the middle of the staircase, sounds of a fight carried up to us. I glanced at Hermione worriedly and she did the same to me. With speed like lightning, we shot down the remaining steps, our mouths flying open at the sight that met us. You hurt her, you bastard. Ron snarled as he swung his fist at Harry. Having years of Quidditch on his side, the raven-haired boy dodged and backed away. How? He yelled, sidestepping the next punch. I didn't do anything to her. You bloody liar, remarked Ron. He advanced again, but I'd had enough of this. Stop, stop it, I exclaimed angrily, running to place myself between them. My wand was drawn, which was lucky as Ron hadn't realized I was there and his arm was coming to smack me. Wingardium Leviosa, I quickly muttered. My adoptive brother lifted into the air. Once he had frozen with surprise, I let him back down. He stared at me bewildered. "Why did you do that?" he demanded. "Because you would have hit me," I stated in a matter-of-fact voice. He let out a hiss as he looked behind me. "Yeah, well, it weren't you I was aiming for. Now get behind me." "No," I refused, annoyed. "Bella," he warned. I crossed my arms, staying rooted to the spot. He growled and grabbed my waist roughly, twirling me so I was behind him. "Hey," I protested, attempting to move around him. "I'm trying to defend you here, woman." He hissed at me. I stopped where I was and gave him my best Aunt Molly impression. "Ronald Bilious Weasley, do not that tone with me." In the background I heard Emmett chuckled happily. Ooh, the full names are out again, and the sound of Alice hitting him. I almost smiled, but lost the urge as I peeked at Harry. He was breathing heavily, hunched over as he clutched his arm. Ron must have gotten a hit in somewhere along the line. I calmed myself before looking back at the steaming redhead beside me. "Now, what's all this about defending me?" He was sprouting crap about doing nothing wrong. "I only asked what I did," Harry retaliated. I put my hand up to halt Ron's response, and let out a deep sigh. I glanced around the eager witnesses surrounding us. Tugging on Hermione's hand, I indicated to the portrait. "I think we should discuss this in private," I announced. The boys muttered their consent and followed me and Hermione out of the common room. I led them all to an empty classroom and cast the Silencio spell so no one could overhear us. When I turned to face them, Ron was glaring at Harry, who was looking at me with this weird expression. Hermione was just standing there, uncomfortable. I sighed once more. This was gonna be a long talk. I walked forward to sit on the empty desk beside Hermione, not once looking at the boys again. "What did I do?" Harry demanded desperately as soon as I was situated. Ron shoved at his shoulder. "Don't talk to her, you scumbag. Don't even look at her. You don't deserve." "Quiet," I yelled. This was all wearing down on me now, and Hermione could tell as she rubbed my back soothingly. The boys stared at each other until Harry looked away to glance at me. "I don't understand," he said weakly. I breathed a huge sigh. "I know. I'm starting to see that. What happened in the room of requirements at our last meeting?" Hermione spoke up then from beside me. Like before, the green-eyed boy's face showed guilt. "Nothing," he muttered. "Don't lie to her, you git," snarled Ron. "Enough with the names," I told them. Well, mainly told my overprotective brother. It was silent for a couple of moments before Harry bowed his head in shame. Cho tried to kiss me. I felt tears prickle at my eyes from him admitting it, but stubbornly pushed them back. Tears didn't help anything. "Go on," encouraged Hermione, the only calm person in the room. We were talking about Cedric and she started crying. I wasn't sure what to do. And then she leaned toward me, but I pushed her away. He insisted after seeing my broken expression and Ron's clenched fists. My brow furrowed and I asked uncertainly, "You pushed her away?" He nodded, waiting for my reaction. "But," I searched for more words. "I saw you. You kissed her." "I didn't kiss her, Bells," he murmured softly. "But I was there." "You did." He shook his head slowly. "I didn't wait. I didn't see you." He frowned. "I thought you left. Ginny told me to go back, so my voice trailed off. Ron suddenly interrupted. "I don't believe you," he adamantly declared to Harry. "I want proof. Hermione, go get some Veritaserum." She looked annoyed. "Ronald, I am not your beep. And what in Merlin's beard are you thinking? I don't have that kind of stuff just lying around in my trunk," she exclaimed, exasperated. They started to argue with each other while Harry and I just stood there. I gazed up at him and was shocked to see adoration in his eyes. I searched the emerald green orbs, feeling happy when I didn't flinch or become scared from their likeness to the snake's eyes in my dream. We stared at one another for what seemed like hours. Ron and Hermione were still fighting when I plucked up the courage to talk. "Why did you break up with me if you pushed Cho away?" I made sure to speak in a whisper, loud enough for Harry to hear, but not enough so that our two friends stopped their quarrel. "I never broke up with you, Bella," he gave me a small smile. "I love you, for Merlin's sake." My insides almost burst with the glorified emotion I felt. I had to physically control myself so that I didn't leap into his arms. I couldn't forgive him just yet, not when so much was still unclear. It wouldn't be smart to trust him when I wasn't 100% sure that he would never hurt me again. Absently, my mind revolved back to Edward. I hadn't thought of him in so long. I knew that I no longer loved him. In fact, I suspected that I never did. But if I hadn't had returned back to Hogwarts and Edward had returned back to me, would I have forgiven him? Would I have been so naive as to just kiss him and forget about everything that had occurred between us? Is that what love, whether it was false or not, does to us? Does it make us stupid in our actions, letting us make irrational decisions? No, real love isn't like that. It gives us a choice. Either we suffer without our beloved, or we mold together in happiness. The truth of the latter option, though, is that even if we were without soulmate or the one we're destined to love, not everything will be all sunshine and smiles. This issue between Harry and I was an example of the bumps we'd come across. Now that I had resigned myself to the fact that I truly, deeply loved Harry with all my being, and that I was doing the right thing by not letting everything go, I just need to know that he honestly felt the same for me. And I couldn't do that. No matter how often he said he did, if I didn't know the whole story. When I saw you with her, I began hesitantly, I got really upset. And I ran into the Forbidden Forest. I held a hand up when he opened his mouth to scold me. I know, it was careless and dangerous. But I couldn't think, with images of the two of you swirling around in my head. I kept my eyes glued to the ground as Ron and Hermione continued to banter back and forth. What then? Harry inquired softly. And then, I took a deep breath. You came. You told me I wasn't good for you and that you never loved me. Just like Ed. I rushed to cut myself off. I hadn't told him yet. He didn't know that I'd met the Cullens before. And that means that he wouldn't have said that to me. He couldn't have known Edward had done the same and it had hurt me. Just like what, Bella? Nothing. No one. Never mind. I let out a shaky laugh. Well, whatever you were going to say, it doesn't matter. Harry lifted my chin gently and traced my face with his gorgeous eyes. I do love you, and it's me who isn't good enough for you. Plus, he added, I never went into the Forbidden Forest. Like I said, I didn't even know you saw me and Cho. So, I tried to squash the seed of hope that was welling up. You didn't kiss Cho. No, you silly girl, he smiled lovingly. And, you didn't break up with me. Of course not, he smiled wider. I felt my own grin spread across my face until a thought came to me. But, if it wasn't you in the Forbidden Forest, then, I looked up at him, puzzled, who was it? Harry was about to reply when a loud thump was heard. Ron and Hermione stopped arguing and everything was quiet as we all glanced over to the classroom door. It was wide open and there stood in the doorway was Cho Chang. Behind her, I could see Fred, George, Ginny, Luna, Emmett, Alice, Jasper and a few others from the Gryffindor house. Harry. Cho fluttered her eyelashes, flirtatiously. Out of the corner of my eye I saw the boy in question wince. I have been looking everything for you, she attempted to purr and strutted over to us. She ran a nail-polished finger down Harry's arm, and he suppressed a shiver in disgust. Hi, Cho, he smiled awkwardly. Actually, we were just leaving. So, he grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the door. Ron and Hermione shuffled along quickly behind us. Why, I heard Cho sneer. That slut got you into all sorts of trouble. I planned on just ignoring her, but Harry stopped walking abruptly, his shoulders stiff. What did you just say? His voice was quiet and calm. From all these years of knowing him I knew this meant he was furious, and I flinched away. Cho wasn't as clever. I said, sweetie, she cooed in that ridiculous voice, that the slut over there got you into all sorts of trouble. She kept glaring at me. I raised an eyebrow at her, challenging her. I knew I could beat her in a wizard duel. She would be a piece of cake, too worried about ruining her nails or something. Never. Harry's tone oozed warning, call Bella a slut. But, Pookie, look at what she made that awful Weasley do to you. She pointed to his bruised arm. We're just lucky it wasn't your face. My temper was flaring by this point. How dare she imply that Harry was only a pretty face? And what right did she have to call my brother awful? Apparently, Hermione wasn't as calm as I thought she had been. She lunged forward, her right hand slapping Cho's left cheek with a thunderous snap. Cho was thrown to the ground by her force, and Hermione stood there, proudly rubbing her hand. The Ravenclaw cupped her cheek in agony, ugly tears running down her face as she stared up at my best friend. "Don't insult my friends," Hermione threatened firmly. I was in shock, as was everyone behind me. But then, Ron roared with laughter. The crowd that gathered joined in, leaving me and Harry to fight our chuckles. I even had to press my hand to my mouth in order to not let my giggles escape me. In the midst of it all, Cho sent me another deathly glare and picked herself up shakily. She hurried out the door as everyone mocked her. Hermione looked at Harry, Ron and I. Was that better than when I punched Malfoy? I grinned. 1,000 times better. Honestly, Ron, you're going to have to write your own essays sooner or later. I choose later. Ronald. I rolled my eyes silently, listening to my two friends argue. We were all sitting in the common room waiting for Harry to get back from his occlumency lesson with Snape. My legs were curled up beneath me as I read a book, whilst Hermione wrote Ron's charms essay and he sat eating sweets. I could Alice and Emmett over in the corner talking in hushed tones. They seemed to do that a lot. I shook the thought away and remembered what happened yesterday after Cho got bitch slapped by Hermione. It still makes me grin. Hermione smiled back at me and then her gaze snapped to Harry's hand in mine. Are you two back together then? She raised her eyebrows suggestively. I bit my lip to hold back laughter and hid behind the boy in question. He shuffled around and finally nodded. We, came to a, agreement. Ron clapped his hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm glad, mate, and sorry about before. The raven-haired boy waved it away. It's fine. Just, don't do it again. They both chuckled. Bells. I looked up at the person waving a hand in my face and saw Harry. He seemed exhausted. How did it go? What happened? I questioned worriedly. He smiled and shrugged. Not too bad. Liar. I teased. He laughed. Okay, it was terrible. He recounted the lesson to me and the other two, with us making minor comments, and soon we all went to bed. The next day I was confronted by Alice, Jasper and Emmett. Rosalie knows, was the first thing Alice said. I froze. What? How? Well, she getting suspicious, she allowed. I looked at the three suspiciously. Why? What did you say? Nothing, Emmett exclaimed defensively. But, we kinda had a meeting with old Dumbledore. What about? I sighed, exasperated. Harry, and you. No wonder he wanted my memories. Great. I threw my hands up into the air. Now she gonna tell Edward and everything will get so much more complicated and I just can't deal with everything right now and... Bella, calm down, Jasper ordered gently. I felt my worry being replaced with comfort, and smiled gratefully at him. Alice put a hand on my shoulder. Just to let you know, we're all really proud of what you've done in life, especially Esme and Carlisle. She smiled. To them you're a daughter. Yeah, agreed Emmett, you've had a really rough life. An abusive family, a dark lord, a troll, a snake thing, a werewolf, a dragon, a school of evil fish things, a killing maze. He chuckled. To be honest, I'm surprised you're not dead. I raised my eyebrows, but smiled. Thanks, I think. I glanced at some students walking by. Well, I better get to breakfast. We'll wait a few moments so it doesn't look like we're together, Alice suggested. I nodded and went to the great hall. Inside I sat beside Harry who smiled and wrapped an arm around my waist. I leaned my head against his shoulder, sighing happily. From across the room I caught Draco's eyes. He didn't turn away immediately, and I saw that his face was full of regret. I briefly wondering about but then tossed the thought aside as Rosalie got up from the Hufflepuff table and strutted over to me. I tried not to let my anxiety show. I know who you, she commented firmly. I could feel the other Cullens looking at us. She continued, you're Bella Swan. In an instant Edward was beside her. Rosalie, he warned sharply. She turned to him with a glare. Don't you see it? Can't you smell her scent? It's not like it's changed at all. You're just in denial. He gave a pained expression before glancing at me hopefully. Love? He asked tenderly. I felt Harry tense beside me, and rubbed his arm. I looked Edward straight in the eyes. Not anymore. He seemed in shock, and suddenly the other Cullens stood around him. We were going to tell you, son, Carlyle faltered, eventually. You knew, stared Edward. The others nodded reluctantly. He took a deep breath and pinched his nose. Then, as if realizing I was there, he yanked me up and pressed his lips to mine, kissing fiercely. I struggled to get away from him, pushing at his chest. I heard Harry stand up angrily. He muttered something, making Edward fly a couple of feet back from me. I quickly curled into Harry's waiting arm as he glared at the vampire. Back away from my girlfriend, he commanded slowly. Edward growled. No, you get away from my mate. I'm not your mate, I interrupted. They both looked at me. And I'm not Bella Swan, I'm a black. And don't you forget it. Feeling a sudden urge to prove something, I whipped around and practically snogged Harry. He was a bit surprised, but soon winded his hands into my hair. A snarl broke us apart. The Cullens looked mildly shocked, though Alice was giving me a small thumbs up. Harry glared at Edward, the source of the snarl, but his eyes softened at the look I gave him. Look, he told the vampire, I don't want to start anything. I know that will make Bella unhappy. So, for her sakes, could you just let this go? If I'm correct, then you're the reason she wasn't quite the same when she got back. And I don't want her like that anymore. I just want her to be happy, to smile once a day. He grinned to himself dazedly. She's so beautiful when she smiles. I felt touched, and a blush flooded into my cheeks. Then, a thought hit me and I looked up at him. I was fine when I came back. He shook his head with a gentle expression. No you weren't, Bells. You were more quiet than usual. Come on, give me some credit, I do pay attention. I laughed softly and hugged him. He glanced up at Edward. Well. Edward stared at us both for a moment before his shoulders slumped slightly. Fine, I won't interfere, he announced quietly. And with that, he was gone. Esme smiled at me and then followed him. Alice gave the others a small push and waved, and then they all disappeared behind Edward. Now, spoke up Harry. He gave me a stern look. What exactly happened while you were away? Now, spoke up Harry. He gave me a stern look. What exactly happened while you were away? Harry's paw. I'll kill him. I was fuming with anger. Across from me, Bella sat looking worried. Ron patted my shoulder. Calm down, mate, he said, glancing around the great hall. People are starting to stare. Let them stare then, I growled. My gaze snapped back to him and then over to Hermione. You guys knew about this? I demanded. They looked down awkwardly. Bella spoke up then in her beautiful voice. Harry, they cornered me ages ago when I thought you'd broken up with me in the forest. That's why I was so upset about it, she trailed off and then grimaced. It was all just too familiar. I itched to hold her in my arms, but being that the table was between us, I forced myself not to. I'm so sorry about that, I sighed. She shook her head adamantly. No, don't apologize. It wasn't your fault. You did nothing wrong. I was the one who didn't even wait for an explanation. Bella, don't even try to blame yourself, I said sternly. She didn't reply, only gave me a small smile that I knew meant, I'll still feel guilty but I don't feel like arguing about it now. I swear, sometimes there was no getting through to this girl. Just as I was about to say something, I heard a cold voice from behind me. Potter, still trying to control everyone, I see. My neck muscles tensed as I glared round at him. Bugger off, Malfoy. He smirked. Actually, I wanted a word with my cousin. If you don't mind, he added mockingly. I began to stand up. Harry, leave it, interrupted Bella. I didn't relax. She smiled softly at me. I'll see you in potions. I saw Hermione touch her arm gently as she passed her. Bella gave her a glance and then kept walking. As soon as they were out the doors, I glared again. Stupid ferret, I grumbled. Ron chuckled grimly, reminiscing fourth year, whilst Hermione just shook her head at us exasperated. Hey, Harry, a doubled voice called. I looked round and saw Fred and George grinning. Hey, guys, what's up? Well, started George, we were planning on pranking Umbridge today. And we wondered if you would help us, finished Fred. Why didn't you just ask me? Ron frowned. Fred replied, "'Cause we knew you'd screw it up." Thanks, Ron muttered, rolling his eyes. You do realize Professor Umbridge will punish you when she finds out, commented Hermione. We're counting on it, they both said, beaming. She tutted disapprovingly. So, Harry, George stared unblinkingly at me, will you do it? I nodded uncertainly. Sure, what do you want me to do? Bella's paw. Draco and I walked silently through the hallways until he stopped me as we crossed the viaduct. I felt kind of nervous, having not talked to him in ages. Bells, I'm sorry. Wow, he just apologized. I'm sure Ron would have choked in surprise, had he been here. I gave my cousin a confused look and he gently grabbed my wrists. About trying to tell you what to do, he elaborated softly. It wasn't right of me and I apologize for my actions. If you want to date Potter, he spat the name and paused to calm down, then I won't tell you not to. Briefly, I wondered why he hadn't hurt Harry like he said he would when I thought he'd dumped me, but then figured he didn't know about the incident. I nodded thoughtfully, knowing he was anxiously waiting for my response. I soon gave in and smiled at him. He returned the smile and hugged me, pulling me to his chest. Do you know why I actually like you? He murmured in my ear. Despite you being a horrid Gryffindor. I swatted at his back for the insult. No, not really, I said truthfully. He leaned back to stare into my eyes. You have a spitfire attitude that proves you're a Malfoy. I furrowed my brows, smiling still. He grinned a bit. Okay, I know you're a black, but you know what I mean. And plus, the only black around is your murdering father. He didn't know that Sirius and I were very close. Didn't know anything about Daddy Dearest being innocent. I wanted so badly to tell him at that moment in time, but Dad had asked for complete secrecy. Only my friends, the Order and I knew what was really going on. Not wanting to risk him seeing my guilty expression for keeping things from him, I pressed my face into his shoulder. He gripped me closer in comfort. Love you, Drake, I muttered into his robes. I felt him kiss my head, stroking down my hair. Love ya, too, Bells. We stood there for ages, just content in the other's presence. When the sound of benches scraping against the floor could be heard from the great hall, I pulled back. I smiled at him. Come on, time for class. He agreed and held my hand as we walked back to our friends. As we started to part from each other he called for my attention. I looked at him curiously. And, for the record, I'm sorry for the snooping, he informed me sadly. I frowned. What are you talking? Bella. I glanced at the person who cut off my sentence. My friends were waving at me to leave with them. When I turned back to Draco he was already with his friends, chortling about something. I sighed and hurried to catch up with my friends. At least we were on good terms now. When I walked into potions, Snape was already glaring at the present class. He gave me a sneer and told me rudely to get to my seat. I ignored him and sauntered slowly forward to where Hermione sat looking worried at the display. Miss Black, sit down. I didn't spare him a glance as I replied. I will, sir, I'm just getting to my chair. The room went silent. I felt Snape's gaze bore a death stare into my head. I was used to though, so I didn't even flinch. When I finally reached Hermione, I fell back into my seat with a grin. See, sir, I asked sarcastically. I'm seated now. Oh, well may I begin now? He raised an eye mockingly. I pretended to think about and then nodded. I think you may. Snape kept up the pleasantry and gave what could almost be considered a smile. Good. Now, you blundering idiots, follow the instructions on the board and, Miss Black, detention tonight at 8 sharp. I rolled my eyes at his back and got to work. As I rose to get the right ingredients, Hermione grabbed my wrist gently. Must you insist on antagonizing him every time, Bella? She pleaded. I grinned cheekily as I released myself from her grip. Of course. As I walked over to the cupboard, I could practically feel 2 burning gazes in my back. I glanced around and saw Emmett and Alice. Raising my hand slightly I smiled. Emmett beamed and motioned to their desk, and I took the hint. Hello, Peoples, I greeted as I stood by them. Bella, are you sure that back-talking a teacher is wise? Scolded Alice playfully. I pursed my lips and shrugged. Not really, but I'm sure that it's fun. Emmett chuckled and ruffled my hair. Who knew that my little Belsie would be all grown up and getting into trouble? I batted his hands away, smoothing down my hair. Oh but, Alice corrected, Bella hasn't gotten older. In fact, she's got 3 years younger. True. He raised his eyebrows at me. I smiled sheepishly. Yeah, I'm 15. Guilty. I raised a hand, laughing. So, Dumbledore's informed you of everything now, right? Alice shook her head. Actually, we still don't understand why you were in Forks. And why you didn't tell us you were a witch. I quickly peeked around the classroom to make sure no one was looking before leaning down. I had to go into hiding, I told them in hushed whispers. But why? Alice whispered back. Do you know what happened last year with Professor Moody? Wasn't he Barty Crouch or something? Asked Emmett. Barty Crouch Jr., I clarified, the Death Eater. Yeah, him, he said. I chuckled humorlessly. Well, he had stalked my mother for several months. Dad tried everything he could, but nothing worked. It only stopped when Crouch was put into Azkaban. I shook my head. Apparently the lowlife had taken a liking to Mum. Alice frowned. What's that got to do with you? When Crouch was discovered last year, he threatened me, leered at me. Just as lovely as your mum. Better look out for me, Emmett quietly quoted the Death Eater. I shivered at the words and nodded. Dumbledore was worried, even though Crouch was caught. So, he sent me to Forks. Alice smiled thinly at me. I'd have been cautious too, if I were him. I smiled as well. Yeah, I took a deep breath, shaking the thoughts away. And as for me not telling you, well, isn't it obvious? I couldn't risk anyone knowing. There are spies everywhere. They both nodded in agreement and grinned happily at their new knowledge. I felt a presence behind me just before a drawling voice sneered, Spies, Miss Black. What in Merlin's name are you blithering on about? Get back to your desk. I looked at Snape. Say all you like, but I'd bet 1,000 galleons that Voldemort's got people listening out for anything, maybe even in Hogwarts too. Get back to your desk, Black, now. He turned away from me, but I just managed to detect the worried gleam in his eyes. Somebody's got a secret, have they? I felt a presence behind me just before a drawling voice sneered, Spies, Miss Black. What in Merlin's name are you blithering on about? Get back to your desk. I looked at Snape. Say all you like, but I'd bet 1,000 galleons that Voldemort's got people listening out for anything, maybe even in Hogwarts too. Get back to your desk, Black, now. He turned away from me, but I just managed to detect the worried gleam in his eyes. Somebody's got a secret, have they? Bella's paw. My thoughts had been rather scattered lately, but now that I was going home for the Christmas holidays I could barely sit still. I was gonna see Dad. I knew Harry was excited too, as usual. He really did love his godfather. I had wished the Cullens all bar Carlisle who had left the school for a while good holidays, during which Edward was unable to look me in the eye. I also wished the same to Draco. He still seemed remorseful, but nothing to make me angry at him had happened. I could only wait and hope nothing would. I was currently talking with Luna and her Gryffindor friend. I recognized the girl from the year below mine. She was Ginny's old roommate, back before I kindly asked McGonagall for her to move into my and Hermione's dormitory. This is Lily, the Aerie told me. Her friend stared at me. You're Bella Black. Yes, I nodded hesitantly. The younger Gryffindor grinned. Thanks for killing the Dark Lord. I chuckled a bit. Well, you're welcome. Looking around the Great Hall, I noticed Hagrid was gone. I sighed. I had wanted to say goodbye. Have a nice time, Luna, Lily, I called back cheerfully. You too, the Ravenclaw smiled, both waving as I skipped over to Harry. We had been talking for only a few minutes when loud bangs drummed around outside. Everyone instinctively ducked at the sound resembling an explosion. Mr. and Mr. Weasley, McGonagall's voice shouted above anything else. I cringed internally for the twins' future pain. Harry laughed under his breath beside. What? I asked him. He grinned and took my hand, leading me outside. And yet, the courtyard was basically gone. In its place was a very smelly swamp with frogs jumping about from the pink flowers to another in the horrid solution. My mouth dropped. A bit further on, I saw the twins heckling to themselves on a job well done with our beloved head of house yelling at them. Strangely, a proud smile crept upon Harry's smile. I smacked him on the arm. Ow, he yelped. What was that for? I pointed at the swamp. Did you have something to do with this? He adopted an innocent look. Maybe. It was silent for a moment as I stared at him, before I gave in and started laughing. I wish I had been in on the prank. There was snow on the ground outside of 12 Grimald Place. Thankfully, we were all nice and warm inside. My reunion with Dad had brightened my spirits as soon as I got home. And now it was Christmas. Aunt Molly had sat us all down and was now giving us each our present. I smiled and kissed her cheek when I was handed mine. Inside was, of course, a comfy purple jumper, knitted by Aunt Molly herself. On the left body was my initial, a nice, curvy I. Harry came into the room, followed my dad, just as I put on my present. I grinned and ran up to tackle Harry into a hug. Merry Christmas, I whispered in his ear. I wanted to kiss him, but Dad was right there and he still didn't know we were together. Harry and I had agreed to wait, and even told everyone else to keep quiet about it. I knew he wanted to kiss me too by the way his hands tightened on my waist and his cheek pressed closer against mine. Happy Christmas, he murmured back, giving me an extra squeeze before letting go. I gave him a secretive smile and then practically jumped on my father. He chuckled and embraced me lovingly as I buried my face in his shoulder. Merry Christmas, Daddy. Merry Christmas to you as well, my darling, he kissed my head sweetly. I knew Harry was uncomfortable when everyone toasted to me and him for saving Uncle Arthur. Dad winked at him before toasting as well. Once we'd all eaten, Ron, Hermione, Harry and I went up to the room us girls shared with Ginny. We joked around and chatted for a while, enjoying the Christmas cheer surrounding us. When Hermione and Ron seemed to have a moment, I glanced at Harry and motioned to the door. He grinned and followed as I sneaked out quietly, leaving the two lovebirds alone. As soon as we made it to the boys' room, I pounced on him. He fell back onto his bed in surprise, bringing me down with him when I refused to break apart our lips. A few minutes went by before I came up for air. Hi, I said breathlessly. He stared up at me with a silly grin, his glasses askew on his face. I laughed, setting them right again. He sat up so that I straddled him in his lap still, hugging me tightly. I couldn't have been happier. With a tender hand cupping my jaw, he slowly brought my face back to his, passionately yet softly kissing my lips once again. We were interrupted by someone clearing their throat. I jerked my head up in bewilderment to see Dad standing at the open door with a shocked expression. Well, he broke the heavy silence, this is certainly different. It took a while, but eventually I got Harry and myself out of the awkward situation, saying to Dad that Hermione and Ron needed us. We all but ran back to our best friends, tails between out legs. Once we made it, shutting the door firmly behind us, we burst into embarrassed laughter, our face bright red. Ron and Hermione only stared at us in confusion. I can't understand why you don't want to wear it, Ronald, Hermione told him as we walked down the stairs. Bella wears hers. I smirked, looking down at my jumper. Ron snorted. Because I look like a bloody idiot, that's why. No more than usual, Ronald. Harry tugged me by the hand he held into the black family tree room. As he gazed around, Creature came up behind us. The house elf insulted us with a smirk until Dad appeared on the stairs, shouting at him. Of course, Master. Creature lives to serve the noble house of Black. I removed my hand gently from Harry's when Dad joined us, not wanting to make him uncomfortable. Sorry about that, he never was very pleasant, even when I was a boy, not to me anyway. You grew up here, this is my parents' house. I offered it to Dumbledore as headquarters for the Order. About the only useful thing I've been able to do. I frowned, going forward to hug Dad around the waist. Don't say that, you're very useful. He smiled, patting my shoulder. He glanced around the room. This is the Black family tree. My deranged cousin. I hated the lot of them. My parents with their pure blood mania. He pointed to his name where his face had been burnt out. My mother did that after I ran away. Charming woman, I was 16. Where did you go? Asked Harry. My father smiled slightly. Round your dad's. I was always welcome at the Potters. I see him so much in you, Harry. You are so very much alike. Harry seemed nervous. I'm not so sure. Serious. When I saw Mr. Weasley attacked, I wasn't just watching, I looked down. That nightmare still haunted the back of my mind. I was the snake, and afterwards, in Dumbledore's office, there was a moment where I wanted to, he breathed in harshly. I took his hand again, trying to comfort him. This connection between me and Voldemort, what if the reason for it is because I am becoming more like him? Preposterous, I said quietly. I share the connection. Do you think I am becoming like Voldemort? No, Harry exclaimed. Merlin, no, but, you only saw the attack. I lived it. I just feel so angry, all the time. And, what if after everything that I've been through, something's gone wrong inside me? What if I'm becoming bad? He was so anxious and upset, why hadn't he told me any of this? I could have reasoned with him. Dad put his hands on Harry's shoulders and made him look into his gray eyes. I want you to listen to me very carefully, Harry, you're not a bad person. You're a very good person who bad things have happened to, you and Bella both. You understand? Harry nodded, looking a bit reassured. Beside, Dad continued, the world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters, we've all got both light and dark inside us. What matters is the part we choose to act on. That's who we really are. Hermione knocked on the doorframe. Bella, Harry, time to go. We nodded. Dad put a hand on our backs. When all this is over, we can be a family. You'll see. He brought us into a hug one at a time, and by the look in his eyes, I knew he was okay with Harry being with me. While it relieved me, it also made me more impatient for the day we did become a proper family. But I knew that wouldn't be any time soon. Sirius is Pa. Merry Christmas, James, I thought, looking at the picture of the two of us back in Hogwarts. It was in 6th year to be exact. James was throwing snowballs at a much younger Hagrid, while I laughed and joked, egging him on. Unbidden, my mind flashed back to the image of his son and my daughter snogging the pants off each other. I shuddered. My little girl, in a relationship. And with Harry, no less. I had wanted to throttle my young godson at the sight of his hands and lips on her. I shuddered again. What do you think I should do, Prongs? While I detested the thought of my ickle issy having those kinds of feelings for the opposite, I had to admit, they'd make amazing babies. The unconscious image of children with messy black hair and stormy gray eyes running amok warmed my heart, but then the idea of just how they came to be made my fists clench. Oh no, that little bugger wasn't going to lay one finger on her. Sorry, James, but if Bella ends up pregnant I'm gonna murder your son. I remember the time when us marauders talked about kids. It was rather strange to think back on because mostly everything we'd said had turned out correct. We were enjoying the sun while it lasted. You can never be too careful with British weather by goofing off around the Black Lake. Prongs and I were doing, in my opinion, very good impressions of the nasty Slytherins opposite us in Quidditch, when Remus suddenly popped his head up from his book. Do you guys want children when you're older? The two of us stopped and turned to stare at him. Even Peter changed his adoring expression, which had been aimed at Prongsy, naturally into that of confusion. Where did that come from? I choked out. Moony shrugged, looking embarrassed. He hesitantly held up his book and showed us the title. Mating and Offspring Theories for the Common Werewolf. Wormtail read out slowly, like a child learning how to speak. James frowned disapprovingly. Remus, why do you torture yourself with reading rubbish like that? Most of it isn't even anywhere near true. The 17-year-old boy looked down at his lap. If I'm honest, I don't really know. He shook his head. Still, you didn't answer my question. Do you want kids? Nah, they'd ruin my reputation, I teased, trying to lighten up the mood. Prongs joined in. Your reputation is probably the reason you'd end up with a kid. Just how many girls have you slept with this past week? I joking contemplated it. I'm not sure. Maybe 12. Merlin, Padfoot, it's only Thursday. Remus chuckled. Perhaps one of them is already pregnant, Peter added. I sent him a playful glare. If they are, then I blame you. I pointed at him. And I'll come after ya. He squeaked in fear, making the rest of us laugh. James waved his arms around. When Lily and I are married, he began, certainty in his voice, we'll immediately have a babe and it will be a boy. I smirked. If I ever marry, we'll immediately start the making process of having a babe and it will be great. Oh please, Padfoot, Mooney scoffed, smirking as well, if you ever settle down I bet you'll want a kid more than anything. And when you have the baby, you'll love it even more than. James pushed my shoulder mockingly. Yeah, and just to make you suffer more, the universe will make it so that you'll have a girl. That way, you get to deal with all the boyfriend issues. I fell to my knees on the ground, dramatically clutching at my chest. Oh, the horror. I don't think I'll ever have children, Peter added, uncaringly. They cry far too much, and they poop more than they eat. I crinkled up my face at the thought. Remus smiled slightly. I don't think I'll have a child either. Wouldn't want to pass on the curse, right? For the next 20 minutes, the rest of us tried to bully him out of the negative ideas. Which, I'll have you know, was hard work when you were dealing with an angsty werewolf. I supposed it hadn't come as much of a shock really when I saw Harry and Bella together. As soon as I held her in my arms, after my lovely Evangeline pushed her out, the idea of her and little Harry as a married couple went through my mind. James even joked that it would finally make us related. As I sat in my room of my parents' house, I thought back to the last private moment that my godson, daughter and I shared. I was sure my Bella had understood I was happy for them, it had just been unexpected. They were the next generation of marauders, so I had high hopes for them. I just wondered whether their relationship would get in the way of things to come. They'd done so much, and their journey wasn't over yet. The Dark Lord was on the loose, the Order knew that Harry and Dumbledore were right. If all ends well, my daughter and godson would grow up to defeat the bugger and then, just maybe, they'd marry and have kids of their own. Dear Merlin, I'd be a grandfather. Bella's paw. It felt good to be back at Hogwarts, though I missed my father. Hogwarts had been my home for nearly 5 years. The professors could be counted as family, those I liked anyway, and this was the reason for my and Harry's delight when Hermione told us Hagrid had returned. I remembered not being able to wish him happy holidays. He had left the school roughly a week before Christmas break began, along with Carlisle. It made me wonder why they both left. I supposed I'd have to ask Hagrid, as we were now off to see him. Hermione found Ron and the two of them followed Harry and I out to Hagrid's hut. We practically sprinted with bright smiles on our faces. The half-giant greeted us warmly with very minor cuts on his face. I looked at them with concern. Hagrid, what happened? Where did you go? He gestured for us all to sit down, which we did. This is top secret, right? Dumbledore sent me to parley with the giants. We exchanged looks between us. Giants, Hermione repeated. He hushed her quickly and she lowered her voice. You found them. With some help from Dr. Cullen, he nodded, before smiling. Plus, they're not that hard to find, to be perfectly honest. They're big, see, I tried to convince him to join the cause. But Dr. Cullen and I weren't the only ones who were trying to win them over. Death Eaters, Ron guessed quietly. Yeah, trying to persuade him to join you-know-who. And did they? Asked Harry, squeezing my hand. I gave him Dumbledore's message. Suppose some of them remember he was friendly to him, I suppose. Are they the reason you're hurt? I asked sternly. He gave me a fond look. Don't you worry about me. I'll be all right. Dr. Cullen was more hurt than me. Why would the giants hurt Carlisle? I frowned. It wasn't them exactly. Before I could try and weasel the truth out of him, Fang barked loudly, making me jump. Harry held me closer to his side. Hagrid's face was grave as he stared out the window, no longer paying us much attention, too buried in his thoughts. When he spoke, his voice was not the warm, joking tone I was used to. It's chongin' out there, just like last time. There's a storm comin', and we'd all best be ready when she does. After we all said farewell to Hagrid with another big hug, I departed from my 3 friends and quickly visited the hospital wing. Inside I found Alice and Jasper. They stood beside a curtained-off bed, and with a sinking feeling in my stomach, I heard Carlyle's pained groans. I stopped beside the two slowly. Neither turned to me but Alice muttered, "Esme's in there with him with Madame Pomfrey." Her spiked head shook. "I didn't see him getting this damaged." Rose is furious at Dumbledore for letting this happen. M's trying to calm her down at the moment. I nodded silently and held her cold hand. She gripped it tight and Jasper put an arm around her, smiling sadly at me. We didn't move for a while. Things just seemed to get worse after that. Bellatrix Lestrange, my dearest second cousin, had escaped from Azkaban. When I heard the news, I had rushed to Neville and led him to the room of requirements. He was quite upset. I sat him down and just hugged him, unsure of what else I could do. The DA members slowly trickled into the large room soon after, and once again, Harry and I taught everyone what we knew. Once our fellow students were leaving, Neville stayed behind, looking at the old photograph of the Order. I walked over and stood beside him, rubbing his back. Frank and Alice Longbottom smiled at me from the picture, all happy and determined. 14 years ago a Death Eater named Bellatrix Lestrange used the Cruciatus curse on my parents, Neville said in a low voice. I realized that Harry had wandered over to us. She tortured them for information, but they never gave in. I'm quite proud to be their son, but I'm not sure I'm ready for everyone to know just yet. We're going to make them proud, Neville, Harry told him firmly. That's a promise. I smiled at him and then leant nearer to Neville. Don't be upset, I murmured to him. Be angry. Passion will help improve your spells as long as it's controlled. He nodded slightly, giving the two of us a small smile. We all worked harder than ever before in the DA sessions. Sadly, it didn't last for long. A full-bodied Patronus is the most difficult to produce, but the shield form can be equally effective at protecting from a variety of opponents, Harry was telling the class as we rushed around, correcting people. Fantastic. Remember, the Patronus will only be effective as long as you stay focused. Luna, think of the happiest thing that you can. Good. This is really advanced stuff, guys, I told them encouragingly. You're doing really well. A sudden booming crash from the wall interrupted me, and we all turned slowly to face the source. Nigel shuffled over curiously before Harry could stop him and peeked out of the newly made hole in the wall. A grating, high-pitched voice could be heard emanating from it. I'll make short work of this, and there was a giggle. My eyes widened as the wall blasted up like a bomb had been set off, noting thankfully that Harry had managed to shove himself and Nigel away from the flying rubble. The even bigger hole in the wall was surrounded by who else? The Pink Toad and her all-Slytherin inquisitorial squad. With a start, I recognized Draco, who gave me an expression of apology. I looked away angrily. I supposed this was what he'd been warning me about. Get them, Umbridge ordered, and the DA was very quickly rounded up by the group of Slytherins. Umbridge dragged Harry and I to Dumbledore's office where the fudge ball and some oars were waiting, along with the man himself. I've been watching them for weeks, the Toad began triumphantly as she pushed us forward, and see, Dumbledore's army. She looked maliciously at our headmaster. Proof of what I have been telling you right from the beginning. Oh yes, all your mutterings about you-know-who coming back didn't fool us for a minute. We saw your lies for what they were, a smoke screen for your bid to seize control of the ministry. The headmaster seemed almost amused at her insane theories, naturally. Harry jolted forward, obviously seeing how serious this situation was. No, Professor, he had nothing to do with it. It was me. I stepped out to argue, not wanting him in trouble, but Dumbledore beat me to it. Most noble of you, Harry, to shield me. But as it has been pointed out, the parchment clearly says, Dumbledore's army, not Potter's. He turned to the officials. I instructed Harry to form this organization, and I alone, am responsible for its activities. Fudge was delighted. Dispatch an owl to the Daily Prophet. If we hurry, we can still make the morning edition. Dolores, Shacklebolt, you will escort Dumbledore to Azkaban to await trial for conspiracy and sedition. What? I exclaimed. No, you can't. Shacklebolt was reluctant and Umbridge advanced on Dumbledore eagerly, but it appeared he wasn't worried. Ah, he said, I thought we might hit this little snag. You seem to be laboring under the delusion that I'm going to, what was the phrase? Come quietly. Well, I can tell you this, I have no intention of going to Azkaban. Take him, Umbridge cried desperately. Fox, Dumbledore called, and when the magnificent bird had flown over to him, he simply clapped his hands. Once the bright fiery light had disappeared, so had Dumbledore and his phoenix. There was stunned silence for a moment as Fudge and Umbridge fumed to themselves, before Shacklebolt spoke up, impressed. Whoa, well, you may not like it, Minister, but you can't deny Dumbledore's got style. Harry and I shared a grin. Over the next few months, detentions with Umbridge were exceedingly common. Always writing lines with those dangerous quills. Now that Dumbledore had vanished, she was put in charge of the school and had complete free rein. Though I wished to cause trouble for her, enraged that she'd gotten what she wanted, Harry convinced me otherwise. Hermione and Ron both agreed that if innocent pupils were being punished to such an extent, an actual rule breaker could very well be harmed to the point of death. I relented surprisingly quickly, understanding their concern. I didn't put it past the Toad to use an unforgivable curse, especially on me. Harry had been glum lately, thinking that Dumbledore's near arrest was his fault. I knew it would have happened even with the DA forming. Fudge would have just found something else to blame him for. That old hag, Ron was cursing, as we tried to cheer up our friend. Hermione didn't even send him a disapproving look. Harry, even Dumbledore didn't see it coming. It's not your fault. Yeah, we talked you two into it, Ron added. Yeah, but I agreed, argued Harry. I've worked so hard to help, and all it's done is to make things worse. So did I, Harry, I reminded him, resting a hand on his arm. It wasn't just you. He gave me a half-hearted smile and simply continued. But it doesn't really matter anymore, 'cause I don't want to play anymore, 'cause all it does it make you want to care too much, and the more you care the more you have to lose. Maybe it's just better to. He trailed off, sending me a quick glance that unsettled me. To what? Asked Hermione. He took a deep breath and looked away from me. To go it alone. Immediately I stood up. Harry James Potter, we are your friends and we are not letting you do this alone. It's like Luna said. Voldemort wants you alone, you're weaker that way. Don't go all self-sacrificing on me because all that will happen is you'll be killed and then that bastard will have won. With you gone, he'll just murder more people. He looked up at me silently. My voice grew softer as I fought against tears. Do not talk like that. Not to us, not to me. Harry didn't move, only carried on staring at me with soul-searching eyes. It made me nervous. Was I getting through to him at all? When the first tear dribbled off my chin, Ron pulled me back down onto the squishy couch and into his arms. Hermione watched on with worry. I had confided in her my many fears about this exact topic. Family was important to me. After living with the Weasleys for so long, I always craved their kind of close-knit group of loved ones. Harry was one of those family members to me. Merlin, he was even more than that. I couldn't deal with him saying he wanted to go fight Voldemort alone. I needed him safe, and he wouldn't be safe if he left us behind. Hagrid showed us into the Forbidden Forest, where we hiked deep into the overgrowth. He'd requested our presence, though explained nothing. I clenched Harry's hand tightly, still reeling over his want to battle alone, and Hermione basically pushed Ron further along. It was evident that the boy Ginger was scared. I didn't blame him. He had been traumatized in second year by his venture into the Forbidden Forest that ended in large spiders, his biggest fear, attacking him. Where is he taking us? He was questioning quickly. Hagrid, why can't you tell us? Harry called. I've never seen the centaurs so riled up, the large man replied, and they're dangerous at the best of times. The Ministry restricts their territory much more and they're going to have a full uprising on their hands. Hagrid, what's going on? Hermione furrowed her brows. He turned to look at us apologetically. Sorry to be so mysterious, you four. I wouldn't be bothering you with it at all with it, but, with Dumbledore gone, I'll likely be the sack any day now. And I just couldn't leave without telling someone about, About who? I asked, but Hagrid was already calling out to the forest. Groppy, down here, yay great buffoon. Suddenly the four of us froze as thundering footsteps came towards us. Groppy, I brought you some company. Our mouths all dropped at the giant in front of us. He seemed sweet, if not dumb, but I didn't step any closer. Hagrid shrugged sheepishly at us. I couldn't just leave him because he's my brother. Blimey, Ron gawked. Well, half-brother, really? Hagrid looked up at his apparent relative, but he's completely harmless, just like I said. A little high-spirited, is all. Without notice, Groppy lurched forward and grabbed Hermione in his large fist, holding her up in the air to inspect. She screamed. Groppy, that is not polite. Hagrid scolded. Do something. Ron yelled at him. I quickly patted at my pockets, swearing when I couldn't find my wand. Groppy, you do not grab, do you? The half-giant shouted. That's your new friend Hermione. Groppy. When the giant only looked confused, Hermione tried to look strict at him. Grop, put me down, she ordered shakily, pointing a finger at him. Now. Slowly, Grop did as he was told, seemingly reprimanded. As soon as Hermione was planted on the ground, Ron rushed up to her. You all right? Fine, Hermione sighed. He just needs a firm hand is all. I think you've got an admirer, Harry stated, amused as the giant smiled at her. Ron glanced warily at Grop, who was now rummaging around in his collection of random items. You just stay away from her, all right? I smiled at his protectiveness. Grop held out the handle of a bicycle to Hermione, offering it to her like a present. She took it carefully, staring at him. I stifled a laugh. Hermione saw that the giant was still watching her in anticipation and slowly dinged the bicycle's little bell twice. Gop grinned happily. He gets his own food and all, Hagrid told us, smiling. Hermione dinged the bell again. It's company he'll be needin', is all. Another ding. You will look after. I am, won't you? I'm the only family he's got. I nodded, nudging at Harry's side until he did too. The five of us observed how happy Gop was as the little bell went off again. It seemed that Hermione had a new friend. Bella's paw. The day had started so well. I visited Carlisle in the hospital wing and was told by Madame Pomfrey that he was in perfect health again. I'd been concerned when it took so long to heal him, but was never allowed to see the damage. I left with a big grin, passing Rosalie, who threw me a smile just as large. After ignoring his attempts to talk to me for these last few months, I finally gave in and spoke with Draco. He apologized over and over until I had to tell him to shut up. I hugged him tight and asked him why he did it. He told me his father had been sending him letters lately about his expectations. I worried that he'd be made a Death Eater soon, but Draco only hushed me and pleaded that I wouldn't be mad at him for doing what his father wanted. Somewhat reluctantly, I agreed and we hugged again. Harry and I had spent lunch together outside. The sun shone brightly upon the picnic that I'd politely asked some house elves to make. We had joked like old times, even shared a loving kiss until the toad shouted at us about her rule of 8 inches apart, and all that rubbish. Today was also the end of owl exams. Everyone was in class when we heard it, yells of joy and laughter. Rushing out to find what was happening, we all joined in on the fun when we saw that Fred and George had did as they had told me they would and set off lots of fireworks in Umbridge's lesson. The toad was currently standing there screeching at everyone, growing even louder when the twins suddenly burst through the corridors and out into the courtyard on their brooms. We had all followed them out, cheering. But then I lost Harry in the crowd and turned back to find him only to watch him pass out. The crowd disappeared and I focused on Harry alone, worry creasing my brow. When I called for him though, my sight went black, and I too faded from consciousness. The vision once again took place in the massive room with all the shelves. I dreaded what I'd see as I slowly pivoted on the spot. My heart contracted painfully when I saw my father kneeling on the ground before Voldemort, who hissed angrily at him. I need that prophecy. Dad looked up with stubborn loyalty set in his handsome features. You'll have to kill me. No, I shrieked, finding that no sound came out of my mouth, and the scene only continued. Voldemort, his eyes cold, gave a cruel smirk. Oh, I will, but first you will fetch it for me, Crucio. My father fell to the floor in agony as tears streamed down my face in buckets. I screamed with him as he writhed around, just unable to stop. It's serious, Harry was telling Hermione and Ron as we all rushed up the moving staircase. Are you sure you saw it? Hermione asked with concern as I bit my tongue to stop tears. It was just like with Mr. Weasley, he told her frantically. It was the same place I've been seeing for months, only I couldn't remember where I'd seen it before. Sirius said Voldemort was after something he didn't have the last time. And it's in the Department of Mysteries. Listen, Harry, what if Voldemort meant for you to see this? What if he's just trying to get to you? I glanced at Hermione and looked away. It didn't matter to me. He was my father. Like I told Alice, I would risk anything to keep him alive. Harry clearly was in agreement with me. What if he is? I'm just supposed to let him die. Hermione, he's the only family I've got left. He looked up me and held out his hand as we ran down the corridors. I took it tightly and tried to breathe. Stay calm, I commanded myself. You're no use if you're bawling like an idiot. You've got to stop it. Stick to the plan. I straightened my back and clenched my jaw. We'll have to use the flow network, Harry announced. Hermione frowned in thought. The Ministry's got them under surveillance. Not every one of them, I spoke up, face fixed with determination. The others exchanged glances. I quickly took them all to Umbridge's office and cast Alohomora on the locked door. Harry squeezed my hand and turned to Ron and Hermione. Alert the Order if you can. I was relieved to see that he'd understood that I wouldn't be leaving him in this, though I had been speaking of our other friends too. Ron was just as surprised. Are you mental? We're going with you. It's too dangerous. Harry shot back. Hermione was upset. Why can't you get it into your head? We're in this together. I opened my mouth to speak but was cut off. That you are. Umbridge smirked smugly at us. I wanted to yell. The day had started so well. I caught this one trying to help the Weasley girl, Draco sneered as he pushed Neville into Umbridge's office. We had all been rounded up by the Inquisitorial squad, even Luna, and were huddled up together, held firmly by the Slytherins. Harry had been forced into a fluffy chair by the Toad so she could interrogate him. I quickly took hold of Ginny when she was pushed around and held her hand, avoiding Draco's eye when he turned to look at me. We couldn't be seen getting along by the other Slytherins, his father would surely hear of it. Umbridge bent to stare at Harry, her clothes still dirty and her hair still askew from the twins' firework display. Harry looked away from her, but she pushed, smiling proudly at herself. You were going to Dumbledore, weren't you? No, he told her strongly. She slapped him round the face. My jaw dropped. That bitch. I pushed forward roughly, trying to escape the hands holding me, wanting to show her a lesson. You do not slap my boyfriend. Unfortunately, I was restrained and then distracted by Snape's appearance. His black eyes scanned the scene thoroughly as he slipped into the room, his robes billowing behind him. You sent for me, headmistress. He drawled sternly to Umbridge, who suddenly sweetened up. I felt sick. Snape. Yes, she grinned. The time has come for answers, whether they want to give them to me or not. Have you got the Veritaserum? Snape glanced at Harry, having obviously witnessed the slap, and seemed strangely reluctant to speak to her. I'm afraid you've used up all of my stores interrogating students, he told her unapologetically. Unless you wish to poison him, and then I assure you, I would have the greatest sympathy if you did. I cannot help you. I caught his eye, seeing a certain glint that said he very much wanted to leave. I frowned, confused. He's got Padfoot, Harry exclaimed desperately. He's got Padfoot at the place where it's hidden. Umbridge looked between Harry and Snape very quickly. Padfoot? What is Padfoot? What is hidden? What is he talking about, Snape? There was a moment of silence in which the two males just stared at each other until finally, Snape said slowly, I've no idea. Then he swooped out of the room. Very well, you give me no choice, Potter. Umbridge straightened up. As this is an issue of Ministry security, you leave me with no alternative. The Cruciatus curse ought to loosen your tongue. My eyes widened and Hermione burst forward, but it's illegal. What Cornelius doesn't know won't hurt him. The Toad took hold of her photo frame, containing a picture of the fudge ball himself, and put it face down. I shared a glance with Hermione, before saying loudly, just tell her, Harry. He looked at me in surprise, as did Umbridge. Tell me what? Ron dug an elbow into my side and I shot him a small glare, letting Hermione continue. Well, if you won't tell her where it is, I will. Umbridge was nearly hysterical. Where what is? Dumbledore's secret weapon, she sighed. Harry, Hermione and I were dragged to the Forbidden Forest by Umbridge, our wands already confiscated. I stuck as close to Harry as I could, uneasy at the way the toad kept darting looks around the forest as if something would jump out at her. Something most likely will. Hermione was leading us and I tried to keep Harry from asking any questions. If Umbridge found out we were stalling her, she would do something drastic. Is it very far in? She snapped at Hermione. My friend glanced back, uncomfortable. It had to be somewhere that students wouldn't find it accidentally. Umbridge seemed satisfied for the moment. Harry leant over to Hermione, whispering quickly, "What are you doing?" "Improvising," she whispered back, grimacing. However, we then stopped. The rope that normally tied loosely around Grop was frayed and broken. Well, where is this weapon? The toad spat. She whirled around on Hermione, furious. There isn't one, is there? You were trying to trick me. She gave a slow smirk. You know, I really hate children. She started to creep towards us, but then there was a crunch in the growth behind her and she turned. The toad seemed terrified to see a herd of centaurs standing calmly on the rim of the clearing. She backed away and put herself behind us all, cowering. You have no business here, centaur, she screeched at them nervously. This is a ministry matter. They paid her no heed, drawing their bows taut with arrows. The three of us stiffened in fear. Lower your weapons, I warn you, under the law of creatures of near-human intelligence. Her speech was cut off when one centaur released his arrow. The three of us ducked instantly, but Umbridge simply deflected it with a spell. She pointed her wand at him sharply. How dare you, filthy half-breeds. Enough, Incarcerus. Robes snaked harshly around the centaur, who cried out, and bound him. It made me think of third year when Snape did the same to Remus. I felt disgust at the actions. Please, Hermione begged, tears in her eyes as she fell onto her knees beside the centaur. Please, stop it, please. I tightened my grip on Harry's hand in horror. Now enough. Umbridge was raging. I will have order. A massive hand appeared out of nowhere and plucked the toad straight off the ground. The three of us stared up in delight at Hagrid's giant brother. Umbridge struggled in his grip. You filthy animal, she screamed. Put me down. Grop. Hermione cheered. The centaurs rushed forward beneath the dangling toad and poked at her with spears, angrily trying to reach for her and pointing arrows at her once again. Unfortunately, they also pointed at Grop. No, please, he doesn't understand. Harry dragged Hermione and me around the herd and out of the way. An arrow lodged itself into Grop's upper arm and he stopped, looking slowly at the wound with shiny eyes, before lowering Umbridge down into the centaur's hands. He frightfully edged away from the pointy weapons. The centaurs grabbed the toad and dragged her up. She stared at us desperately. Potter, do something. Black, tell them I mean no harm. I shared a glance with Harry. I'm sorry, Professor, I told her sweetly. He finished bluntly, I must not tell lies. We watched the toad get carried away, yelling, What are you doing? I am Senior Undersecretary Dolores Jane Umbridge. Let me go. Payback feels damn good. Once they were gone, we looked up at the giant, who picked the arrow out of his arm easily. Thank you, Grop, Hermione smiled. Harry urged us along, Hermione, Bella, Sirius. As we sprinted through the forest, I caught glimpses of white in the corner of my eye. I almost yelled. I had specifically told the Cullens not to get involved. This was my fight. Well, mine and Harry's. Alice had agreed that it was best they stay out of the confrontation, but it seemed some of them were reluctant to leave it alone. I just hoped they trusted me enough to do what was needed and stayed here where it was safe. The three of us met up with Ron, Ginny, Neville and Luna not long after. We all rushed together. How'd you get away? Hermione asked. Ginny grinned then grimaced, puking pastilles. It wasn't pretty. Told them I was hungry and wanted some sweets, Ron told us, smirking. Of course they buggered off and ate the whole lot themselves. Hermione glanced at him with an impressed smile. Very clever, Ron. He shrugged. It's been known to happen. I fought a grin. It was brilliant, enthused Neville. So, how are we getting to London? Harry looked at them all seriously for a moment, squeezing my hand. Look, it's not that I don't appreciate everything that you've done, all of you, but I've got you into enough trouble as it is. I sighed, shaking my head at him. Harry, Neville frowned and said firmly, Dumbledore's army was supposed to be about doing something real, or was that all just words to you? Maybe you don't have to do this all by yourself, mate, suggested Ron. Harry smiled faintly and I hugged his side, lovingly muttering, idiot, in his ear. He pulled me closer to him and then gazed around. So, how are we going to get to London? He asked. I saw Luna staring up at the sky with a dazed smile. We fly, of course. Ron was the most difficult to convince to get on the Thestrals. Hermione trusted us and just got on the back of one with our help. Neville was somewhat hesitant to be getting on something he couldn't see, but after much encouragement from me, he did so. Luna was already saddled and eager to leave. Harry had to forcefully grab my brother and pull him to one of the Thestrals. While the two pointlessly argued about what we were riding, I got out my wand and cast Wingardium Leviosa on Ron, placing him in the right riding position. In an instant, Harry and I were atop our own Thestrals and the skeleton horse-like creatures had taken off into the air. Those unfamiliar with Thestrals let out a yelp, clinging onto just about anything in front of them. It made me giggle to think they only saw themselves grasping air. The Thestrals soared majestically over the trees of the Forbidden Forest and swooped around Hogwarts Castle. Ron looked pale as he clutched onto his steed with a tight grip. Harry, what the hell are we riding? He yelled over the wind once again. I glanced back at him, smirking. Remember my Patronus, Ron? I called. He nodded in confusion before paling even more in realization. He'd never liked the look of my Patronus. I laughed loudly at him as we flew steadily closer to my father. When we arrived at the Ministry of Magic, Harry led us all directly to a lift. He told us to hold on tightly and then we had zoomed off. Harry and Ron seemed to be the only ones who could keep balance, and it struck me that Uncle Arthur had taken Ron to work with him multiple times before. He must be used it by now. This was only my first visit. The lift speaker informed us, Department of Mysteries. It was eerie as the lift doors slid open. We all just stared at the hallway for a few minutes until Harry and I shared a glance, nodding. It was the same hallway from our vision. This is it, he told the others glumly. We entered a door engraved, Hall of Prophecies, and it was absolutely huge. We all had to stop for a second to get our bearings, but then Harry raced forward with me swiftly following. He counted as we ran along, the others hurrying behind us. 92, 93, 94, he stopped, searching around desperately. 95, he should be here. I took his hand in mine, glancing at Hermione. She gave me a grim look, knowing as well as I that this had been a trap. Neville leaned over to one of the glowing orbs on a shelf and gave a short start. Harry, it's got your name on it. The raven-haired Wonder Boy cautiously picked it up, almost dropping the prophecy when it emitted a creepy voice not unlike Trelawney. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, and the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, but he will have a power the Dark Lord knows not. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. My heart stopped. Harry couldn't live if he didn't kill Voldemort. How was that fair? It didn't surprise me to not hear a mention of myself. I wasn't like Harry. I wasn't the girl who lived, as most assumed when they saw my scar. I was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, a nursery on Halloween. My presence there that fateful night gave me my mental connection to Harry, but I wouldn't be killing any Dark Lords anytime soon. I was there to simply help Harry, and I was determined to do just that. Hermione suddenly gasped, pointing behind us. Harry. We whirled around, finding Draco's father standing before us with an arrogant smirk. Where's Sirius? Harry demanded instantly. You know, Lucius began smugly, you really should learn the difference between dreams and reality. You saw only what the Dark Lord wanted you to see. He stretched out a long arm. Now hand me the prophecy. I saw Harry glance back at me and then the others. He turned to Lucius angrily. You do anything to them and I'll break it. A sharp taunting giggle emerged from the darkness behind Lucius, and I cringed, feeling behind me for Neville's hand and squeezing it. He knows how to play. Bellatrix cackled mockingly. Itty bitty baby Potter. Bellatrix Lestrange. Neville gritted out. She glanced at him almost indifferently before smirking. Neville Longbottom, is it? How are your parents? She grinned before laughing. Fine, now they're about to be avenged. He started forward, only stopping when I held him back strongly. Bellatrix now looked at me. Ah, the spawn of my wretched cousin. I ignored her taunts as best as I could. This made her angry. I wonder if you'll turn out like me, she exclaimed, smirking when my head shot to stare at her. After all, I am your namesake. I froze in shock before trying to leap at her furiously, feeling Neville be the one to hold me back now. She must be lying. Mum, Merlin bless her soul, and Dad wouldn't name me after a Death Eater. Lucius grimaced. Let's everybody just calm down, shall we? All we want is that prophecy. Harry looked down at it suspiciously. Why does Voldemort need me to get it? His use of the Dark Lord's name made Bellatrix hiss. You filthy half-blood, she bellowed. Now, Bellatrix, he's just curious. Draco's father turned to Harry. Prophecies can only be retrieved by those about whom they are made, which is lucky for you, Harry. He inched forward, making me clench my teeth. Haven't you always wondered what was the reason for the connection between you and the Dark Lord? Why he was unable to kill you when you were just an infant? Don't you want to know the secret of your scar? He reached out as if to touch the lightning bolt, but didn't. I subtly shuffled my hair so that it covered my own scar. All the answers are there, Potter. All you have to do is give it to me. I can show you everything. I've waited 14 years, Harry said. Lucius nodded patiently, as if he had won. I know. I guess it can wait a bit longer, my boyfriend finished before looking back at us and yelling, now. Immediately the whole DA was in a flurry of motion, shooting spells at the Death Eaters with accuracy. It was such a blur that I found myself occupied at every moment, shouting spell after spell. In the end Ginny was the one to stop them all. Reducto, she yelled confidently. A wave of silvery blue burst from her wand and seemed to push all of the Death Eaters back. We all smiled at her before we began to hear the tinkling of falling glass. The shelves were toppling over, smashing all the prophecies that fell. We watched in horror as the falling shelves created a domino effect that was heading straight for us. Get back to the door, Harry shouted quickly, grabbing me and pushing me in front of him. Everyone ran for the exit, a different door than the one we had entered. I wasn't sure who opened it, but abruptly we found ourselves falling into a pit of blackness, yelling as we went. We all sat up, having stopped 2 inches from the ground and then simply dropped gently, to look around the room we were now inside. A massive archway stood dauntingly in the center, the veil. My heart and lungs pounded against my ribcage as I clenched Harry's hand in mine. I knew this room, or rather, I'd seen it before. Of course you have, don't be so stupid, Bella. You knew this, remember the plan. Stick to the plan. The plan, 2 weeks ago I had constructed the plan. I could recall the day very well because not 10 minutes previous my heart had nearly stopped. Ron was eating noisily as Hermione and I watched him in disgust. How can you? I trailed off, unable to finish. I shook my head. That's gross, Ron. He only shrugged at me. Harry tensed beside me before he nudged my arm and gestured behind us. I turned to see Alice and Edward, both with anxious expressions. Yes, I asked, keeping my gaze solely on Alice. Ever since Rosalie uncovered my identity, I had avoided Edward. Whenever I passed him in the halls, I'd look the other way. Several times he'd tried to speak to me, but then I made sure to stay around my friends so that he'd been discouraged too. I didn't want to speak with him. There was nothing to say. It was bad enough that Harry became all guarded around him. I didn't necessarily mind him being jealous or possessive. It was rather enticing actually, but with Voldemort getting stronger, he needed to stay focused on that, not my ex-boyfriend wanting to talk to me. I have urgent news, Alice told me, her voice strained and quiet. I frowned, having never heard her so serious since the whole James fiasco. I exchanged a glance with my friends and gave them a reassuring nod before standing. "Follow me," I said to the vampires, leading them to an empty classroom that was never used. When I'd shut the door, I looked at them. "What's wrong?" "Oh, Bella," Alice cried, her non-existent tears choking her. Instantly I was next to her, holding her to me. Edward stood there awkwardly, though now that I looked at him properly I could see the worry he held too. "Alice, what's happened?" I prodded quickly. "Why are you upset?" "I had a vision," she struggled to tell me. I nodded for her to continue. "About Sirius Black." My back stiffened. I peeked at Edward before twisting back to her. "What about him?" "Bella, your father, she burst into more dry sobs. I rubbed her shoulders, seeing her unable to speak, and somewhat reluctantly turned to Edward. He stared into my eyes for a moment, seeming concerned, before taking an unnecessary breath. "Alice had a vision of your father being killed by Bellatrix Lestrange." I froze. Everything around me froze, my breathing froze, my heartbeats froze. My father, dead. No, I couldn't accept that. I wouldn't accept that. And then everything all rushed back to life. "What happened in the vision?" I demanded. "Tell me exactly what happened." "You and your friends are all standing in a room," Edward explained hurriedly, and then streaks of black smoke appear. "Death Eaters," I interrupted. He nodded hesitantly. "Then what?" "The Death Eaters surround you all and hold you still with their wands against you. Then more people arrive, including your father, and start fighting the Death Eaters. You, Harry and Sirius Black end up standing alone in the center of the room in front of this strange archway, and then Bellatrix Lestrange appears amidst the fighting. She shoots the killing curse at your father, he dies, you catch him in your arms, and Harry runs off after Bellatrix in a rage." "I need to see the layout," I muttered to myself. I looked up at Edward, determined. "Show me." We had all gone to Dumbledore's office and located his pensieve. As soon as I was in the vision, I was formulating the plan. That day was roughly 2 weeks before Harry and I had gotten our vision. Now here I was, in the room that my father would supposedly die. As I helped Harry up off the marble floor, I was consumed in thoughts. I needed to stand over there. I needed to hide over here. I needed to be ready to stop it. To stop that bitch Bellatrix Lestrange from murdering her cousin, my father. But would I succeed? Would I be able to stop it? Alice's visions were possibilities of the future that could currently happen. They could change periodically. What if Lestrange decided to stand over there instead? What if my carefully thought-out plan failed? No. I broadened my shoulders. It won't fail. It can't. I will not allow it to. I barely paid attention to the others' conversation, moving myself where I knew I'd be out of the way. "Department of Mysteries," Ron muttered before shaking his head. "Got that bit right, didn't they?" "The voices," Harry trailed off, staring at the veil. "Can you tell what they're saying?" Hermione shared a look with Ron. "There aren't any voices, Harry," she told him. "Now let's get out of here." "I hear them too," Luna spoke up airily. Though I tried to ignore them, there were whispers in my ears as well. "Harry, it's just an empty archway," Hermione worried as he stepped toward the veil. "Please, Harry." He froze and glanced around before shouting, "Get behind me." Immediately I ducked down behind my hiding place, watching the others crowd around Harry with their wands up. As I knew it would play out, quickly every member of the DA bar Harry was swept away into the clutches of a Death Eater. Finally, with all of my friends held at one point around the edges of the room, Lucius walked toward Harry. "Did you actually believe," he smirked, "or were you truly naive enough to think that children stood a chance against us? I'll make this simple for you, Potter. Give me the prophecy now, or watch your friends die." "Don't give it to him, Harry," Neville called, flinching when Bellatrix pulled at his hair harder. I saw my boyfriend scan the room and process the situation. I knew when he paused in panic that he'd realized I wasn't in view, but I kept myself hidden in waiting. With bated breath, I looked on as Lucius took that extra step towards Harry and stumbled back in surprise when the form of my father materialized out of smoke between them. "Get away from my godson," Dad growled before punching Lucius right in the face. "Bella's paw." Immediately, Members of the order appeared and dueling broke out amongst all those in attendance bar myself. At the sight of my father, I had momentarily frozen with nerves threatening to overturn my stomach. I forced myself to watch every single thing happening before me, taking note of where everyone stood, whom they were battling, what exactly they were doing. Spells flew about the room, a splash of color across my vision, but I didn't let it distract me. Everything had to go well. I couldn't deviate from the plan lest I risk my father's death. When the prophecy dropped and shattered into pieces, the Death Eaters became even more furious and active. Though I wanted to join the fight, every atom of my being rebelling against hiding like a coward and letting my friends defend themselves, I willed my body to stay still. I couldn't move out of my spot until the time was right. Moving was a variable I couldn't factor into my plan, a variable that could cost me everything. Despite my immobile state, my eyes looked every which way and my ears detected every sound quite clearly, as if magnified. I heard my boyfriend call for Dad, who took him aside quickly, keeping an eye on the battle. They weren't far from me now. "Harry, I want you to take the others and get out of here." "What? No, I want to stay with you," Harry protested, ducking closer to him. I saw my father's pained expression. My boyfriend's stubbornness would be the death of him one day, even I knew that. Clearly Dad thought the same. "You've done beautifully, Harry," he told him. "Let me take it from here." "But, serious," Harry pulled him back. "I don't know where Bella's gone. I can't find her." My father stopped and his head shot around, no doubt searching for me. I hid myself more when his gaze wandered close to me. "I can't see her either." "Are you sure she's here?" he asked frantically. "Yes, she came with me." All right. Just stay calm. We'll find her. She couldn't have gotten far." It looked like Dad was going to say more, but then a spell hit the wall near to him and he jumped back into the battle, Harry following. My heart had ceased to beat in that short second, but seeing him alive calmed me. That wasn't in Alice's vision. Though, why would it be? In Alice's vision I hadn't hid, I'd fought alongside Harry and Dad. They wouldn't have needed to discuss me and therefore stay still so long. The concept that I myself was a variable that had now changed everything had never occurred to me. Suddenly I couldn't breathe very well. What if Dad dies anyway and it's my fault this time? It was overwhelmingly daunting and the dueling before me floated away while I panicked. And then the horrid cackling of that insane bitch Bellatrix Lestrange sounded and I was jolted from my mental prison. Stupid, I scolded myself desperately, this isn't the time to think. I need to pay attention. Luckily I was prepared and had filed away my concern by the time Dad was across the room. His positioning made my body tense. This was it. Bellatrix had wandered very, very close to me now, unknowingly. I took stock of her crazed gaze, seeing it locked on my father, and moved swiftly. Just as she began to lift her wand slightly, my left arm was already around her throat and the tip of my wand was poking into her jugular. Everyone seemed to halt, though truly only a few had noticed my sudden reappearance. My father, his wand raised and his jaw slackened, stared at me, stunned. Harry stood much the same, having just fended off some Death Eater. As such, when I spoke, my voice seemed amplified, though the battling continued loudly. "Don't even try it," I hissed into Bellatrix's ear. She froze against me and whimpered like a pathetic child. I heard the clatter of her wand falling to the ground in complete shock and strategically placed my foot atop of it, rendering her defenseless. Dad's lips twitched up into a proud grin as his eyes met mine. Satisfaction and joy surged through my body. I did it. I stopped it. It worked. He's alive. A steady stream of celebration ran around my head and I smiled too. But in my moment of distraction, I had loosened my grip on Bellatrix. A burning pain spread through my gut from the blow it had taken as her bony elbow jerked backward. I bent over, gasping, and she whirled around, snatching my wand from me. I only had time to glance over at my father one last time, before she shouted something and my body was propelled into the wall behind me. The crack of the impact echoed in my ears, then white-hot agony dulled my senses, lulling me into darkness. Harry's paw. Everything was happening so quickly. I barely managed to protect myself amidst tossing some offensive spells here and there. My whole weight rested on the balls on my feet, ready to dash off in a different direction at any moment, single-minded in pure survival. My only lingering thought outside of dueling was Bella. I hadn't caught sight of her since we first landed in this bloody room. She'd just vanished and fallen through my grasp like sand. The others had noticed her absence too, I could tell by the harried looks thrown at me. If it wasn't one worry, it was something else. Seeing Sirius had soothed any leftover doubts that just maybe he was being tortured, despite the obvious trap laid out for my friends and me. I wondered if Bella had seen her father yet. Surely that would have relieved her. I hoped so. She had been just as scared if not more so than me about him. My thoughts came to a sudden stop as my gaze fell on that Death Eater Lestrange. She was being contained by thin arms. I looked just a tad closer and felt my heart thump violently. My Bella, her eyes blazing and her hair tangled, stood behind her, keeping the mad witch at one point. Relief filtered through me until it crashed like waves against rocks as Lestrange knocked her back and stole her wand. I watched, feeling like I couldn't move, as her small figure crashed into the wall and slumped onto the floor. Sirius instantly shot a spell at Lestrange while she was turned, Bella's wand flying from her claw. Whilst Lestrange fled, he darted over to his daughter, carefully holding her limp body close to him. How dare she? I internally seethed. Fury shot my body into motion. I couldn't think of anything but my girl being flung aside so liberally, like a discarded doll. My legs went into overdrive and I chased after Lestrange, following her crazy gloating and giggling as she danced out of the room. I'll kill her. Harry's paw. I wouldn't have said I was an aggressive person, but running through the ministry, chasing down the bitch that hurt my girl made me question such things. Lestrange's taunts fueled my anger evermore as she laughed madly and cheered on herself. I got Isabella Black. Ha, 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 ha. Come and get me. I gritted my teeth and kept straight behind her, finding an opening and immediately taking advantage of it. Crucio. She skidded across the floor and then collapsed. I took sadistic pleasure in her sprawled limbs and heavy breathing, a strange satisfaction filling me to see her own body like a broken doll. My spell didn't have the effect I wanted though. She looked up at me, cackling louder. Any pain I was causing her seemed to be fought off by amusement. I gritted my teeth and tried harder to focus on the spell. Just as I squinted, a silky voice slithered in my ears. You've got to mean it, Harry. She killed her. She deserves it, he taunted. You know the spell, Harry. Do it, Lestrange encouraged, grinning madly. Her chest convulsed and her eyes twitched, but otherwise she just stared at me in eager anticipation. What matters is the part we choose to act on. That's who we really are, serious words whispered in my head. Suddenly I felt drained, my wand drooping. It took only a second to realize what I was doing. My magic, my wand, my power, all being using for evil. This isn't what Bella would want. She believed in me, I couldn't let her down. I stepped back, panting with exertion, and shook my head adamantly. Lestrange's frame slumped a little and she was on her feet in a shot. Voldemort seemed to sigh in disappointment. So weak. The sound of apparition alerted me to Dumbledore's presence. Voldemort shrank back and I had to smile bitterly despite everything. It was foolish of you to come here tonight, Tom, the headmaster stated strongly. The Aurors are on their way. The dark wizard smirked. By which time I shall be gone, and you'll be dead. He shot a spell at Dumbledore and all too soon they were dueling fiercely. Charms, curses, I couldn't keep track. All I could do was back away from firing range and watch. But just as I took my eyes off of Voldemort, I was all of a sudden on the ground, unable to do much but yell in pain. His insane laughter echoed within my thoughts and I seemed to lose myself. You've lost, old man, he rejoiced cruelly. My limbs jerked, my spine aching, and I felt an immense pressure in my head. This was an invasion of my body, something evil trying to crawl inside me and consume my very being. I knew Dumbledore was speaking to me, saying my name, but Voldemort's voice drowned him out. So weak, so vulnerable, look at me. I ignored him determinedly, resisting, pushing his influence away and focusing on others' things. How was I supposed to do this? He had such a tight hold on me, his possession too powerful. I felt my will crumbling slowly as my psyche started to meld with his. Harry, it isn't how you are alike, Dumbledore told me firmly but gently, it's how you're different. Helplessly I writhed on the floor, my hands clutching for some kit of grip, an anchor to the world, but I found none. An agonized groan escaped me. Harry, Dumbledore spoke softly and I knew he was trying to help all that he could. This was my battle and mine alone. I was not Voldemort, I was my own person. I tightened my jaw, my hands now rounded fists, and thought of my friends, my family, my girlfriend. You're the weak one, and you'll never know love, or friendship. A twisted smile touched my lips, and I feel sorry for you. Voldemort's glare could be felt a mile away. You're a fool, Harry Potter, and you will lose everything. Then he finally vanished into thin air. In the silence left behind, a male gasped, he's back. I glanced back wearily to see Minister Fudge and almost rolled my eyes. And then, the image of Bella filtered through my head and I practically curled in on myself. Bright flashes of reporters lit my face but I paid no attention. Just barely I felt Dumbledore's hand clenched my shoulder. All I could think of was my girl, quite possibly dead. I know how you feel, Harry, Dumbledore told me gravely. I didn't want to listen, didn't want to be here. His office, though warm and cluttered and comfortable, was the last place I wanted to be, especially with the headmaster's sad eyes watching me closely. No you don't, I muttered, looking away from him. It's my fault. The portraits lining the room stared at me too. Their gazes felt heavy and intrusive, accusing. I turned back to Dumbledore. No, he disagreed grimly, the fault is mine. I knew it was only a matter of time before Voldemort made the connection between you. I thought that by distancing myself from you, as I have done all year, he'd be less tempted, and therefore you might be more protected. Thinking of Voldemort made the low pounding in my head become louder. The sensation of his presence hadn't entirely left me. I still felt disturbed and invaded by a dark atmosphere. The self-blaming and sorrow in me didn't help matters. I shut my eyes to rid myself of such things, but when I opened them again everything was the same. My hands grew white as my nails dug into the arms of my chair. I glanced back at the headmaster. The prophecy said, neither one can live while the other one survives. That means one of us is going to have to kill the other, yes. My lack of duress at the notion almost amused me. Death didn't seem so foreign anymore, I supposed. Dumbledore paused, his withered face concerned and unhappy. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? I gritted out, not quite angry, but definitely not pleased. For the same reason you tried to save Bella. The same reason your friends saved you. After all these years, after all you've suffered, I didn't want to cause you any more pain. He now smiled a little at me and I was silent. I cared too much about you. Dumbledore's words were in the forefront of my mind as I walked down the corridor. Caring for someone meant sacrificing yourself for them. This was what I had come to learn. This was what Bella Shirley had summarized as well. My chest ached at the thought of her. When we'd all returned to Hogwarts, Bella's unconscious body was brought to the hospital wing. No one had been allowed to enter bar Sirius. I would know. I had tried several times and every attempt had been thwarted by Madame Pomfrey. The Cullens had accosted me not long after my first attempt, frantic with worry for Bella. I'd relayed what had happened, finding that the patriarch of the coven, Carlisle, was currently helping out in the hospital wing and hadn't been allowed out to tell them any news. I had asked them how they'd known about the battle and the little one, Alice, had told me everything. Apparently she'd seen Sirius die and Bella had come up with some plan to stop it. The idea that my godfather, my only family, could have died was groundbreaking. For the first time I was glad of the vampires' presence. I knew without them here, Sirius would have probably been murdered. I shuddered at the thought and tried to put it out of my mind. It hadn't happened. That was the thing to remember. Lost in my musings, I didn't notice Luna until her humming reached me. How come you're not at the feast? I inquired. I've lost most of my possessions, she told me lightly. All year people have been hiding them. That's awful, I replied, feeling somewhat awkward. My friendship with Luna was certainly stronger after she'd risked her life by joining my excursion to the Department of Mysteries, but I doubted that I'd ever feel wholly comfortable around her. Luna was more Bella's friend than my own. Her airy ways and near-careless attitude was what had drawn Bella to her, which had in turn led to our meeting. Oh, it was all in good fun, she smiled, but as it's the last night, I really do need them back. Do you want any help finding them? I offered genuinely. She declined and we stood in silence for a moment. Her blonde hair swished around as she rocked on her feet. I hope Bella will be okay, she said. My heart pounded at the mere mention of her name. I nodded, me too. She'll be out of the hospital wing soon, won't she? Luna smiled. I could only nod again, worry clouding my thoughts. Are you sure you don't want any help looking? I checked, looking over to her. She shook her head, smiling. That's all right. Anyway, my mother always said things we lose have a way of coming back to us in the end, just not always in the way we expect. She smiled brighter and I smiled back. I think I'll go have some pudding, she decided and waved goodbye to me. I wandered aimlessly for a little while longer, fighting the urge to visit the hospital wing. Once my stomach growled relentlessly, I sighed and journeyed to the great hall. The feast would still be in full swing, I was sure. Everyone was likely stuffing their faces and talking animatedly amongst themselves. I entered the great hall and made my way over to where red hair flashed in my vision. A small smile touched my lips. Ron could never be a wallflower. I had almost reached him, not really looking, when a voice graced my ears. Really, Hermione, stop fussing. I'm fine now. My feet carried me quickly and my eyes found her straight away without force, as if we were magnets. Bella, I breathed and she turned. Her face lit up and suddenly she was in my arms. Harry, she murmured happily, nestling into my chest. I squeezed her tight and grinned, my nose buried in her hair. Breathing in her scent, I finally relaxed. She was okay. She was alive and safe. She was with me. We embraced for a long time, so long that I forgot everything else around us. All that was important was Bella. Never again could I let her be hurt. I wasn't certain my heart could take it. She was so precious to me, so unique and perfect. Right then, I promised myself I would never let her go. Because in that second, with her body flushed to mine and her love cocooning me, I'd never been happier. It was the last day of school and I'd been out of the hospital wing for a little while now. I would be spending my summer holidays with the Weasleys, my adopted family, as I usually did when Hogwarts was closed. Dad told me we could visit him all we wanted and I knew he'd sneak out to visit us too. Though his name hadn't been cleared yet, he wouldn't let that get in the way of seeing me, or Harry for that matter. My mouth pursed as I thought back to what my father had told me. Whilst confined in the hospital wing, he'd been the only one allowed to see me, and even then his presence was kept completely secret for his safety. I was glad he'd been there, otherwise I would have been entirely alone, but our conversation had eventually led to foreign territories. I watched him laugh at my joke, smiling at his happiness. He'd been so concerned when he first came here and I'd wanted to give him a huge hug. Madame Pomfrey hadn't let me. Something about needing rest. But as his laugh faded out and I gazed at the open window, the memory of that night came to me. Dad, I started cautiously. Yeah, love, that night. My voice was hesitant and I needn't say any more for him to understand which night I meant. His face became blank and I knew he was trying to block the events out. But I continued, when we went down there to rescue you and the Death Eaters met us, Bellatrix said something to me. He didn't respond, simply stared with empty eyes. I swallowed hard. She said that she's my, namesake. That I'm named after her. She wondered if I'd turn out like her, and I wondering if that was true. I scanned his features and found nothing. Quickly, I added, I mean, we do have similar names. Isabella, Bellatrix, Finally, he sighed and looked away, seeming more weary than I'd even known him to be. It's true that you were named after her, yes. My mouth gaped but he said nothing more. That's it, I asked incredulously. No explanation as to why I was named for some insane Death Eater. His mouth pinched and he avoided looking at me. Your mother, she, was close to Lestrange. She wanted her to be your godmother but I wouldn't let her. My eyes wide, I was speechless. I never understood their relationship. Evangeline was so good. She fought for what was right because it was the moral thing to do. My cousin caused many spats between us. At one point, I almost left her. But your mother was adamant about your name. She originally wanted Bellatrix, and I managed to persuade her to change it a little. Not the same but close enough. Why? I trailed off before clearing my throat. You never told me. It wasn't a question. No, he replied, looking at me sadly. I didn't want you to question yourself like I know you are now. My jaw clenched and he put his hand on mine. Bella, you will not become like her. You are your own person. Names don't mean anything. If they did, I would not be who I am today. He smiled and touched my cheek now. I glanced up at him and gave him a small smile. Normally he wasn't so physically affectionate. I liked this side of him though. You're my perfect little girl, he said fondly. I blushed, making him chuckle. Now then, no more worries about it, all right. Though the matter had seemed settled then and I had been happy to forget all about it as he suggested, I couldn't help but brood over the thoughts. Why were my mother and Bellatrix close? What did that mean about my mum? Whilst Dad never had a bad thing to say about her, did that really mean she was flawless? I felt silly. Hadn't I been trying to tell Harry all year that things like this were pointless, that it was what we did that was important? Sighing, I put the memory away for another day. Just as I walked down the grand staircase, Hagrid wandered past me looking rather faint and pale. Hagrid, I stopped beside the half-giant. He looked at me somewhat startled. Are you okay? I asked with concern. Course, Bells, I'm fine. He coughed into his large hand anxiously. Just got back from the Forbidden Forest. A boggart, ad made himself welcome there. Found, I am the other night, when I took some young lads out for detention. Scared the magic out of us. It's gone now. Me and some other professors contained it. I nodded slowly. All right, I'm glad you're okay. Have a good holiday, Hagrid. I'll see you next year. I didn't quite hear his reply. I was too busy thinking. A boggart, of course, why hadn't I thought about that? All this time of thinking someone had been trying to break up me and Harry, I never considered a boggart. Should have known my worst fear was abandonment and rejection. Edward had truly scarred me in Forks, but he hadn't been the start of it all. When I was younger, I'd spent a lot of time thinking Dad had left me on his own free will. I'd constantly worried if I wasn't good enough. Mum's death didn't help either. Aunt Molly was amazing at being a substitute mother, she was, but it wasn't quite the same. Draco's mother, Narcissa, was also kind to me as much as appearances would allow. No one knew of our relationship, much like with Draco. The only Malfoy I didn't speak to, who was in the dark about everything, was Draco's father. Lucius was not a man I looked on fondly. I had grown to dislike him further now. Draco had been pulling away from me again. As I wandered out of the castle, I kept an eye open for my blonde cousin, but he was nowhere to be found. I hoped he wasn't avoiding me. In moments of quiet when my mind wasn't busy, it would slip to Draco and whether he would be forced into joining Voldemort's followers. I knew it was very likely, and that thought worried me all the more. Bella. I turned absently, seeing a flash of white. Alice, Emmett and Jasper appeared in front of me. Suddenly I recalled seeing them in the Forbidden Forest when I told them not to get involved and grew frustrated with them. Why did you follow us into the forest? I asked without greeting. Alice's cheery face fell and Jasper put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Emmett shrugged uncaringly and grinned. We weren't gonna let you go without seeing some of the action. Jasper shot him a look before telling me, we only followed you until you and your friends flew away on those skeletal creatures. Thestrals, I corrected instantly. Alice stared at me with big sad eyes. You're not mad, are you? She frowned. We were so worried. Carlisle wouldn't tell us how hurt you were. I sighed. No, it's all right. But why didn't Edward just read his thoughts? Alice shifted needlessly and Emmett looked at his feet, but Jasper's gaze hardened and he said stiffly, Edward is no longer at Hogwarts. What? I gaped. His tone sounded so final. I faintly mused at how dramatic this all was. Where's he gone? He left shortly before you and your friends did. Jasper's jaw clenched. He informed us that seeing you with your boyfriend was too painful and that he was leaving to be alone for a while. So he just up and left, I summed up, my brows raised. How like him. Are Carlisle and Esme taking it well? I knew they had been distraught when their darling boy had left to live as a human drinker for years on end. My face creased in concern for them. Carlisle's mad. Alice pursed her lips and glanced away. Esme's pretty distraught though. Give them my condolences, I said softly. She nodded and retreated into Jasper's side. His gold eyes flicked behind me for a second. Your friends are on their way, he commented. I smiled slightly. Will you guys be back for next year? We wouldn't miss your next adventure. Emmett boomed. I rolled my eyes at him and he chuckled, ruffling my hair. As I batted his hands away and smoothed it back down, the three waved and were gone in a flash. I laughed a little to myself. They never changed. Another voice made me smile and turn again. Come on, Bells, Hermione sighed with exasperation. We're going to miss the train if you don't hurry. I laughed and flicked her shoulder. I am terribly sorry, Miss Punctual. I'm hurrying. Green eyes met mine, my breath leaving me, a grin tugging at my lips. He held out his hand for mine and I consented without thought. Like puzzle pieces, we fell together easily. It was now Ron who ruffled my hair and I sent him a playful scowl. Hermione joined his other side with a wistful smile back at Hogwarts Castle. As we walked, Harry looked at us all. I've been thinking about something Dumbledore said to me. What's that? Hermione asked, all of us watching him curiously. His face was carefree for maybe the first time this year. My heart ached pleasantly inside my chest at the sight. That even though we have a fight on our hands, we've got one thing that Voldemort doesn't have. Yeah, Ron raised a brow. Harry glanced down at me and we exchanged a tender smile. I leaned my head against his arm, my hand tightening on his as he said, something worth fighting for. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the video.